This is Audible.
ISIS Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of A Cast of Falcons, written by Steve Burrows and read by David Thorpe. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by ISIS Publishing Limited. Chapter 1. The noise. The deafening, terrible noise. The sound of air rushing through his clothing, tearing at his hair, clawing his lips back into a grotesque grin. 10 seconds? Perhaps. 32 feet per second. Per second. A memory. School? Shadows. Sadness. Anger. Light-headed now, lungs unable to snatch the air rushing by. Panic. The rock face, a grey curtain, hurtling past at 120 miles per hour. Terminal velocity. Another memory. School? Or college? Good times, laughter, women, bars. 5 seconds? Terminal. I'm dying. He had seen the angel, a brief glimpse as he released his grip on the rock face, on life. Pure, white, beautiful. An angel that had brought him death. Angels. Heaven. Too late? Never too late, his mother said. His mother. Regrets. Words not spoken, actions not taken. Taken. Birds. Fear now. Plunging down through open space. I'm going to die. Repentance, the key. God, forgive me. For the birds. For... The man watching through binoculars fixed the body's landing place against the scarred granite backdrop and then swept the horizon in either direction. Nothing else stirred. He focused again on the rock face and relocated the crumpled form, remembering the sickening flat bounce as life had left it. He lowered his binoculars and sat deep in thought, seeming not to notice the fierce buffeting of the winds that scoured the bleak landscape. After a moment, he tucked his bins into a canvas bag resting against his hip, careful not to damage the other item inside. Things had changed now, but perhaps there was still a way. And perhaps this other item, now nestling gently against the bins, held the key. He rose from his crouched position and began to make his way toward the towering presence of Scorpione. He moved with haste over the uneven terrain beneath a sky that was grey and leaden. Swollen rain clouds were riding inland on the onshore winds. A fierce Atlantic squall was on its way, and the exposed heath would offer no shelter once the storm arrived. The man wore only a heavy fisherman's sweater, denim jeans, and walking shoes. He had no coat or waterproofs to ward off the horizontal rains that would soon drive across the landscape. He had estimated the distance to the rock face at 1/4 of a mile, and he could tell now, as he crossed the ground with his steady, purposeful gait, that he'd been about right. Even experienced walkers underestimated distances in these parts. The stark, featureless landscape seemed to draw in the mountains on the horizon, making them appear closer. But the man had spent enough time in the natural world to be alert for its deceptions. It was those of the human world he found harder to detect. He moved over the tussocks easily, barely noticing the sprigs of gorse and brambles that snatched like harpies at his trouser cuffs. Once or twice he stumbled over the craggy, moss-covered mounds, but for the most part his progress was sure-footed, even in the flimsy, well-worn soles of his walking shoes. On the horizon, the grey mass of a low cloud bank had begun its inexorable time-lapse march across the landscape. He would need to work quickly if he was to find shelter before the storm came. He had a window, a tiny chink of opportunity. The coming storm would discourage others from venturing out here. But squalls passed over these coastal areas quickly, chased into the inland valleys and hill passes by the relentless coastal winds. Behind the storm would come the clear white-blue skies of the North Atlantic. And then the walkers would return to the trails. It wouldn't be long before the body was found and reported. He must do what had to be done long before that happened. He needed to be far away by then. The last of the vegetation died away, and he emerged onto a slight slope of scree that led up to the base of the rock face. Fiona towered above him, its peaks already lost in the greyness of the clouds. He stopped for a second to take in its grandeur, and as he looked up, he paused. Until now, only the images of the death, the violent impact of the man's body hitting the ground, had occupied his thoughts. But the initial shock was starting to wear off, and he began to recognize a meaning behind what he had seen. An explanation, perhaps. Had the other man recognized it also in those last long, terrifying seconds? Had he, too, acknowledged what it might mean? Either way, it was just him now, standing alone on this desolate, wind-swept heath, who possessed this wisdom, this secret, entrusted to him by another man's death. He looked up at Fiona once again, but the sky below the clouds was empty. He approached the body and forced himself to look down at the broken ragdoll form. It was clear the man had died on impact. The damage seemed to be mostly to the head and face. It was difficult to even make out the features now. He shook his head. It was as if the fates themselves had determined to cloak the death in a double layer of mystery, not only of who the dead man was, but of what he had looked like in life. The man felt a momentary wave of sadness for the empty shape at his feet. All that was left of Jack Delatte, with whom he had drunk and laughed and swapped lies, and unknowingly a few truths too, over the previous weeks. He was a bad man, Jack, one of the worst. But he had been a person, a living, breathing human being, and now he was... what? The man didn't have time to consider the question. Musing about the afterlife, the great beyond, was for a warm pub, where he would head after this for a hot meal and a glass of single malt whiskey and the comfort of a gently burning fire. Out here, at the base of a granite rock face under a low, roiling gunmetal sky, he had work to do. He knelt beside the body and slowly began to withdraw the day pack from beneath Jack Delatte's stiffening form. He worked with great care. He couldn't see any blood coming from under the body, but if there was any, he knew the small pack could disturb it, smear it, perhaps in a way that a good forensic examiner might be able to detect. He breathed a sigh of relief when the pack finally slithered free, showing no traces of blood. He lifted it to one side and peered in. "Ah, Jack, you lied to me," he said quietly, without malice. Using a handkerchief, he withdrew a book from his canvas shoulder bag. It was battered and dog-eared, with a long faded cover from which the images of a couple of birds, well drawn and easily identifiable, stared back at him. He took a pen from his pocket and wrote 2 words on the flyleaf, holding the cover open with the handkerchief. Then he leaned forward to delicately lift the flap on one of Delatte's jacket pockets. He slid the book in. He patted the pocket slightly as he closed the flap and rose from his kneeling position, clutching the small day pack. "See you soon," he said. But he wasn't talking to Jack Delatte. Chapter 2. Death had won again, as it always did in the end. Another man had challenged it, tried to face it down and defeat it with his frail human courage, and he had lost. In this case, death had stalked its victim, pursued him silently through this leafy forest glade, treading the path parallel to this one that ran farther down in the ravine. At some point, it had moved ahead of the man, so it could scramble silently up to this footpath and lurk hidden from view until the man rounded the bend, to find death waiting for him. A short struggle, perhaps, and then death had claimed another victim and dragged his soul off to its lair. And now it was up to Danny Mike to find out who had been Death's foot soldier this time, and to bring that person in to face the justice that death itself never would. They knew the choreography and little bits more from the trail of clues, footprints, whispered into the wood chips of the two trails. But it was not enough to tell them who had been following the man, so they were still no closer to knowing who had decapitated him and left his body lying here in the centre of the path, and the head a few yards off in the bracken to the right. In this strange twilight aftermath of the event, not now fresh enough to be shrouded in shock, but recent enough that the horror had not yet faded completely, it was the jogger that Danny Mike felt for most. The emotional trauma of those Philip Wayland had left behind would be understandable, their grief and despair justified. No one would consider it unusual if any of the family or friends fell apart for a few days or longer. But the jogger who had found the body was not in their circle, not really entitled to any of the emotions his death engendered in them. And so, this unremarkable woman, who had done nothing worse than decide on this path for her morning jog, must now deal with her own feelings only in the shadows. Mike could hardly imagine the shock she had endured. 1 minute, enjoying the woods, hearing the rhythmic pounding of her running shoes on the trail, treating her lungs to the fresh, clean woodland air, and the next, happening upon the worst, most horrifying sight she would ever see in her life. She seemed so shaken, so utterly traumatized by her discovery, as she was led away trembling and sobbing into Constable Lauren Salter's sympathetic embrace. When the police arrived, they had found her standing beside the body, over it almost, as if unable to draw herself away. Or perhaps it was just that she was unwilling to leave the victim, feeling that someone should stay to watch over him, even in his brutalized, incomplete state, until the medics could come and treat him with the care and dignity the last moments of his life had denied him. If so, the woman's compassion would cost her dearly. Days and nights of images, things seen when her eyes had been inexorably drawn to the horror at her feet on the path, images that may never leave her. How could you confront such a sight, the headless body of a person, out here in the silence and the solitudes of the woods, and not be damaged by your discovery? Domenic Jejeune, too, had seemed to recognise the toll the woman's discovery would take, had already taken, on her. The DCI made sure he organised her care and treatment before turning his attention to the body on the path. In truth, there had been no need to rush on that score. Both Detective Chief Inspector Jejeune and Sergeant Danny Mike had already long acknowledged the truth of the situation. Death had won again. Mike looked along the trail again now, and then turned his gaze to the right, peering through the undergrowth, as if trying to judge exactly how far he was from the compound. Though the path was a public right-of-way, the battered sign on the fence made it clear to anyone veering from it that they were entering onto private property. Public access through private land. Mike could hardly count the times as a beat constable he had found it necessary to go over the concept with tourists. Yes, the path does go through private property. Yes, you are allowed onto it. No, you don't need the owner's permission. No, I don't understand it either. And when the new foreign owners had acquired this particular property, the old dairy, as they now called it, Mike had been present at the earliest briefings when the questions about public access to private property had become even more pointed. What exactly does the concept of land ownership mean in this country when the public is granted rights of way into perpetuity? But if the legal representative of Old Dairy Holdings had expected Detective Chief Superintendent Colleen Shepherd to quail under his withering glance, he was disappointed. Shepherd had told him politely that it meant whatever the Highways Passage Act meant it to mean. The discussion had ended there. The world being the way it was, Mike had probably always known if any major crime was ever going to be committed around here, it would happen on this path, where jurisdiction and rights were at their most nebulous. Now, it would require all of DCS Shepherd's considerable diplomatic skills to get them the access and cooperation the investigating officers were going to need from Old Dairy Holdings to pursue their inquiries into this case. Mike looked around at the glade again, drinking in its tranquility, the tangy hint of bark on its breezes. It had happened at dusk, the medical examiner had determined, at the far end of daylight's arc, when any protesters had long since gone home and the woods had returned to silence. "What brought you here, Mr. Wayland, to this path beside the place you had not worked at in more than a year? What, if anything, did it have to do with you being killed in such a disturbingly brutal way?" Mike smiled wryly. He was pretty sure his absent DCI would approve of these questions about Philip Wayland's final moments, even if he might not be too impressed by the high-minded affectation with which Danny's subconscious was composing them. Absent, thought Mike. His absent DCI. Even for the famously disengaged Inspector Domenic Jejeune, the absence was puzzling. The call had come in from the Highland Constabulary just as the first analysis of the physical evidence in this case was starting to materialise. Not the ideal time, one would have thought, for the inspector to go herring off up to Scotland. Not at all the actions of a DCI fully engaged in the business of solving Philip Wayland's murder. Jejeune had certainly been invested enough in the case during the early days, even if his detached approach might have suggested otherwise. So when did a trip up to the Scottish Highlands suddenly take precedence over an active murder inquiry? When did investigating a book, a bird guide no less, found on the body of a fallen climber, become more important than pursuing a killer? Perhaps today was the day Danny would get some answers. Perhaps there would be a message waiting for him at the office, or an email telling him the DCI was on his way back to North Norfolk. Mike looked around the glade now, seeing the last remnants of the police incident tape flapping from one or two trees and the fresh bark chips on the trail that replaced the blood-stained ones gathered as evidence. It seemed inconceivable that this spot could have been the scene of such violence and brutality a scant few days ago. Shafts of light were beginning to filter through the leafy canopy, dappling the forest path into tawny patterns. Beneath the giant beeches on both sides of the path, patches of bluebells awaited the warmth of the early morning sun. This was a place of tranquility again now, a place that seemed to have gathered up the horrors of the past and laid a blanket of quiet over them. Nature providing a balm for the crimes of humans, forgiving them once again, as it always did. Mike turned and headed back to his car, but not before pausing for one quick look back. The corner of an office was barely visible through the vegetation, the only evidence one could see of the research compound on the other side of the wire fence. DCI Jejeune had spent a long time staring at that office the last time he was here. Just what was it you were looking at? Wondered Danny. And why does it make you distrust the only witness statement we have in this case? Chapter 3. The drive up had gone some way to helping Jejeune understand Lindy's look of disappointment when he had told her where he was going. Significantly, he had not told her why. The Western Highlands, she said, shrugging off her work bag and slumping into one of the armchairs in their living room. "Oh, Dom, I wish I could go with you, but it's this award thing. There are interviews and appearances," and he smiled his understanding. In truth, he had gambled on the arrangements for the forthcoming award ceremony, preventing Lindy from being able to accompany him. If she'd tried to make it work, he would have thrown other obstacles in the way, extended the dates, invented some excuse that meant he had to travel alone. It was deception by intent rather than by action, but it made him no less uneasy. They always said they told each other everything. They both knew that wasn't strictly true. But all pretense of openness between them had changed with the call from Scotland. Jejeune hoped these deceptions would be small and short-lived, but now they had started, he knew they would feed upon each other, and soon, perhaps, it would be too late to rein them in. He had managed to mask all these thoughts behind an attentive smile, while Lindy rhapsodised about the scenic wonders that awaited him on the wild western coast of Scotland. Each bend in the road, you think it can't possibly get any better, and then, next turn, there's another vista, even more breathtaking. The beauty is almost indescribable, she had said, tucking her feet beneath her in the chair. The word almost told Jejeune she was going to try anyway. From an award-nominated journalist, he would have expected no less. He smiled again and squeezed into the chair beside her. Even if he had not wanted to listen just then, he would have done so as his penance. But he always enjoyed listening to Lindy when she was passionate about a subject. She fell in love with her topics, and her enthusiasm coursed through her accounts. There's a rawness about the landscape, a stark, rugged bleakness. The mountains, hills, they call them up there, they look like old prize fighters, all battered and craggy and purple-grey. Even the lowlands have a kind of formidable harshness to them, gorse and brambles and ankle-breaking rocks. And the winds, God, sometimes they hammer across the land with such force you'd swear they are going to pull what little bit of vegetation there is out by the roots. "If you're auditioning for the Scottish Tourism Board," said Jejeune playfully, "I wouldn't be expecting a recruitment call any time soon." "No, Dom, it's wonderful," she said earnestly. "It's all those things, but I can truly say it is some of the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen. And, considering what we have right outside our front door here in North Norfolk, that must tell you something." It did. And Lindy had been right. Jejeune had seen it all and drunk it all in, every crag, every heath-clad valley bathed in the milky highland light. As he was doing now, sitting in the passenger seat of the van on his journey up to Sgurfiona, driven up the sinuous coast road from Ullapool by an officer from the Highland Constabulary named Ian MacLeod. "Though most call me Iron," he had told Jejeune with a smile as he greeted him at the door of the local police station. It had been MacLeod who had taken the report of the dead man at the base of Sgurfiona, going out to the scene himself to secure it and conduct the preliminary investigation. It had been MacLeod, too, who had placed the call to the Saltmarsh Division's main switchboard on his return and left a message for Domenic Jejeune, informing him that a bird guide bearing his name had been found in the pocket of the dead man's jacket. That had been yesterday. And now, less than 24 hours since MacLeod's scanned image of the book's flyleaf had appeared on Jejeune's screen, here was the man himself, looking, he had surmised from MacLeod's somewhat startled expression, a good deal younger and less distinguished than the Scottish detective had been expecting. It was not an uncommon reaction from those who were meeting Jejeune for the first time. Even to himself, to have achieved so much and risen so high so quickly seemed at odds with the youthful face he saw staring back at him from the shaving mirror every morning. But MacLeod had inquired only whether Jejeune was tired after his long drive, and whether he might prefer to wait until tomorrow to make the trip out to the scene. But Jejeune wouldn't prefer to wait, thanks, and he would really appreciate it if they could go out to the scene right away. So they had. The going became more jarring as they turned off the main coast road and took a narrow roadway leading up toward the base of Scurfiona. The track twisted between steep-sided valleys that opened onto heathland every bit as rugged and uncompromising as Lindy had described it. MacLeod pointed straight ahead where a dark cloud lurked low over the sea, already draping a grey curtain of rain across its surface.
"Another storm coming in from the Atlantic. Don't worry, though. She's a wee off yet. We've plenty of time to have a poke about when we get there. Maybe even have a wee scramble up the Fiona."
"I imagine this area sees a lot of bad weather," said Jejeune, looking out at the landscape rolling by. "It doesn't look like the kind of place you want to sleep rough."
"You can get a bit damp up here at times, right enough,"
agreed MacLeod, breezing on by without ever stopping to consider if there might be more to Jejeune's observation than mere chit-chat.
"Wettest place in Britain, in fact, and most of the rain comes in on the horizontal. The winds are so strong they can make the waterfalls flow upward."
MacLeod had his eyes on the twisting road, and so he couldn't see whether there was any scepticism in Jejeune's look, but he was taking no chances. He took a weather-beaten hand from the steering wheel and laid it over his heart.
"On my life."
"But the weather had nothing to do with the man's death, you said." MacLeod gave his head an economical shake.
"Even though he was wearing a top-quality waterproof jacket, the body was still soaked through by the time I got to it. But our medical examiner reckons he was well dead long before the rains came. Everything was consistent with a fall."
MacLeod paused significantly.
"He's seen enough to know."
Jejeune nodded.
"But you can't say for sure how long he'd been there when he was found?"
MacLeod shook his head.
"Can't have been long, though. There were no signs of scavengers. Out in these parts, a deer can die and the ravens and hooded crows will be on it before it hits the ground. This is us."
MacLeod pulled the car off the road onto a flat patch of grass that showed the wear of life as an impromptu car park for hikers setting out on the local trails. Above them towered the granite mass of Scurfiona, the 1,000-metre fair peak that drew climbers from all corners of Britain and far beyond. They got out of the car, and MacLeod drew a generous helping of the clear mountain air into his lungs.
"Just over there. Now remember, I did tell you that there was nothing much to see anymore."
He nodded toward a small cairn that looked as if it had been constructed very recently. Perhaps even to mark the spot, thought Jejeune. Passing hikers, paying their respects to one of their own?
"Any idea what the man was doing out there?"
"Climbing, we think."
"With no equipment?"
MacLeod shot him a look, one that told Jejeune he now suspected there might be something else behind his guest's inquiries. A faint shadow of accusation, perhaps, that the Scottish police should have done more to find out about the man who had died at the foot of this formidable mountain. Jejeune didn't mind. Anything that took MacLeod's attention away from the real reason for his questions was welcome. MacLeod, though, had decided to let things slide for now.
"Your man wouldn't have been the first to try his hand at a spot of free climbing up the Fiona."
He paused and looked up the sheer granite face towering above them. He shook his head.
"Will not be the last either. These peaks attract some world-class climbers and hikers. Most of them have the good sense to give the hills a bit of respect. But like all wild places, Antallach attracts its fair share of nutters. The local search and rescue boys are forever plucking some idiot off a ledge dressed in shirts and a t-shirt. Any squall comes in and the poor fool would perish if they didn't. We think this one is probably just some cowboy who thought he'd come here to tame the Fiona and she got the better of him."
No, thought Jejeune, that wasn't what had happened. He didn't know what had yet, but he suspected he would soon. And, in the meantime, it was better to let Iron MacLeod keep on believing this was all just some tragic accident. MacLeod pulled on a nylon jacket and handed a spare one to Jejeune.
"If you're ready for a bit of a hike, I can show you something that will make it worth your while coming all the way up here."
Jejeune gestured for MacLeod to lead on. Scrambling up the steep path in his faded jeans and heavy boots, MacLeod didn't look much like an on-duty policeman, but he did look like a man who fitted these parts perfectly. Iron MacLeod had the same uncompromising honesty as this landscape he clearly loved so much. It was a quality perhaps that Jejeune might have associated with himself, until the telephone call had come in. But the savage beauty of the wild Highland coastline was no place to be contemplating such things, and Jejeune instead concentrated on scrambling along behind his guide. After 15 minutes of strenuous, relentless ascent, they paused on a small ledge. Jejeune bent over, hands on his knees. MacLeod stood barrel-chested against the elements, gratefully drawing in lungfuls of the still mountain air. Recovered, he was ready to press on.
"Come on,"
he urged.
"We're nearly there. Just have around the next bend. It's worth the effort, believe me."
Jejeune followed the other man up the steep slope, his soft-soled shoes slipping occasionally on the scree scattered across the path. As they rounded a bend, he stopped suddenly. They were on a small promontory jutting out over a vast nothingness. In front of them, a spectacular vista of undulating purples and greens stretched off to a range of distant mountains, their peaks wreathed in mist. Broad shafts of sunlight broke through the cloud cover in one or two places, sending beams of light down onto the heathland. The fierce wind tugged at Jejeune's hair and scoured his face, making his eyes water slightly. He looked across to MacLeod, who was gazing out over the scene in silence. He was wearing an expression born of pure joy. "It's magnificent," said Jejeune.
"Aye, you'll no see a view like this without earning it right enough,"
said MacLeod, raising his voice above the winds.
"But I've climbed the Fiona in all seasons, in all kinds of weather. She never disappoints."
"She," noted Jejeune. Another in MacLeod's harem of females out here. The hills, the elements, the landscape. But Jejeune had an antenna for misogyny, and he detected none in Iron MacLeod. If his use of the feminine pronoun revealed anything about the man, it was the deep affection he held for these wild places. The two men stood on the edge of the rocky outcrop and looked out over the landscape in silence, watching the light play over the grasses and shrubs as they were tossed around by the keening winds below. MacLeod pointed to a thin ribbon of silver light on the horizon.
"You see that over there, Inspector, away in the distance?"
Jejeune leaned forward and squinted out over the ocean, but he could see nothing. He turned to MacLeod and held out his hands, palms up. "Canada," said MacLeod with a smile.
"Come on, let's sit a while, and you can tell me what it is about this old bird guide of yours that's special enough for you to drive all the way up here to get it."
Jejeune smiled back. "No, I won't tell you that," he thought, "but I'll tell you a plausible enough story that it won't insult your intelligence." Chapter 4. DCI Jejeune would not be returning for another couple of days. The desk sergeant had not exactly averted his eyes when he delivered the news to Danny Mike, but he hadn't been keen to let them linger too long under the sergeant's flinty stare either. He consequently greeted DCS Colleen Shepherd's appearance in the doorway with more enthusiasm than she or Mike would normally have expected. Shepherd had already received the news and was looking for someone to tell how she felt about it. She fixed Mike with a look. "Anything I should know about, Sergeant? I understand that he needs to sort out why this unknown man had a book with his name in it. But really, how long can it take to convince the local police that he knows nothing about it? The death up there is not suspicious in any way, is it?" Mike had received a call from a Sergeant MacLeod just as Jejeune was making his way up to Scotland, and he had asked that very question, sergeant to sergeant, which was the reason he was now able to confirm to Shepherd with such confidence that it was not. And why on earth drive?
He is aware we have air service to the wilds of Scotland, I take it? Even down here in the tiny backwater of North Norfolk?" Mike said nothing. Loyalty was about not saying anything that might get your superiors in trouble. It had nothing to do with inventing explanations for their irrational behaviour. "Walk with me," she said, leading him along the hallway. It could have been one of those Americanisms she was so fond of, but it could have been a literal request. Shepherd was looking trim these days, fitter and better toned, the results of an exercise regimen she had pitched herself into in the throes of yet another failed relationship. Mike wouldn't have cared to speculate whether this newfound interest in her body shape was designed to improve Shepherd's self-esteem or her chances on the dating circuit, but it didn't really matter much to him. His concern lay in the possibility of having to accompany his DCS on her rigorous daily walking circuit around the village streets. Mike regularly bemoaned the amount of paperwork that piled up on his desk during the course of a day, but he realised it might come in handy today if he needed an excuse to beg off from joining her. "I take it there's still nothing to suggest anyone at the old dairy compound was involved in the Wayland murder?" she asked as they made their way along the corridor. Though she took a broad-spectrum approach, both of them knew she was really only asking about one person.
"Prince Yusuf's alibi remains firm, ma'am. A researcher who works up there is certain she saw Philip Wayland entering the woods at 7 p.m.
Shepherd nodded, and the Prince was already in his helicopter by that time in radio contact with ground control. So, why does the inspector want me to arrange an interview with him? She stopped walking and turned to look at Mike intently. It was impossible to tell from her expression whether Jejeune had mentioned his doubts to her, those same misgivings he had carelessly tossed in amongst his last-minute instructions to Danny Mike as he rushed out the door. "The statement that puts the Prince in the clear, Sergeant," Jejeune had said, shaking his head doubtfully. "I'd like a word with him the moment I get back." Mike responded frankly.
"Perhaps it's because Yusuf's the head of the operation up there?"
"The de facto head," said Shepherd, "in his older brother's absence. I don't think there's any doubt that Prince Ibrahim is the real power behind the Old Dairy project. He's coming over, by the way."
"The Crown Prince? Now there's a coincidence."
Shepherd eyed Mike warily. "Not at all. From what I understand, Prince Ibrahim is about due for his biannual visit anyway, though no doubt he'll want to assess what impact this murder investigation is going to have on the project. I've already told his representatives I don't see any reason it should interfere with their day-to-day operations." Her stare seemed to be challenging Mike to disagree, but he just gave a non-committal tilt of his head. Shepherd waited. But when it became clear the sergeant wasn't going to offer anything, she pressed. "Agreed?"
"The investigative team are aware that neither the Prince nor any other member of the Old Dairy Holdings Board of Directors are the focus of our inquiries at this time," said Mike, reverting to the formal language that was his safety net when he was in danger of losing patience with his superiors.
"So we're still looking at the protesters then? Somebody who didn't like what Philip Wayland's research was going to mean for the North Norfolk coastline?" He saw the uncertainty in her face. Was it a strong enough motive, she was asking, to kill someone, especially in such a disturbing, violent way? Neither missed the irony. Had it been Domenic Jejeune posting such a theory, they would have had no qualms about pointing out how flimsy it was.
"We didn't find anything the first time we looked,"
said Mike, trying hard to keep the note of exasperation from his voice. Shepherd's interest in keeping the investigation away from a research facility in which an Emirati royal family held a controlling interest was understandable, but throwing up improbable leads in its place wasn't making the sergeant's temporary leadership role any easier. "Nevertheless, it's our best avenue of approach at the moment. Plenty of angry people, feelings running high. Get in amongst them, Sergeant, shake them up. If you still can't find anything, I might, just might, be willing to consider the DCI's request, but not until we have fully explored every other possible line of inquiry. Fully explored, Sergeant. Do I make myself clear? Mike nodded, but it wasn't the phrase she had emphasized that had caught his ear. It was another one. At the moment, thought Mike, meaning until DCI Domenic Jejeune returned to take up the reins of the investigation. Before his absence, Mike had not really realized just what a sense of reassurance Jejeune brought to proceedings. Yes, he would likely haul them off in all kinds of improbable directions. Yes, there would be frustration and impatience at his unconventional, protocol-defying approach. But, beneath it all, there would be the same single underlying refrain as always. I'll get you there. Follow me, keep your faith, and I'll deliver your killer. I will do it in my usual disinterested way, and it won't mean a thing to me when I have, but I will do it. Well, best be getting on with things, said Mike brightly. It seemed unlikely now that Shepherd was going to insist he accompany her on her power walk around Saltmarsh. He was fairly sure she had covered all her agenda items. All the same, it was better not to leave things to chance.
Full in tray as usual,
he added. She regarded him dubiously. If you're speaking to DCI Jejeune, you might want to mention to him that any royal interview wouldn't be a package deal. Prince Ibrahim, when he arrives, couldn't be more firmly off-limits if he was on the moon. Mike nodded. But as he watched the retreating form of the slimmed-down Colleen Shepherd disappearing along the corridor, it crossed his mind that if Jejeune's niggling doubts turned out to have any substance, one prince might be all he would need. Chapter 5. Detective Constable Tony Holland peered out of the window of the incident room at two young community service workers stealing a smoke break. "Mug's game," he announced, shaking his head sadly. "They've only got one set of lungs. They'd look after 'em." Mike, who was bent over the desk at the front of the room setting up for the morning briefing, looked up, puzzled. "You'll have to excuse him, Sarge," said Lauren Salter. "He's just quit. Apparently his new girlfriend disapproves." There was more than a touch of amusement in the detective constable's confiding tone. Mike did not look best pleased. The last thing he needed today was one of his detectives going through the anguish of nicotine withdrawal. At his best, Tony Holland could be a good investigator. Mike would have liked him to be able to contribute a bit more than observations on the number of respiratory systems human beings had. The stragglers took their seats, and everyone turned their attention to the front of the room. Truth be told, it was more attention than Mike was comfortable with, especially with the progress report he was about to deliver. Nil would about cover it. Mike drew himself up to his full height and looked at them squarely.
"Right,"
he announced.
"Let's get started."
"I see the organ grinder's still away, then," said Holland, to the general amusement of the room. Mike glowered at him from beneath a furrowed brow, as if to suggest that this particular monkey would be more than happy to grind any organ Constable Holland might be willing to proffer. He moved quickly onto his topic.
"OK, new development. The ME has found minute traces of leather in the neck wound," he said. "I suspect we all know where this leather came from."
Holland raised an eyebrow. "A cow?" Mike gave him a look. As entertaining as Holland's newfound joie de vivre was, in Mike's present mood it wasn't doing anything for his long-term career prospects.
"Correct, Constable.
From the shoulder strap of Philip Whalen's satchel. It matches the scuff marks we found, suggesting the weapon glanced off the strap on its way into the wound site. There was a general stirring of unease in the room. This was it. The sum total of their new developments. Most in the room had put this much together from the evidence at the site. Danny Mike might have felt it necessary, in his role as acting lead, to pretend this was a significant step forward in the case, but they all knew he was fooling no one, least of all himself. His next statement, however, went some way to explaining why such an insignificant detail would be given so much attention.
I want us to have another look at this group of protesters,
he said. He held up a hand.
I know we've been over it once, but let's dig a bit deeper this time. Have a look at their backgrounds. Let's see if any of them have a habit of showing up at other protests, or have any affiliations with groups that do. And, while we're about it, let's have another run through the victim's background. I want to see if anything pops out at us. Something we might have missed first time around.
A few eyes dropped in the front rows, and others found different things on which to rest their gaze. This was Danny Mike telling them they had nowhere else to go, that he had run out of options. Inspector Jejeune's leads might not always follow the straightest pathways of police procedure, or seem even vaguely related to the case at times, but at least they were leads. Mike's entire approach seemed to consist of looking at a few disgruntled locals who gathered daily at the gates of the old dairy compound, protesting against who knew what, or sifting through the ashes of the late Philip Wayland's life. They had done all this already. The protesters were mostly well known in Saltmarsh, and preliminary checks had thrown up no surprises. Similarly, Philip Wayland's life, while distinguished enough, had provided no footholds for further inquiries. That Constable Salter was first in to try to help protect Mike from the awkward silence was no surprise. If the sergeant himself was oblivious to her interest in him, few others in the room were. "I'm not sure there's much logic to some of these protesters' objections," she said. "This business about the environmentalists believing if you provide a way to deal with the problems created by fossil fuels, people will stop looking for alternatives." She shook her head. "As far as I can see, their arguments are based on flawed premises." Mike steeled himself. Salter had recently been on a departmental modes of reasoning course, and as a result, they had all been hearing more lately about fallacies, validity, and empirical reasoning than they ever wanted to. They hadn't bothered much about courses like this when Danny was making his way through the ranks. They had worked on the assumption that police officers would be able to come to logical conclusions without any training. Even if their faith was not always entirely justified, Mike was still of the opinion that if you needed a course to teach you how to think, you were probably better suited for a life of crime than one on the other side of the fence. Nevertheless, opposition of any kind to the research going on at the old dairy project went to motive.
It probably wouldn't hurt to have a bit more of a look into this whole carbon capture business, Constable. Who's opposed to what, and on what grounds?
"If you like," said Salter with an easy shrug. "But I still say inductive reasoning with no proven underlying principle lacks validity." Mike closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. If this was an example of the sort of approach detectives would be bringing to cases in the future, about the only investigative tool you would have left would be to beat a confession out of a suspect. As far as he could see, the environmentalists' objections were based on a fairly astute understanding of human nature. Once something ceased to be a problem, people turned their attentions to things that still were. But he suspected a straightforward assessment like his wouldn't last long in the rarefied atmosphere of Salter's logic, so he let the matter drop.
"There's not much in his background to note, Sarge," offered Holland. "An ex-wife, quite a looker by all accounts. Tall, pretty, bright too. A doctor at the local clinic."
"Sounds like just your type, Tony," said Salter. Before you became besotted, I mean. Mike's look urged Holland to get on with it. They were both young, though, and it didn't last long. A lot of fighting, reportedly, though nobody seems to know why.
And she's not in the picture now at all?
Mike asked. Lives in South Africa, but she did post a tribute on Wayland's Facebook page soon after his death, so she must have been keeping tabs on him. He shook his head and snuck a sly look at Salter. Can you imagine not being able to let go of somebody like that, after all this time, even though he was engaged again?
And we're sure there's nothing in the fact that Wayland was found so close to his old stomping ground?
Asked Mike.
He worked at the old dairy compound for quite a while.
There was an uncomfortable shuffling in the room at the sergeant's attempts to revisit yet more ground they had already covered.
He hadn't worked there for more than a year,
countered Holland, and strictly speaking, he was found on a public footpath, not on the old dairy property itself. The actual compound is all restricted access, electronic gates and pass cards. Wayland couldn't get in there unless somebody signed him in.
Nobody did. We checked.
A thought seemed to come to him.
Still, I suppose wouldn't hurt to ask around, see if anyone ever saw him hanging about outside, he said.
I could look after that myself if you like. Your new non-smoking girlfriend works up at the old dairy, doesn't she, Tony? Asked Salter with wide open eyes. Planning on treating her to a bit of your in-depth probing while you were up there?
She works on the property,
not in the compound itself, he said evasively. She don't have any more access to the research facility than the general public. Holland paused and switched to a tone that made everyone sit up and take notice. But I'll tell you something. Whether they work in the compound or just on the property, the people up at the old dairy are all terrified. A murder like this one shakes people up. Not just that it happened so close to them, but the way he was killed. With a metal blade, rusted on the cutting edge, thin but wide. Much wider than your normal knife. Mike had deliberately avoided the word machete when he gave them the medical examiner's report at an earlier briefing, but he could tell from the expressions at the time that the assembled ranks were already there long before he had finished speaking. And that was what was at the heart of this palpable sense of unease that permeated the room, that had permeated the entire case, in fact, right from the very beginning. They all knew that most times murder was a heinous act committed by a normal person. It was a momentary action, a quicksilver escape from the shackles that held the human impulses in check. But this type of murder, the deliberate stalking followed by the mutilation, this was a different kind of crime. This was evil itself. Deliberate, meticulous, cold. A person who could commit such an act represented a very different type of challenge for the detectives, and a far more dangerous one.
Point taken, Constable,
said Mike, with a confidence he didn't feel.
But let's not lose sight of the fact that there is at least one very plausible motive in this case. You should feel free to remind your young lady, and anybody else up there for that matter, that Philip Wayland was involved in a body of research that is highly controversial and has already attracted a fair amount of criticism. It makes sense that he would be singled out as a target by people who were opposed to the work he was doing. That's the theory we're working on. We have no reason to believe anyone else is in danger.
One or two nodded, as if Mike had managed to take them along with him on his train of thought. But they knew too, they all knew, that it wasn't the research itself that was controversial. It was the environmental impact it might lead to, months, perhaps years into the future. And the protests were not happening at the university, where Wayland had been working at the time of his death. They were aimed squarely at the old dairy compound, a place he had not set foot in, to the best of anybody's knowledge, for more than a year. That Danny Mike was willing to reach so far beyond the boundaries of credibility to reassure them spoke volumes about how important it was to him that everybody remain calm. And also about how little reassurance he could offer. Chapter 6. Jejeune was beyond weary when MacLeod dropped him off at the station car park to pick up his Range Rover. The hike had been exhilarating and had given him a second wind for a while, but on the way back to Ullapool, the cosy warmth of MacLeod's gently rocking van had drifted him once more towards sleep. At the inn, he decided to forego dinner and head straight to his room. As he opened the door, he noticed the white slip of paper on the floor. It was a flyer from a local pub that had been pushed under his door. Jejeune splashed his face with cold water and turned to head out again. He would ask the receptionist. If the pub wasn't too far away, he would walk there. The brisk evening air might sharpen his senses. He had a feeling he was going to need them. The interior of the pub was bathed in amber light. In the corner, a waning fire was burning, the firelight flickering orange on the whitewashed walls of the room. Small knots of drinkers, mostly men, were gathered at the bar, and a few scattered tables. Only one table had a single occupant. Jejeune headed for it. "Well, I came," he said, sitting down uninvited.
"That's it? After all this time? Not even a how the hell are you?"
"How the hell are you?" "No, I came. So what's this about?" The man held up a glass.
"Glenmorangie," he said. "Want?" They probably have Crown Royal, but just be sure to call it rye. They get very testy here in the Highlands about what's whiskey and what isn't."
Despite his agitation, Jejeune recognized he was not controlling this agenda. They would get around to business only when the other man decided they would. He went to the bar and ordered a whiskey. He didn't need to specify that he wanted it neat. Up here, anything else was a special request. When he returned, he leaned back in his chair, taking in the room and then the man in front of him. The lines were more deeply etched around the eyes and mouth than he remembered, and the black hair was longer, parted in the middle now and hanging down shaggily, almost collar length. The beard was new, full and dark, but it looked right. The eyes, though, they hadn't changed. They were the same grey-green, wary and watchful as ever. Jejeune picked up his drink and took a sip. Over in the corner, a light-hearted commotion flared up and abated again just as quickly.
"I needed to see you," said the man conversationally. "I thought the book would get you up here."
Jejeune said nothing. He simply continued to stare at the man.
"Relax, Inspector,"
the man said, reading the uncertainty in Jejeune's eyes.
"It was just what it looks like. A fall."
"You saw it happen?" The man nodded.
"It wasn't great to watch. But if I'd have looked away, I might not have been able to get on him again. You know how it is through bins at a distance. So I tracked him all the way down."
He was silent again for a moment.
"It was a long fall."
"How far away were you?"
"Far enough not to have been involved or to have been able to save him."
There was no warmth in the man's smile.
"I knew he was dead. But I went over anyway, you know, just to be sure. And then I realized, as I saw him lying there, that this was my chance. So I left the book. His name's Jack Delat, by the way."
"You knew him?" The man shrugged.
"More than I wanted to. He arrived here by boat 2 days ago."
He sighed and lifted his drink, taking a moment to look around the room before raising the glass to his lips. He set it back down in front of him again with care. I'm not going to shed any tears for Jack the Lad, but I swear to you I had nothing to do with his death."
Another explosion of laughter erupted from the table in the corner, and Jejeune saw a man at the bar cast a glowering look at the group. Perhaps in this environment, the DCI's senses were even more heightened than normal. It was as if he was not only on the alert for danger, but half expecting it.
"You look good,"
said the man, bringing Jejeune's attention back to the table.
"A little tired, maybe. But almost married life obviously agrees with you."
There might be a time to tell this man how happy he was with Lindy, how much he loved the wild, open coastlines of his new home in Norfolk. But now wasn't it. Now, when there were questions about Jack de Latt that could be cleared up.
"The local police think this was just some thrill-seeker looking to free-climb that rock face,"
said Jejeune, letting his eyes play over the fire. It would need a log soon. Would that be the job of the bartender, leaning casually over the bar, swapping stories with the locals? He wondered. Or did the pub have a resident fire jockey on staff? The warmth. The whiskey. He realised his fatigue was returning, despite the new stimulus of this meeting and this information. He realised, too, that his companion had gone silent. He was looking towards the bar, staring at someone. Jejeune flashed another glance towards the man leaning against the bar, a hulking individual who seemed to be merely hanging on to the periphery of his companion's conversation, looking around constantly for something to upset him. A bad day at work? Trouble at home? Backstories, thought Jejeune. Everybody had them. Those hidden motivations for how we feel, how we think, how we act. Whatever it was, the man had turned his unfriendly eyes on Jejeune's companion and returned his stare. "Tell me about this boat," said Jejeune suddenly.
"Newfoundland to Scotland, almost via Iceland," said the man. "That's all you need to know. De Latt knew how to climb, Dominic. He was good at it. But he didn't come all the way here just to test himself against Scur Fiona. Ask your friend the police sergeant if there's something else up there that a free spirit like Jack de Latt might be interested in. A man who, I'm going to bet, isn't going to show up on any searches they try to do to identify the body."
Jejeune raised an eyebrow.
"They won't even find an address for him. He headed straight for the mountain as soon as the boat docked in Ullapool."
"And you did the same," thought Jejeune. "Both you and Jack de Latt managed to get ashore undetected, and you both headed straight for that mountain, only you didn't go together. You tracked him and made sure he didn't know you were there." Telling without saying. It was a skill that came in handy, but it depended on telling somebody who was going to understand the unspoken messages. This man seemed confident that Jejeune would. At the bar, the man turned away from the TV in disgust as the football results flashed onto the screen. Could the source of his anger be as simple as that? Wondered Jejeune idly. He drained his glass. It would take him 10 minutes to walk back to his hotel through the rain-slicked Ullapool streets, and he felt he had no more than about 15 left in his tank. "So what happens now?" he asked.
"I'm guessing some of that will depend on what your friend in the local constabulary tells you when you see him next. Tomorrow?"
Jejeune nodded.
"He's meeting me at breakfast at my hotel."
Neither man suggested it should be a party of 3.
"And then back home to the joys of Norfolk? You come by train? Or do they fly celebrity detectives around the country these days?"
Jejeune shook his head. "I brought my Range Rover." The man's face, a mask of guarded emotions to this point, melted into something softer. Relief? Gratitude? He gave Jejeune a smile, genuine and warm.
"Is that a fact?"
"I'm thinking of going up to Dunnet Head tomorrow afternoon."
"And Then? Despite his earlier elation, the man still seemed uncertain, as if almost afraid to hope for Jejeune's answer. And then we can head on down to Norfolk together. You sure it'll be okay? With your girlfriend, I mean. I'll work it out, Jejeune assured him. The man relaxed finally and leaned back in his chair. Man, it's been a while. Road trip, road trip, road trip, he chanted, banging on the table. He was loud enough to cause everyone else in the bar to look around. The hard-looking man detached himself from his group leaning against the bar and wandered over menacingly, his glass slung low against one hip. "How you doing?" asked Jejeune's acquaintance pleasantly. "Just a few high spirits." "Yeah. Well, maybe you and your friend here would like to take your high spirits elsewhere so the rest of us can enjoy a quiet drink." He set himself more squarely, ready to attack as soon as he saw the other man begin to rise. Although he was spoiling for a fight, it didn't necessarily need to be a fair one. Dominic tensed as if he had witnessed such exchanges evolve into bigger things in the past. But his companion merely looked up to meet the other man's gaze. "No thanks. We're fine here," he said pleasantly. He left a long pause into which any number of dangers could have trespassed. "But you're right," he said finally. "You should be able to enjoy a quiet drink in here. Please pass on my apologies to your friends at the bar, too." The man shifted uneasily, thrown by the contrast between a stare that betrayed no contrition at all and the words that seemed to carry such sincerity in both tone and meaning. "Aye. Well," he said, backing away uncertainly. He returned to his friends at the bar, but while the other men continued to cast furtive glances at Jejeune's table, the original messenger chose not to make eye contact again. Jejeune looked at the man sitting across from him, as if distrusting what he had just witnessed. The man leaned over and placed a reassuring hand on his arm. "It's fine. There won't be any trouble," he said, with the certainty of someone who knew it was within his power to ensure it. "Let's have one more for the road and then you can get back to your hotel." "And you? Where are you staying?" The man smiled enigmatically. "I'll see you back here tomorrow when you finish with the sergeant." Jejeune eyed the man carefully. Was his evasion distrust, or merely an involuntary caution long bred of necessity? The man raised his glass in a toast. He caught the eyes of the men still staring at him from the bar and smiled, but none of them heard his whispered words. "To little Domino, the best baby brother a man could have." Chapter 7. Even to Mike's normally uncritical eye, the university complex's prosaically named new building was a structure of soul-destroying ugliness. The sparse steel and concrete addition had been appended onto the glorious ivy-clad red brick of the earlier 19th century building, almost as if it was the architect's intention to provide as sharp a counterpoint as possible between the sensibilities of the two eras. It was the usual way of things, thought Mike. Unable to match the achievements of a previous generation, the pendulum had swung violently, deliberately, to the other end of the arc. Music was a perfect example. The exquisitely crafted Motown songs of the 60s, with their seamless harmonies and impeccable musicianship, had left no room for improvement. So, what had the world ended up with? Punk. The antithesis of all that Motown stood for. No proper singing, no pride of musicianship. In short, no discernible talent of any sort, at least in Mike's view. And here it was again, as he approached the entrance to the building, a confrontation with the same sort of reactionary disaster. Architecture's punk rock in steel and concrete. Mike stood for a moment in the stark, unwelcoming foyer, orientating himself. Following the direction pointed by a sign on one of the walls, he headed down the corridor, his mood a mirror of the unrelenting cheerlessness around him. He reached his destination and paused in the hall, drawing a breath before he knocked on the door and entered. Zandria Gray was at a desk, poring over some charts when he entered. She stood and came towards him. She tried for a smile of greeting, but seemed to lack sufficient will to pull it off. "Thank you for coming." Her gratitude was genuine enough, even though Mike could see the sadness in her eyes. Despite the advice Smokey Robinson had given him on his drive over, the sergeant didn't have to look very much closer to see the tracks of her tears. They had been there, he knew, since she had first been informed about her fiancé's death. She seemed too frail and childlike to be taking this on. Her pale, round face, her soft brown eyes robbed of their light by sorrow. Even her hair, a neat, face-framing page boy style, seemed too young, too innocent, to be on a woman who had suffered such an adult loss. Despite his resolve on his walk along the corridor, Mike couldn't bring himself to broach the subject of his visit just yet.
"I never did ask," said Mike. "Your name? Zandria?"
She gave her head a small shake. "Dad said he never knew where Mum came up with it," she said, almost apologetically. "And we lost her when I was still too young to ask." Her sadness seemed to deepen a little. "She travelled to Egypt just before she had me, so perhaps it's a name she heard over there." She tried a careless shrug, but like her smile, it lacked conviction. "It does tend to be a bit of a distraction at times. Look at us, discussing it now when there are other things we need to be talking about." Her brisk, business-like tone suffered the same fate as her other efforts at artificial sentiment.
"But it's a nice name, all the same,"
said Mike awkwardly. To his ear, he could not have told Zandria Gray any more eloquently that he wanted to avoid the other subject, that it was precisely the nature of those other things that kept him lingering out here among the light, before descending into the darkness that he knew awaited them both. He hesitated.
"Ms. Gray,"
he began uncertainly,
"these questions you have about the details of Mr. Wayland's death, it's not always best to know. Sometimes it's better with unanswered questions than
the truth." The guarded look suggested he had already given her the answer she was seeking, but she persisted anyway, as if something inside was urging her on, compelling her to come face to face with her own horrors. Mike knew he was not in a position to deny this fragile, broken woman the details of her fiancé's death any longer, and, with a look, he gave her permission to finally ask her question. "These rumours about Philip, about the way he was found. The ones everybody is whispering about when they think I can't hear. They're not true, are they?" Mike was silent for a moment as he searched for a soft couching of hard truths, though he knew there would be none. With an expression of genuine regret, Mike told Zandria Gray as quickly and concisely as he could. Philip Wayland had been decapitated. The look on her face was not one that Mike had ever seen before. But then he had never delivered this kind of news before, even from the theatre of war, with the horrific injuries so many of his colleagues had suffered. Denial, shock, revulsion. They were all there in Zandria Gray's face as she listened to Mike's deliberately sketchy account of the condition in which Philip Wayland's body had been discovered.
"I'm
very sorry," he said. He took her arm gently and guided her back to the desk. "Why don't you have a seat?" She nodded vacantly. She would not have resisted, it seemed, anything Mike might have suggested. He sat opposite her. He would have preferred to remain standing, but he sensed she needed the comfort of an equal now, a confidant rather than an interrogator hovering over her. She stared blankly out of the window, her brown eyes moist with repressed emotion. Perhaps she intended to save her response for later, for the privacy of her own home, rather than this unfeeling concrete bunker of a university research facility. But, perhaps too, this was the only face she ever intended to show the world now. Perhaps she would try to deny her emotions from this point on, in the hope that if only she could push them down deep enough inside her, they would cease to exist. Mike hoped not. It was an approach he knew was doomed to failure. "Philip was such a decent man," she said, without turning her gaze from the window. "Really, always thinking about the bigger picture, the greater good." She seemed unable to look at him, this messenger who had brought her such horror. Instead, she stared with a strange detachment at a world outside this room, a world that held promise and life and joy, one that perhaps held no place for Zandria Grey anymore. Mike reached for his usual balm in these stilted situations.
"This work you're doing here," he said, "its importance goes beyond the normal realms of academic curiosity, I understand."
Grey nodded vacantly, and then seemed to rally slightly, as if recognising Mike's intent to coax her from her sadness and willing herself to respond to it. "Carbon capture and storage is going to be our primary defence against climate change in the future, but while there are many methods to recover industrially produced carbon, we are looking at a new approach to storing the carbon once it's been captured."
Was Mr. Wayland close to a solution?
Grey bit her bottom lip, fighting to hold on to her composure. "Philip was leading a project to explore the viability of sequestering it through the use of carbon-fixing algae. He was convinced it would change the way we approach carbon storage." Mike watched as she drifted off, gazing at a place beyond the papers on the desk, seemingly lost in her thoughts.
"Perhaps we should wait until my DCI gets back,"
he said softly, standing up.
"I'm sure he'll be interested in hearing about all this. I should probably be going anyway, if you're sure you're going to be okay."
Grey stood up abruptly, as if to fight off the sorrow that was threatening to overwhelm her once again. "I'll walk you back to the car park." Mike began to protest that it wasn't necessary, but she insisted. "It can be a bit of a rabbit warren out there," she said, trying another of her pathetic smiles. "Besides, it will do me good to get out of this place for a while." She grabbed a sheaf of paper from her desk and fell into step beside Mike. They walked in silence for a few moments, their footsteps echoing hollowly off the walls of the corridor.
"Mr. Wayland was well respected in his field, I understand,"
said Mike tentatively, as if wary of highlighting the importance of his loss. Grey looked at him. "It's all right, Sergeant. It upsets me to talk about Philip, but I can't help that. You must ask whatever questions you need to. Philip was an acknowledged expert on the subject of carbon sequestration. It's fair to say it was something of a coup for the university to land him, especially considering his long-standing relationship with Abrar el-Talab."
"And nobody here resented his star status? Anything like that?"
Grey shook her head. "Perhaps some might have, if he had been thrust upon us as the new Messiah, or presented himself as the man on whom all our futures depended, but it wasn't like that at all. For Philip, The problem of removing carbon from Earth's atmosphere came first, last, and every position in between. He saw no room for egos or personal glory. Philip's only interest was finding a viable industrial-scale solution to carbon storage. How that breakthrough came about, or by whom, he didn't really care. He was happy to be one part of the team here. He was the leader, undoubtedly, but he saw himself as a member of the research group all the same.
Mike nodded thoughtfully. And this research he was working on, it's all still here?
You've been absorbing some great insights. Let's take a short break. Close your eyes, enjoy the music, and let your thoughts settle.
None of it has gone missing.
Gray nodded, certainly. It was the first thing the University Oversight Committee asked us to check when they heard about Philip. There are backups on various drives, but a lot of this material is also in hard copy stored in the vaults. Philip was very old school. 3 ring binders and manila file folders. Gray stopped for a moment in the washed-out light. Everything looked sallow. Her lab coat, her papers, her skin. She shook her head slightly, and a wistful smile softened the corners of her mouth. I used to tease him that going down to the vaults was like taking a trip back into the 70s. Mike didn't necessarily think that that was such a bad place to be, but Gray misinterpreted his silence. I can show you. I haven't been down there myself since Philip. She took a shallow, steadying breath. Redolent. That's the word, isn't it? A reminder of death? It wasn't the definition as far as Mike knew, but perhaps death brought its own interpretation to everything. However, if you think it's necessary... Mike considered the idea, but the grinding oppressiveness of the building was already beginning to weigh on him, and more of the same or worse held no particular appeal.
Perhaps later, he said. I see we're almost at the car park anyway.
They emerged into the daylight, and Gray held out her hand. I'll be all right, Sergeant. Eventually. Was it a woman making a statement, or someone looking for reassurance? If it was the latter, then Mike wasn't sure he could oblige, not based on the broken shell of a person he had seen staring vacantly through the window a few moments earlier, the one trying so hard now to project feelings she seemed unable to locate within her, even as she watched him every step of the way back towards his car. Chapter 8. The hulking form of the man in the olive-green jacket was turned away from Lindy as she approached. He had binoculars up to his eyes, scanning a wide, reed-fringed body of water with care. Lindy halted on the dirt path far enough away to avoid disturbing him. The man close behind her did the same. For a long moment, the two watched the man, noting the intensity with which he studied one area before moving on to the next. Lindy knew such careful scrutiny was one of the reasons few birds in these parts escaped the notice of Quentin Senior. Still stalking poor defenceless birds to within an inch of their lives, I see, Mr. Senior, she said when he had finally lowered his bins. He spun around, and his ruddy face broke into a broad grin.
Hammers, hey, how delightful. I hear your better half is in Scotland at the moment. I do hope he finds the time to get in some birding. There are some particularly wonderful spots up there.
He cast a curious glance at the tall, older gent standing behind her.
That is to say, if he still is your better half. Do forgive me, I shouldn't have assumed.
He looked at the other man again uncertainly, as if coming to terms with the fact that Lindy could very well be in a relationship with a man twice her age, especially one as distinguished-looking as this. Lindy seemed to read his thoughts, and, to his relief, found the notion hilarious, letting out a genuine, unrestrained laugh. "Quentin Senior, this is Eric Chappell," she said, recovering herself finally. "Eric's my boss at the magazine."
"Ah, indeed. Pleased to meet you."
A mixture of embarrassment and relief spread across Senior's features as he extended a huge hand.
"I hear Miss Hay has brought some welcome publicity the way your magazine, Mr. Chappell."
Eric smiled.
"Any time a journalist gets nominated for a national award, it reflects well on the publication," he said, "even if we so manifestly fail to meet her own high standards most of the time."
He turned to raise his eyebrows toward Lindy before brushing away the joke with a sweep of his hand.
"We're all delighted, naturally, and very proud of her." "Something about King Lear."
Senior snapped his bins up at a shape on the water and lowered them again so quickly it was like one fluid movement, over almost before Eric had realised what was happening.
"Distaff and sceptre. Lear and the prospect of a female royal line,"
said Eric, still recovering from Senior's sudden action.
"Lindy here tied in the recent changes to the Succession to the Crown Act to aspects of Shakespeare's play. It was quite brilliant,"
he assured Senior in response to the older man's dubious look.
"The nomination is well merited."
Lindy reddened slightly. "It was just a bit of noodling around," she said modestly. "Besides, we're a long way from anywhere yet." Senior looked at Eric for clarification.
"The announcement's not for a couple of weeks," he said. "No one knows quite when, exactly. The committee adheres to the charmingly old-fashioned practice of notifying the candidates by post. The conventional wisdom was always big envelope good news, small envelope disappointment, though, of course, our magazine has never had a winner, so we've never actually been able to confirm it."
Lindy had been doing her best to ignore the conversation, looking out over the landscape, drinking in the subtle shades of the swaying grasses as the light played over them. The surface of the water was still, an undisturbed mirror for the cloud-dotted sky. "Anyway, we're not here to talk about me," she said briskly.
"I'm afraid Eric appears to be suffering from some sort of mental breakdown,"
she said, dropping her voice gravely.
"Oh, I'm sorry,"
said Senior, as if he didn't know quite why Lindy would want to share such personal information with him. She nodded.
"I'm afraid he has decided he wants to become a birder."
Senior barked a delighted laugh.
"Well then, welcome to the most wonderful form of insanity you'll ever come across, Mr. Chappell." "It's been one of those areas that has fascinated me for years, to tell you the truth," said Eric. "You know, what do you people see in it? Am I missing out on something? So I decided to throw myself in at the deep end. Lindy says she can't think of anyone better to show me the ropes." "Oh, I'm not sure about that, but certainly there could be no one more willing." "I thought I might like to turn it into a feature for the magazine, too, chronicling my experiences as I try to become a bona fide birder. That means we'd want to include some bits of your wisdom, a few tips, insights about bird behaviour, that sort of thing, if that would be okay." "Of course," said Senior heartily. If you're sure you want to expose your poor readers to my piffle, I'd have no objections at all.
I believe Eric had me penciled in for the feature part of it, said Lindy, smiling confidingly at Senior. But I think we both know that was never going to happen.
You'll have to forgive Miss Hay,
Senior said, turning to Eric with mock seriousness.
She's still fighting the call herself, you see. You strike me as a man of certain experience, Mr. Chapel. Is anything quite as tragic, I wonder, as watching a young heart deny its true destiny?
Eric smiled, aware he had entered in the second act of an ongoing drama. But though he may not know Quentin Senior yet, he clearly knew Lindy well enough to decide that a middle ground was the safest. He marked his position on the matter with a measured silence.
Right. Birding, said Senior brightly. Let's get started. Rule 1, I suppose, is always try to give a bird a decent look. I was out here one day and I saw a female red bunting. Didn't even give it a second glance. And then I heard that distinctive tick. Little bunting! Can you believe it? I'd have passed right by if I hadn't given that call, and I'd have missed one of the rarest visitors to these parts. Since then, I've seen plenty of birds I couldn't identify, and failed to get on plenty more, but it's never been for want of trying.
As if to demonstrate the point, he snapped his bins up swiftly now, lowering them after a brief glance over the fields. Lindy couldn't help smiling. Better buckle up, Eric, she said. But she could tell he was already captivated by Senior's enthusiasm, as she always was.
Why don't we take a walk down toward the beach, see if there are any gulls to work on? Might as well throw you in at the deep end, said Senior breezily. Would you care to join us, Miss Hay?
He undoubtedly already knew her answer, but she recognised it was courtesy rather than mischief that required him to ask. She had seen Quentin Senior stand as a woman left a dining table. Such old-school manners would never have permitted him to take his leave today without first making his offer. Lindy shook her head. Other plans, sadly, she said with mock regret. Besides, I'm expecting Dom home any time, possibly this evening. From somewhere off to their left, a mixed flock of waders flushed suddenly, startling them. Senior raised his bins and tracked them as they flew off low across the exposed mudflat, peeping their alarm calls. Both Lindy and Eric saw the look of quiet contentment that spread across his features as he watched them go.
And you could identify all those, I assume, said Eric.
Done, Lin, said Senior.
Green sandpiper, a sandling or two, though I was once told that it is novices who identify birds. Apparently, experienced birders recognise them.
He gave them a soft smile.
Or am I trying too hard to provide you with suitable copy? Curlew, Eric, behind you, flying to the left.
Senior's sudden announcement caused the man to spin in time to see a large bird disappearing over the reed beds on low, lazy wing beats. As it rose over a distant berm, Lindy saw two other birders in silhouette standing to watch the curlew's progress. It would have spoilt the scene a little for Dom, she thought, the presence of people. He liked his vistas pristine, empty of any evidence of humans. The non-natural things, he called them, as if human beings shouldn't be a part of this landscape, didn't belong. He was a man of such absolutes sometimes. It was difficult to see how life could ever satisfy such an exacting view of the world. But Dominic loved birding at Cly, and she knew he would come here as soon as he returned. Perhaps he would meet Senior and Eric. Slowly, it seemed as if all the men she cared about were disappearing into birding. The thought made her strangely sad as she left the two men to their newfound friendship and made her way alone back along the trail to the car park. Chapter 9.
Now there's a man who looks like he didn't get much sleep last night,
Announced Iron MacLeod boldly as he strode into the hotel's breakfast room. The other diners turned in surprise and suppressed grins at Jejeune's sheepish reaction to the good-natured ribbing. The inspector was sitting at a small table nestled neatly into the bay window of the room. Weak sunshine was filtering in through the net curtains, spilling pools of light onto the white linen tablecloth.
Strong night, was it? Sampling the flesh pots of Ullapool.
MacLeod nodded down at Jejeune's half-finished breakfast.
Never mind pushing it off to one side of your plate, man. You need to get some of that haggis and black pudding down you. That'll set you up for the day right enough.
MacLeod leaned back easily on the rear legs of the chair and gave a lavish wink to the waitress who had delivered a second silver pot of coffee to Jejeune. She smiled shyly in return, enjoying his attentions. With his short sandy hair and his neatly trimmed beard, MacLeod looked well suited to play the lead in a young girl's dreams, thought Jejeune idly, even if his florid features and rugged, powerful hands suggested he might be more the type for solitary outdoor pursuits. "I was wondering," said Jejeune casually, "is there any thought that this business is any more than it looks?" MacLeod tipped forward and eyed him warily.
If you're not going to eat that toast, would you mind? My daughter was running late for school today and I had no time to grab any breakfast for myself.
Jejeune pushed the untouched toast toward him.
More than it looks,
said MacLeod, taking an inordinate amount of care to spread marmalade onto the toast, a task which left him no attention to return Jejeune's gaze.
Now, why would you ask a question like that, I wonder?
Because you said the man was wearing a high-end waterproof jacket, Jejeune said, and a person who invests that much in outdoor wear probably knows enough not to go out hiking without the proper equipment. But you said he had nothing with him, this man, no pack, no water bottle. It just seems strange, that's all. MacLeod nodded.
Plenty enough that's strange about this case, though, isn't there, Inspector Jejeune? Now that you've had some time to sleep on it, did you think of anything more that you could tell us about that book? Or about the man who had it?
It hadn't been necessary for MacLeod to take Jejeune down to the mortuary before setting out for Scurfiona yesterday. He had texted a picture to the detective from the south and had a better quality printed copy waiting to show him when he arrived. Jejeune confirmed that he'd never seen the man before and had no idea who he was. The DCI suspected that, like himself, MacLeod was not a policeman who made a habit of asking the same question twice. He would know, as Jejeune did, that people rarely changed their answers the second time of asking. If they had answered truthfully in the first place, there was no need to. If they had lied, they had no option but to stay with their first response. Jejeune shook his head slowly. Nothing comes to mind. Other than his name, he thought, and how he came to this country. The deceptions continued to mount. They were like ants on his skin. He couldn't wait to shake them off, get away from this place, get home, to shower off the lies and feel the freshness again of unguarded... What? Honesty? Hardly. With Lindy unaware of exactly who she would be harbouring under her roof. But if not honesty, then what? Truth, of a sort. No more lies, at least. MacLeod bit into the toast and chewed it slowly. He looked at Jejeune carefully.
No, I didn't expect anything would,
he said. Jejeune seemed to find something interesting about the walls of the breakfast room, and it was a moment before he turned to face MacLeod again. When he did, he found the other man's gaze waiting to meet him. Do you know when your department might be able to release the book?
Ah, now then. That would be down to me,
said MacLeod.
Would there be any more coffee in that pot, do you think?
He reached over to a neighbouring table and snared a cup from the place setting. Jejeune drew the cup toward him and began pouring. "The book?" he said, in a tone which suggested that he too had all the time in the world.
I'd be willing to release it to you right now. Just the one puzzle to be answered.
On the far side of the breakfast table, Jejeune finished pouring with an immaculately steady hand. He slid the cup across the table. MacLeod stirred in cream lavishly and took a long drink.
No, that's a fine cup of coffee.
Jejeune said nothing.
Fingerprints,
announced MacLeod.
The dead man's aren't on it.
Jejeune turned for a moment to take in life on the far side of the bay window. Whatever was out there, it didn't hold his interest for very long. "I can see how there will be a problem," he said, at his most reasonable again. He turned his gaze to MacLeod. Although there could be any number of explanations for that." MacLeod gave the table a resounding slap with his broad, weathered hand, making the cutlery bounce.
That's exactly what I said. He could have been wearing gloves when he put it in his pocket, for example, and then taken them off and left them in his room before he set out to climb the Fiona. All we need to do is find out where he was staying, locate the gloves, and Bob's your uncle. Mystery solved.
He looked at Jejeune carefully, gauging the other man's face for a reaction.
Did I mention I had a nice chat with that Sergeant Mike of yours down in Norfolk? He couldn't say enough about you. You can tell a lot about a person by the kind of loyalty they inspire in the people who work for them, I always find.
He searched Jejeune's face with his eyes for a moment.
Can I ask you something, Inspector?
He asked, his tone more conversational now, more relaxed.
Of course,
said Jejeune guardedly, raising his coffee cup to his lips.
You're obviously a budder, or else why would you have that book in the first place? Have you ever seen a white eagle?
Jejeune stopped drinking.
I am sure I saw one up on the Fiona about 2 months ago. Does such a bird exist?
Not as far as I know, said Jejeune. No, as in yes, he thought. More truth, more deception.
Could it have been an osprey? They're extremely rare up here, but they're all white below.
MacLeod shook his head.
No, I've seen an osprey. A gilly called me up to Salmon River one time where I was losing fish to one. Wanted to know if he could kill the bird as a pest.
He held up a hand to still the slow progress of alarm spreading across Jejeune's features.
Even I know enough about the Nature Conservation Act to know the answer to that one. No, the osprey has a dark back, doesn't it? This bird I saw was pure white. I'm sure of it.
Ask your friend the police sergeant if there is something else up there that a free spirit like Jack de Latte might be interested in. There's no species like that which you could reasonably expect to see in Scotland, said Jejeune, adding the qualifier that helped him to hang on to a fragment of the truth. Deception was such an easy game to play if you allowed yourself these movable boundaries.
I suppose it must have been a seagull, then. You've seen that light up on the Fiona. It's magical. It could transform almost anything into something else. I suppose. Make you believe you've seen something you haven't.
MacLeod paused and looked at Jejeune, who found something interesting enough in his coffee cup to avoid having his eyes meet the sergeant's.
Pity,
said MacLeod finally.
This mystery man who had your book, seems he must have been a budder too. I was thinking if it was a white eagle, and he had heard about it, maybe he went out for a wee look.
If MacLeod was laying a snare to see if anyone was eager enough to jump into it, Jejeune wasn't going to be first. "You said you didn't find any binoculars on him?"
No, that's right. And anyway, if you're telling me there's no such thing, then I guess I'm on the wrong track.
MacLeod stood up abruptly, the chair making a loud scraping noise as he pushed it back.
Well, that's me away to the station. It's been a real pleasure to meet you, Inspector Jejeune.
He leaned forward across the table, oblivious to the scattershot of crumbs lying on the tablecloth between them. Jejeune thought he was offering his hand and had stretched out his own before he realised MacLeod was handing him something. It was the bird book, wrapped in plastic. He passed it to Jejeune with a significant look.
You won't forget now. If anything comes to mind about this man, or what he might have been doing in possession of your book, you will let me know. Anything that could help us write this off as an accident once and for all.
Jejeune felt the tension flow from his body as he watched MacLeod leave. He felt slightly queasy from the effort of stonewalling such a decent person, from the effort of, let's face it, deceiving him at every turn, even if he wasn't entirely sure at this point about what. He had just taken a steadying mouthful of coffee when a heavy hand on his shoulder made him start.
Almost forgot,
said MacLeod.
Thanks for breakfast.
Chapter 10. Danny Mike eased himself out of the small car, rounding to the passenger side to open the door. Constable Salter could have opened it, but why would she? Why spoil the fantasy she had been building for herself on the drive out here? Opening a door was something a man might do for his lady, especially a gentleman like Danny Mike. So, if she wanted to pretend that she and Danny were just out for a drive on this beautiful summer afternoon, that they had come down here with the dreamy sounds of Motown playing in the background to this sun-kissed field to take in the beauty for a few moments, where was the harm in that? They were on a gentle slope of land, midpoint between a rocky shoreline and a dense stand of trees that ran across the ridgeline. It was the glade where Philip Wayland had been killed. From here, there was no sign of the fenced-off compound just beyond the rise. Salter couldn't imagine owning such an immense piece of land, one on which you were unable to see a 1-hectare compound from another point on your property. She turned to take in the swathe of ground around them. It looked like it would have been able to yield valuable crops, with the proper care and attention. But Salter knew Prince Ibrahim al-Haladin had no interest in frivolities like agricultural practices. For him, these fields were reserved for another purpose. Mike had parked the Mini next to Tony Holland's brand new Audi TT in front of a large dome-shaped hangar. It was the only building in sight. Holland emerged from the hangar and approached them with what looked like a genuine smile of appreciation.
You two didn't happen to come all the way out here? No trouble, Constable,
said Mike, easily. Holland nodded, showing that he recognised Salter's presence as necessary too. Despite the fact that Tony was Darla Doherty's boyfriend, Mike would have insisted there be a female officer on scene just in case. Salter looked past Holland to the hangar. Your girlfriend works here, Tony? At the Prince's Falconry? Salter couldn't keep the amusement from her voice. Blimey! No wonder you kept it quiet. The connection to an interest for which Holland had so often derided DCI Jejeune forced him into an explanation.
These are birds of prey, he said defensively. We're not talking about those useless bundles of fluff the DCI wastes his time with. I mean, these are proper birds. Hunters. Shall we?
Asked Mike.
The DCI would never forgive me if I had the chance to investigate a break-in at a falcon enclosure and I wasn't able to give him chapter and verse when he got back.
Just so you know, it's called a mews, a falcon's pen, said Holland, causing Mike and Salter to exchange a significant glance. "I've already had a look around. As far as Darla can tell, nothing has been taken, but it does look like somebody's had a bit of a riffle around in one of the filing cabinets." Salter knew Holland would be relieved that he had found justification for rushing out here after receiving the panicked call from his girlfriend. When he had left the station, his expression had told them he was uncertain whether it was just the overreaction of somebody still unnerved by the violent murder that had taken place just up the hill.
"Come on through," he said. "Believe me, it's worth seeing."
They entered the hangar and found themselves in a cavernous space that smelled faintly of ammonia. It was not dark inside, but coming in from the bright sunshine, it still took their eyes a few minutes to adjust. As they did, they could make out cage wire stretching down from the roof to the floor all around the sides of the building, about 2 meters out from the walls. Other wires ran off this screen back to the walls, creating a series of towering pens, each, Salter would have guessed, at least 4 meters high. Somewhere in each pen, a single falcon sat on a perch. At a desk beside the rear door sat a young woman. She was short and small-boned, with delicate features and dark brown eyes that seemed to accentuate her pale face. Her short hair was the colour of straw. Pretty, decided Salter, but not the type of woman she had come to associate with Holland. Far less flash and brass. If she had been asked for a description, the anodyne nice girl would have been the constable's choice. "This is Darla," Holland announced, moving over to stand beside her. "She looks after the Crown Prince's falcons. Feeding, care, stuff like that. Flies them too when he's not here." Mike also had been appraising Darla Doherty. He approached, holding out his hand.
"Had a bit of a fright, Tony tells us,"
he said. The hand she offered looked tiny in Mike's gnarled paw. Even from a few feet away, Salter noticed it was still trembling. "I feel so silly. I mean, it was probably nothing." She turned her eyes away from Mike. Her voice was small and girlish. Barely a kid, thought Salter. Tony would be the responsible adult in this relationship. As disturbing as the thought was, perhaps it was the role that he had been looking for after all.
"The constable mentioned the cabinet. Mind if I have a look? See if it's worth getting the fingerprint boys in?"
She seemed to hesitate slightly. Holland saw it too, and he shifted uncomfortably.
"Sure. Why not?"
he said. The woman fluttered the kind of smile toward Holland that seemed to be looking for one of reassurance in return, and he obliged.
"Darla carries the cage keys with her," Holland told his sergeant. "Both the wire and the locks are high-tensile steel. One look, and anyone would have known they weren't getting in."
Mike nodded absently.
"Unless they brought the right equipment along."
He held up a sheaf of small green booklets that was stuffed untidily in a file.
"What are these?"
"Passports for the birds." "There's a punchline coming, right?" asked Salter. She offered Darla a smile to show her she was on her side. The girl shook her head. "Falcon owners from Emirati countries can apply to have passports issued for their individual birds. They often travel with them from country to country. With a passport, the bird can travel on the plane with its owner. Often they will even buy the bird its own seat." Despite her earnest delivery, Mike was still looking at Darla as if to check whether she was joking. He turned to Holland.
"Had you heard anything about this?"
"Not until today." "I suppose these documents would be valuable," said Salter.
"Are any of them missing?"
Darla shook her head. "No, I checked them. 14. One for each bird. They're all there." Salter and Mike exchanged a glance. If so, she was the one who had stuffed them in the drawer so untidily.
"So,
"What do you reckon, Sarge?" said Holland, over brightly. "Some local layabouts after a few quid and some ciggies?" He flashed a look at Darla to indicate he would appreciate Mike backing up the story he had already given her to appease her fears. "Not likely to find any cigarettes for you two, though, were they?" asked Mike pleasantly. "If you're all done with Darla, I'll drive her back home." Holland held a hand out to help her up from her chair. Darla turned to Salter and then to Mike, but she couldn't quite seem to make her eyes meet either of theirs. "Thank you for coming. I didn't mean to cause any trouble." Holland wrapped an arm protectively around her shoulder. "Come on." He looked back at them. "I'll only be 5 minutes if you want to hang around." They hadn't intended to, but it was so unlike Holland to cut short an opportunity to spend time with a girl, what Salter had heard him refer to on other occasions as quality time, that it was probably worth staying on to find out what was going on. After they left, Mike picked up the Falcon passports again and began idly riffling through them. Most hadn't been used in a long time, but a couple had fairly recent exit stamps. "Well, the break-in has definitely scared her," said Salter. Mike nodded.
Something has, at least.
He returned the passports to the drawer and pushed it shut. Neither he nor Salter expected they would need the fingerprint team on this one. Salter looked at the cages all around. The birds sat impassively on their perches, not a single feather stirring on any of them. She felt the cold stare of 14 pairs of eyes watching her, gazing down from on high. If Danny Mike had not been beside her, she might have shivered. "I'm going outside," she said. When Mike joined her, she was staring in the direction Holland and Darla had gone, up past the compound to the main road into Saltmarsh. "Better get your tux dry cleaned," she said. "If he carries on like this, we'll be getting wedding invitations before you know it. We could go together if you like. I'll get a nice new frock." Mike smiled. He let his gaze linger in the same direction as Salter's, the direction of the trees. Of Wayland's murder. Salter noted his look and understood its meaning. "Why did he have to go all the way up to Scotland, Sarge? Can this book really be that important?"
He has his reasons, Constable,
he said, though Jejeune hadn't shared them or much of anything else with Mike during their brief call that morning. The news update Mike gave Jejeune had been short and to the point. No progress. No prospect of a meeting with Prince Yusuf. A silence had followed, in which Mike fancied he could hear the distant bleating of sheep and the occasional rush of a passing car.
"Then a senior executive, Sergeant. The highest member of the Old Dairy Board available. Set it up, please."
And that was it. Mike had no idea if this new request was related to Jejeune's doubts about the prince's alibi or some new approach entirely. All Danny knew for certain was that this was not heading in a direction he was keen to follow. The sooner the DCI returned to relieve him of his temporary responsibilities, the happier he would be. Holland wasn't back in 5 minutes, but he wasn't much longer. He approached them, casting his gaze to the ground and nodding.
"I know," he said. "She knows who it was. I suspect she realised as soon as she called me. By the time I got here, there was a message on my phone telling me not to bother coming."
Both Salter and Mike waited in silence for Holland to get around to telling them.
"It was her father." "Are you sure?"
"He lives next door. They're not speaking. He objects to her hacking the birds, free-flying them over his land. I think she probably does it deliberately just to wind him up. He was a harvester himself for most of his life. Faulkner, hunter, fisherman, the lot. But now he's reformed, and these days he's all about protection and conservation. He's one of those leading the protests up the hill. Apparently he's become a real zealot. Dad thinks he might have found God.
I'll cancel the missing persons report then, shall I?
Asked Mike dryly.
If it was her father who broke in, what would he have been looking for in that cabinet?
Keys? He told her he was going to release all the birds one day. He said they shouldn't be kept in captivity. Holland shook his head.
I'd know. Magnificent animals like that, you see him fly and you think he might have a point.
He looked up at Mike. I know she shouldn't be wasting police time like this, Sarge. That's why I didn't want you to come out in the first place, but she's on edge.
They all are round here. Leave it to me. I'll go and have a word with the old man.
A thought seemed to strike him.
Here. Do you reckon the DCI would know anything about J. Falcons? I'd imagine so, said Mike. He seems interested in all kinds of birds.
Well, perhaps I'll have a chat with him when he gets back, before I go see Darla's dad. If I can talk to the old man about Falcons, a bit of common ground, you know, can't hurt, can it? Maybe I can patch things up between him and Darla while I'm there. Tony Holland trying to broker a reconciliation between a father and his estranged daughter. Mike might have to dig out that tux after all. Danny Mike sat in his Mini for a long time after Holland and Salter had left. Had she seemed reluctant to accept Holland's offer of a ride back? And what about that strange backward glance she had given him as she climbed into the Audi? Mike's car door was open, and he turned to take in the gentle swaying of the tall grasses on the hillside. Over the speakers, the Velvets were telling him how hard it was to find a good man, a needle in a haystack. He got out of the car and walked over to the high hedgerow that marked the boundary of the old dairy. From all sides, Mike could hear the sweet, insistent burble of birdsong, though the only birds he could see, crows, gulls and the like, higher up the hillsides, were not making any sounds at all. He leaned on the gate and stared out over the untilled fields of Neil Doherty's property. The high sun dappled the land. A pattern of dark shadows lay across the rutted ground, as if tiny pockets of the night had been snagged during its retreat from the coming dawn. A needle in a haystack. About right, he thought. Protesters, colleagues, acquaintances, even strangers who had crossed Philip Whalen's path. His killer could be any one among them. It would be the DCI's haystack soon, but he had something to do before Jejeune returned. It wasn't something that he was particularly looking forward to, but then that was about par for the course for Danny Mike these days. Chapter 11. Damien Jejeune's head snapped around, and he turned back to Dominic.
I just see a surfboard on that car.
Dominic checked the rear view and nodded.
Apparently the north coast of Scotland is one of the surfing hotspots of Britain, particularly the area around John O'Groats.
Why not?
Asked Damien sarcastically. I know the first thing I think of when I see menacing skies and seas the colour of lead is surfing Mecca. I'm surprised the Beach Boys never mentioned it.
He looked across at his brother.
You're serious? I mean, what would possess them to go out in a day like today? Are they crazy?
Dominic inclined his head.
They go out in all kinds of weather, and they spend a fortune on it too. Surfers will travel hundreds of miles just to catch that one perfect wave.
Damien shook his head slowly.
I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
Me neither, agreed Dominic.
But what can you say? Some people get a little obsessive about their hobbies, I guess.
He slowed down as they passed a series of large grassy mounds on their left and wheeled the big Range Rover off the main road, following the narrow track signposted for Dunnet. It was already afternoon, but neither man regretted the day they had spent driving along the north coast of Scotland. They had taken the route north from Ullapool, up through the high hill country of Lochinvar, where the towering black crags pushed through green skin of gently sloping foothills. Farther on, as they traced their way east along the coast road, a gradual softening of the landscape had begun to take hold. fern-clad valleys and fields of bracken tumbled towards the northern shore, before the terrain levelled out still more in a succession of wide, flat tidal estuaries, Tongue, Colbachi, Betty Hill, that had led them finally to this tamer, cultivated area on the northeastern tip of Scotland. They had stopped only once, just outside Carlsku, in the shadow of a mighty column of granite that rose out of the foothills like a pair of praying hands, losing its fingertips in the blankets of cloud that seemed ever present in those parts. Jejeune had pulled off the road to call the station, to let them know he would still be one more day. He turned off his phone just as Damien returned from exploring the landscape.
Coping okay without you?
I should be there, said Dominic solemnly.
But to be this close to Dunnet Head and miss it?
He shook his head. They're a good team. They'll find whatever is there to be found, he said, as if trying to convince himself. He stared out over the landscape. This bleak, rugged terrain the guidebooks described as barren, but was really anything but, if only you could be patient enough to wait, to watch, for the linnets, the grouse, the eagles. You didn't mention the white gyre falcon, he said quietly. Damien sat beside him, and the two gazed out over the land. Somehow, it had always been easier for the two of them to talk like this, side by side, not facing each other.
I wasn't sure whether MacLeod knew about it, but if he did, you needed to look suitably surprised. You never were the greatest actor, Domino. I think all good actors need a little bit of dishonesty in their souls. You never really had that, have you? Not even as a kid. Besides, I could already tell you had a lot of respect for this MacLeod. I thought it would be easier if you didn't have to lie to him.
You think it came from Iceland? Damien nodded.
It's where most of the white ones are found. Icelandic gyre falcons don't normally migrate, but there's been a lot of volcanic activity up there lately, and it seems to have set some of them on the move.
Do you think that's why Dolat was there?
I know it was. I think it may have even been the gyre that knocked him off the rock face, especially if she had a nest up there. She's been on territory a while. It's possible. Can you imagine that?
Nesting gyrfalcons in Scotland. Dominic let his mind play over the idea for a moment. He realised his brother had gone quiet.
It must have been hard to watch. They say talking about it can help sometimes. Did it help you?
Asked Damien simply. No, thought Jejeune. It didn't. But that had been different. In the case involving the Home Secretary's daughter, he could trace the death of the boy directly to his own actions. Damien wasn't responsible for this man's death, or at least he claimed he wasn't. He had merely witnessed it. But perhaps it was the connection with a death that really mattered, the proximity to it. Perhaps it was that which caused the guilt, whether you were responsible or not. Come on, he said, standing up. The birds of Dunnet Head are waiting for us. A tour bus pulled up and disgorged its passengers, most heading directly for the Dunnet Head Lighthouse, built by Robert Louis Stevenson's grandfather. It was an attraction, certainly, but how could it compare with the magnificent cliffs just beside it, teeming with calling kittiwakes and a circus of puffins, as skuas majestically carved the skies overhead?
Some racket,
said Damien. He and Dominic were sitting on rocks near the edge of the cliff, above a deafening cacophony of bird sounds. Territorial calls, mostly, or the cries of returning birds trying to locate their mates in the cliffside colonies. Both knew there were matters to be discussed between them. Possibly confronted was a better word. But the wild, unmitigated beauty of this ragged coastline was not the place to trouble one's soul with such things, so they simply stared out in contented silence, watching the birds dive-bombing the wild seas as the crashing waves broke on the rocks in explosions of fine grey spray. A harsh, guttural call alerted the brothers to the presence of a pair of ravens overhead, and the men craned their necks back to watch the birds in their dazzling, exuberant courtship flight. Dominic drew his gaze away, warily eyeing the bus crowd now milling around aimlessly in the car park. "We should probably be going," he said. As irrational as it was, he was concerned that with so many people around, someone might recognise his brother. Police cases he knew of had turned on such wild, coincidental sightings. Damien seemed to understand. With a final glance out over the roiling seas and the vibrant, pulsating bird cliffs of Dunnet Head, the two men stood and turned reluctantly to begin making their way back to the Range Rover. They were halfway there when Damien broke into a sprint. A dark van was trundling slowly across the car park. From the far side, a woman with a baby on her hip screamed. Damien disappeared in front of the van, and then Dominic heard a sickening thud as the vehicle jerked to a sudden stop. By the time Dominic got there, the woman was bending over Damien. In his arms was a young boy of about 5. Alarm rose in Dominic as he saw the blood, but subsided when he realised it was from Damien's forearm, which had been scraped raw by the contact with the gravel car park.
"He's okay,"
Damien told the mother.
"Just a little scared, that's all. I'll take him over there for you."
He nodded to a patch of grass near the stone wall and rolled to his knees, still clutching the boy in his arms. The natural impulse to comfort her child compromised, the woman's shock morphed into anger instead, and she rounded on the van's driver, an elderly man wearing thick glasses. Her eyes were wild with fury.
"You bloody old fool!"
She screamed at him through the open driver's window.
"Is she which where you're going?" "I didn't see him,"
said the man defensively. He sounded dazed, shaken.
"What was he doing in the middle of the car park anyway? You should keep better control over your young ones."
The woman hefted the baby up on her hip and squared herself to the car window, as if preparing herself for further confrontation. Some of the bus passengers had arrived by now, gathering in a small half-circle around them. From other parts of the car park, people were drifting over to see what was going on. The small crowd was beginning to build. There would be many mobile phones among them, Dominic knew. He stepped between the pair, blocking the woman's view of the driver. He locked her eyes with his own. "Your son is safe," he said quietly, engaging her, taking her focus away from anything else. His voice was calm and reassuring. He was crying because he's afraid, but he is unharmed.
"No thanks to this idiot."
She was shaking now, trembling, the baby on her hip rocking slightly with the movement.
"He could have been killed."
She put her free hand to her mouth, and tears started to her eyes as the realisation took hold. Her body seemed to melt slightly, and for a second Dominic was afraid she might faint. He reached forward to steady her. The crowd was watching them intently. No one had reached for a phone yet, but he knew he had only seconds before an electronic pulse of some kind went out from this scene. Instagram, YouTube, the police. "Your son is safe," said Dominic again. "This man reacted quickly. We should thank him for that." His voice was soothing, calm, the voice of reason. He turned to the man now still blocking the view between the two. "You did well, sir, to stop like that."
"I never saw the wee lad."
There were tears in the old man's eyes too now, behind the glasses.
"If I hadn't cut sight of that man out the corner of my eye going past the front of the van like that."
He gripped the steering wheel tightly, staring out through the windscreen with unseeing eyes. Dominic realised for the first time that the van was still in gear. The man's foot must be on the brake. He reached in through the window and jammed the gear stick into neutral. The man didn't move. In the back of the van, Dominic saw an old chair, now lying on its back. The noise, he realised. The thud. The one he had thought was his brother and the woman had thought was her child. Dominic turned back to the woman. "I'm sure your son wants to talk to you about what happened, but I know you'll want to express your gratitude to this man for his quick thinking first." Dominic stepped aside so she could see the driver now, his head bowed slightly, chin quivering. Well, thank you," she said grudgingly, uncertainly. The driver turned to look at the woman.
"I'm glad the boy is all right,"
he said, his voice almost breaking. He reached out a hand and unsteadily put the van into gear again, inching cautiously over the gravel at first, barely above walking pace, slowly gathering speed. The crowd watched the van navigate through the gap in the stone-walled car park and then dispersed in a cloud of low murmurings. By the time Dominic and the woman reached them, Damien and the boy were lying on their backs on the grass, looking up into the sky. Dominic saw the woman's look of alarm. "It's fine," he said. "He's just showing him the ravens." As they approached, they could hear Damien's voice speaking to the boy as if to an adult.
"What's this now?"
he was saying.
"The male will come alongside the female and then do a barrel roll, just like a fighter pilot."
The black bird executed a perfectly controlled dive out over the headland, twirling to fly upside down for a moment, before swooping in at the last moment to fly alongside its partner again. At his mother's approach, the boy stood up. The woman gathered him to her in a reassuring hug, smoothing the hair back from his brow delicately. The boy's cheeks were smudged with dried tears, but he managed a brave smile for his mother. She looked across at Damien, who had also stood up. "You have a nasty wound on your arm," said the woman. "I sure can't do anything. Get you bandaged, perhaps?" Damien looked down at the long, bloody gash on his forearm, as if noticing it for the first time. "He'll be fine," said Dominic quickly. He turned to Damien. "There's a first aid kit in the car if you want to go and clean up." Damien picked up on the cue. "Remember, caw, crow, craw, raven," he said by way of a goodbye to the boy. He headed off quickly, barely stopping to acknowledge the woman's thanks as he passed. She hefted the other child up on her hip again. "Thank you doesn't seem enough," she said, watching Damien leave. "But what else can you say to someone who's—" The thought of what might have been seemed to overwhelm her, and she fell silent. "Really, it's fine," Dominic assured her. "We're just happy everything turned out okay." He was almost at the Range Rover when the woman called after him. "Excuse me, sir. His name? I should at least know his name." "Jejeune," he said. "Domenic Jejeune." Chapter 12. The two men emerged from the thatched hide and stood on the dirt path surveying the land around them. Senior snapped up his bins, but by the time Eric had started to follow suit, Senior was already lowering them again. He smiled. "Unwritten rule of North Norfolk birding, Eric. If you're not sure what it is, it's a wood pigeon." The two men turned at the sound of gravel crunching beneath a measured military gait, and Senior's face broke into a guarded smile. My, dear old Clyde does seem to be attracting its share of non-birders these days." He turned to Eric. "Forgive me, Sergeant Mike. This is Eric Chappell, Miss Hayes' editor at the magazine. He's in the early throes of birding, and frankly, I could think of no better place to start than here. Even in its much changed state, Clyde's still a beautiful spot for a morning's birding." Mike looked around at the sun-dappled landscape. He found it hard to disagree. The light seemed to lie with a particular softness on the quietly moving waters this morning, and the gentle crush of the grasses moving in the breeze provided a soundtrack for the birdsong that filled the air. Calls of other distant birds drifted toward them from high above, where they rode the currents to glide effortlessly out over the marsh. Senior continued to address Eric as if a direct conversation with Danny Mike was something he might be wary of, though there was no reason Mike could think of for his caution. Though I would describe the sergeant as slightly more of an agnostic than Miss Hay in birding terms, I cannot imagine he has come here for our peeps and spoonbills. He raised his exuberant eyebrows in Mike's direction. Just out for a bit of fresh air. Eric's face showed interest, Senior's more caution. A line of dark shapes trailed across the tops of the stunted grasses, wings beating fast. For once, Senior seemed disinclined to look. Perhaps he had already identified them, or perhaps something else was occupying his thoughts. Nothing to do with this dreadful business up on the prow at the old dairy, then? Prow? Public right of way. I trust your visit to Cly has nothing to do with that crime. Mike nodded in recognition finally. His only previous encounters with Quentin Senior had been when the birder was the focus of a pointed investigation into his possible motives and alibi in a murder. Though the line of questioning had been a justifiable one, Mike acknowledged to himself that he might have some way to go to earn back the man's goodwill. No, nothing like that, he said, sweeping his gaze across to include Eric in his assurances. I thought I would see how the mash was recovering. I'd heard that things were pretty bad down here after the storm. Mike continued his gaze past the men, taking in the Cly landscape again, the swaying grasses, the glittering cells of water. I must say it looks fairly healthy now. If Senior recognised that showing an interest, genuine or otherwise, in another man's passion was a step towards reconciliation, his expression suggested he was ready to accept the sergeant's olive branch. He didn't strike Mike as a man who held grudges. He didn't get a face as open and friendly as Senior's if you spent a lifetime letting resentments fester behind it. The winter storm of 14 wreaked absolute devastation on the birding areas up and down the North Norfolk coast, as you are no doubt aware, Sergeant. But it seemed to save a particular wrath for Cly. The entire reserve was flooded with seawater. The original roof of that hide over there was found over 2 miles away. These other hides, he indicated the one behind them, were flooded all the way up to their thatched roofs. Mike looked around. In the soft sunlight, it seemed impossible to imagine such devastation. And I saw that photo of the seals swimming along the coast road. What is that? Nearly a half-mile inland? But everything seems to be coming back nicely. Senior shook his head ruefully. To the casual observer, perhaps. Vegetation is certainly returning, but whether it will have the same species composition as before remains to be seen. Something approaching sadness flashed in Senior's eyes. With the human costs and property damage, Mike had not really stopped to think about how the storm-wrought devastation of these areas would have impacted the birds. Or the birders. Senior surveyed the outlying landscape slowly, seeming to gather it into himself. It was as if he drew something from it, thought Mike. Something spiritual that filled his senses, something that completed him, perhaps in a way Mike could only guess at, but that seemed real enough for all that. All that salt water percolating into the ground must have had a tremendous impact on the soil, invertebrates and root systems, said Senior quietly. One suspects Cly, as we knew it, may come back in time, but for a long while it will be different. Different habitat, different species. Eric nodded sagely. Some of the veteran birders here have already been telling me the wader numbers are down this season. To Mike's surprise, Senior managed to summon a soft smile. Ah, complaints about numbers are a different matter entirely, I'm afraid, Eric, he said with a slight tilt of his head. As you will discover in time. Eric looked puzzled. In truth, you are likely to hear similar complaints in all seasons, in all birding locales. Nostalgia is as prevalent in birding as in any other area. Much as I'm told the sergeant here finds refuge in his music of a bygone era, the older we birders get, the better the birding used to be. On another day, Mike might have taken issue with the bygone era comment, let alone refuge, but he was in the business of building bridges today, and he let it slide. Senior turned to Eric. Nevertheless, he said, brightening, with an act of will that was almost palpable, still plenty to see. Got your bird guide at the ready, Mr. Chapel? No birder should be without one, I imagine. Mike turned to Senior for confirmation. Senior took a moment to lift his bins and track a bird, making a slow pass over the marsh. Bar-tailed godwit, Eric. On it, confirmed Chapel, without lowering his bins. He was getting the birding parlance down anyway, thought Mike, even if he suspected the new man's skills wouldn't be quite there yet. He waited as the two men tracked the bird's lazy progress across the marsh. Senior lowered his bins and smiled. Forgive me, Sergeant, but a bird like that is not something that can be taken for granted out here. Remarkable species, though. Do you know, a female bar-tailed godwit was recorded as having made a flight from Alaska to New Zealand in 9 days. Well, that's a distance of more than 10,000 kilometres, Quentin, said Eric, casting Senior a dubious glance. That would be more than 1,000 kilometres a day. Senior nodded vigorously. Non-stop, too. No food, no water, no rest. Birds can sleep during long-distance migration flights by shutting down one half of their brains at a time. Non-stop? Even Mike felt compelled to question Senior's story, bridge building or not. Tracked by satellite the entire way, confirmed Senior. He shook his head in wonder. Every time you think birds have lost the capacity to surprise you, they come up with something new. But, to your earlier point, Sergeant, you are quite correct. We will have to make sure Eric Hare gets himself a good bird guide. We all have our favourites. Some birders like photos, while others prefer composite drawings. Then, as you progress in things, Eric, there'll be the specialities. Immature gulls, migrating shorebirds, ducks in eclipse plumages. There really does seem to be a guide for every eventuality. Mike nodded, trying to find a response that wouldn't charge the information with too much significance. Looks like you'll be buying new, Mr. Chapel. A good bird guide sounds like something a birder would want to hang on to. I wouldn't count on finding one in a used bookstore. To Mike, the casualness seemed forced, overdone, but if Senior noticed it, he gave no sign. It's possible, conceded the older man. I attend meetings all the time where people have donated guides and bird books for one purpose or another. If, for whatever reason, someone considers the guide no longer relevant, then there is every reason to suspect it will find its way into a charity auction or a book giveaway of some kind. Mike could see Senior readying himself for another contribution, a list of examples perhaps, or a suggestion of one suitable for a birder of Eric's level. Either way, it would be further pursuit of a subject Mike now wanted dead and buried. He turned to Eric. I hear Lindy Hay is up for some award. For a piece in your magazine. Perhaps not the smoothest topic change he'd ever engineered, but it achieved the desired effect. Eric nodded. As I never tire of saying, we're all very proud of her. She's a remarkable young woman, Sergeant, as you undoubtedly already know. He shook his head, almost to himself. Whenever I assign her a feature, she always says the same thing. I'll do the best I can. It's become something of a gold standard at the magazine. When Lindy Hay does the best she can, then the rest of us are inevitably more than satisfied, thank you very much. Mike drew himself up for one final look around the marsh. He had done all he could to ensure the conversations about Cly and Lindy would airbrush the other topic from the men's memories in time. Perhaps he could have asked them to treat his casual inquiries about bird guides confidentially, but in his experience, few things fixed something in someone's mind as effectively as asking them to forget it. Well, I've kept you two from your burden long enough, he said. He left the men surveying the landscape with their binoculars and turned to begin making his way back along the gravel path toward his Mini in the car park, where the refuge of his Motown songs awaited him. Chapter 13. The brothers paused for a moment to take in the invigorating scent of the surrounding pine trees that drifted toward them on the soft breeze. The valley below them was bathed in a pale blue-grey light that promised the approach of evening. They had come down through the Spey Valley to look for crested tit, a bird Domenic had long coveted. Though he wouldn't categorically rule out any bird appearing in North Norfolk, he was fairly sure he would never find a crested tit there. The conifer-clad hillsides on the lower reaches of the River Spey probably represented his best chance of seeing one, especially in the company of a bird finder of his brother's pedigree. But, for once, even Damien's skills hadn't been enough, and after a couple of hours of intensive searching among the pines, they conceded defeat and made their way back to the car. The argument started not long after they began driving again. Like many quarrels, its origins lay elsewhere, a related subject perhaps, but no more than a gateway to the real conflict. Labrador, Iceland, Scotland, it seems pretty clear Delap was after gyre falcons specifically, said Domenic. Filling orders, you think? Damien shrugged and took in the passing scenery. All I know is he was in a hurry to find them. The impression I got was that he needed one within a couple of days. Domenic flashed a sideways glance at his brother. That's a pretty tall order for catching any wild falcon. But a gyre? Damien nodded in agreement. And as much as I despised the lad and what he did, he knew his trade. He would never have taken on a commission like that under normal circumstances. A light breeze was moving the fields of golden barley on the hillsides. This was a different Scotland, a world away from the bleak ruggedness of the Western Highlands or the wind-scoured cliff-tops and pounding surf of Dunnet Head. This was a pastoral landscape, gentler, more tranquil. The scene seemed to mesmerize Damien, and he continued looking at it for a long time. When he spoke, he did so without turning from the window. I took his day pack. Domenic careened the beast onto the road's gravel shoulder, rocking to a stop on the crest of a hill. The narrow road bent dangerously away from view in both directions, and an angry blast from a passing car protested the foolishness of Domenic's manoeuvre. He spun on his brother. Are you out of your mind? He asked, unable to control his rising voice. Not reporting what you saw is bad enough, but removing property from a dead body, it's a crime, Damien, an actual crime. He turned his intense gaze away from his brother and stared out through the windshield, rubbing his forehead. Damien could see the tiny red blotches at the base of his brother's cheeks, spreading even as he fought to contain his temper. Damien hadn't thought about them in years. Whenever he had allowed himself to imagine a time when he saw his brother again, they hadn't been arguing. Dominic turned to his brother, his eyes fixed on him, even as his mind was elsewhere, trying to find a way to undo the damage. Do you realize how serious this is? Where is the pack now? I got rid of it. Threw it off the dock in Ullapool. I didn't know if the lad had stored my contact info anywhere. He deleted his phone calls, but I didn't know what police tech guys can do to get stuff like that back. There would have been calls from me. You destroyed evidence in a suspicious death. Dominic pounded the steering wheel with the heel of his hand. Why the hell would you do that, Danny? Dominic had not called his brother by his childhood nickname for many years. What were you thinking? I can tell you everything that was in there, Damien said defensively. There were a couple of net traps, dogazes, they call them, a dead grouse for bait, 2 golf club covers, and his phone. Dominic was shaking his head. Even if you had held onto it until I came up, you could have given it to me. I could have handled it. How? By telling the police what exactly? I know you're the darling of the free world, Dominic, but even you can't fix everything. I would have worked something out when it came. You know that. That's just it. I didn't know. That's the point, Dominic. Don't you get it? I didn't know if you'd come. They had been shouting at each other, half turned to face one another. But now silence fell between them like a guillotine blade. Damien had left a message both of them knew Dominic would understand. His fugitive brother was here, in Scotland. Had they really drifted so far apart that Damien was unsure whether Dominic would come? Did he really think Domenic Jejeune would hear his brother's cry for help and ignore it? They were sitting on the terrace of a rambling 19th century guest house, nestled on a densely wooded slope that climbed sharply from the road below. In the distance, the river was a rippling mercury ribbon that caught the light as it ran over the rocky stones of its bed. Damien was staring at it, transfixed. After their argument, they had driven, unspeaking, following the river as it traced its way between fields until they reached the grey granite village of Arbalor. Food, Dominic had announced, pulling into the forecourt of the hotel. A drink with their meal had morphed into 2, and then a decision to stay the night, giving them time to ease their raw nerves in the tranquility of the cool pine trees. Dominic took a sip of his whiskey, the smooth single malt swirling golden in the glass. He peered at his brother over the rim. Why are you here? He wondered. Because as genuine as Damien's love for birds was, and how great his desire to keep them from the clutches of a man like Jack de Latt, there had always been a strong element of self-interest about Damien too. The man Dominic knew, used to know, would not have left the relative security of his home country and risked entering Scotland illegally unless there was a compelling reason for doing so. Damien took a slow drink of his own whiskey and surveyed the forested hillsides all around them. New Scotland, he said. Do you remember that area on the north shore of Lake Erie around by Rondo? That's what they called it. New Scotland. Billiard table flat farmlands as far as the eye can see. Not sure where they were thinking of when they named it. But it doesn't look like any part of Scotland I've seen so far, said Damien ironically. Dominic smiled, and Damien let his look linger on it for a while. It was sincere, genuine, a once familiar sight he had long missed. He toyed with his whiskey glass. They would both be content to let their conversations stay out there, he knew, with birds and birding sites, letting the residue of their argument evaporate into the evening breezes. Damien drained his glass with a flourish and looked around for their hostess for a refill.
Too bad you dipped on your crested tit. We could go back and try again tomorrow if you like.
Domenic shook his head.
We have a long way to go. We need to get an early start.
He gave his brother's empty whiskey glass a significant glance.
And that means not hanging about looking for crested tits until the distillery's open.
Damien looked suitably sheepish.
You sure you don't want to reconsider?
He spread out his hands, encompassing the entire valley in his gesture.
Speyside. This is the promised land for single malt lovers. Dom, Glenfiddich, Macallan, Cardew, all pretty much within stumbling distance of one another.
Domenic offered an apologetic smile.
You just have to pay your respects to the Holy Trinity some other time.
Damien sucked in a breath and shook his head in mock disapproval.
Such blasphemy! Madame Beauchemin would not be happy with you, young Domenic, though you would doubtless be forgiven unconditionally, while I was punished instead for filling your head with evil notions in the first place.
I don't remember it being like that. Damien let out a derisive snort.
You're joking, right? Those teachers at our school carried on as if they all thought you'd been born in a manger. I, on the other hand, was the spawn of Satan.
Domenic smiled. It had been a constant refrain through their childhood. Domenic leading his charmed life while all the world's wrongs fell on his older brother's shoulders. In truth, it had always seemed to Domenic that life had treated them both pretty even-handedly. But then, in truth, it was always easier to notice life's injustices if you were the victim of them.
So what's this I hear about you listing an azure-winged magpie in the UK?
A sudden change of subject had always signalled that Damien was ready to move on. Often it had been from some uncomfortable situation in the present, but now Domenic got the impression it might be the past Damien was so anxious to leave behind.
I didn't find it, said Domenic. I just happened to be there. Doesn't matter, it was a major sighting, and my little brother snagged it. Very proud to hear that, I was.
Both men waited until it was clear Domenic wasn't going to add anything further.
I heard you were in St. Lucia, too, said Damien warily. Any particular reason? Lindy knew I had a friend down there. She thought I might like to see him, so she booked a vacation for us.
Damien nodded slowly.
And, did Traz find you the endemics?
Domenic tilted a hand. Most of them. Not the parrot.
You missed the St. Lucia Amazon. Jeez, Dom. All you have to do is stand on the Descartes Trail and they'll practically come right to you. Like the chickadees at Lynn Shores, you mean? Maybe I should have just put some seed in my hand. Lynn Shores, said Damien wistfully.
A quiet fell over them. For a moment, the two men were boys, wandering wide-eyed among the tall white pines, the path beneath them dappled with the filtered sunlight of summer. Or perhaps still holding patches of late winter snow at the bases of the trees as they peered up, looking for owls, or searched the woodpiles for winter wrens. Moments of such innocence, such connection. That two brothers should come from there to the wrath they had shared so recently seemed inconceivable. Damien eased forward across the table, as if he had judged the mood between them and found forgiveness in the returning peace.
I didn't tell you everything in the car.
Domenic pushed his glass away angrily, but when he looked up there was no defiance in Damien's expression, no readiness for argument. Just a crumpled sheet of paper, torn from the bottom of a page of a cheap-lined notebook, held between the fingers of a hand extended across the table. Dominic carefully unfurled the paper. On it was scrawled a series of digits. There was one missed call on Delette's phone. Nothing else, incoming or outgoing. From the time on the call log, he was dead before it came in. I took down the number. Dominic stared at the paper for a long time. Most of the number was unknown to him, but the first few digits were ones he knew well. 01263. It was the area code for North Norfolk. Chapter 14. The sun struggled up a white sky yet to crest the high yew hedge that enclosed the old dairy car park on all sides. Across the pink gravel, large patches of shadow lay like black pools. Danny Mike's Mini was already waiting when Jejeune arrived. The car door was open, and the sound of two voices, locked in silky, seamless harmonies, had the sergeant leaning back in his seat, wearing an expression of quiet contentment as Jejeune pulled up alongside. Mike shut off the couple mid-song and eased himself out of the small car.
"Said your goodbyes to Sergeant McLeod, then?"
he said by way of a greeting.
"He seemed a pleasant enough type on the phone."
2 seconds in, he thought, and here he was making sure his DCI knew MacLeod had called, just in case the Scottish sergeant had forgotten to mention it himself. Was it his way of showing there were to be no secrets between them about what had happened during the inspector's absence? Was he asking for the same from Jejeune? Even Danny wasn't really sure. Either way, all he got in return was an easy smile and that same non-committal expression as always. "I thought there were supposed to be protesters here," said Jejeune, gazing back at the empty lane leading up to the gates of the compound.
"They're probably in rehearsals,"
Mike said contemptuously.
"Prince Ibrahim is due to arrive any day now. I'm sure they'll be wanting to put on a good show for him."
"Not a fan of the democratic right to peaceful assembly, Sergeant?" Mike moved his shoulders easily. Danny was all for protecting human rights, just as long as no human wrongs got protected in the process.
"I dare say there are some that have genuine concerns about what's going on up here. But I get the impression a good number of these merchants are simply looking for something to do between sessions in the pub. This project has provided a lot of jobs for the people of Saltmarsh. It's provided a real boost to the local economy,
while at the same time posing considerable threats to the local environment, as I understand it. Jejeune gave Mike a loose smile. "Are you and I going to find ourselves on opposite sides of the barriers at some point, I wonder? Or should we take the novel step of actually informing ourselves of the facts before we make our stands?" Jejeune gestured to the high wire gate incised into the hedge on the far side of the car park, and the two men began walking towards it. There was a security camera mounted above the gate, and as they waited for it to peruse them, Jejeune looked along the rows of yews on either side. He realized the 3-meter hedge concealed a high wire fence, part of a continuous barrier that encircled the entire compound. Whatever was going on inside this fence, somebody was taking the job of keeping it from the outside world very seriously indeed. The lock gave an electronic buzz and clicked open. The two men stepped through the gate and emerged on the other side of the hedgerow archway, stopping in surprise. It would have been hard to imagine a more incongruous structure on an old dairy farm in the middle of the North Norfolk countryside than the building in front of them. It was an elaborate, ultra-modern design of cubes perched on each other at odd angles. The frames of the cubes appeared to be steel, but by far the most prominent construction material was glass. Everywhere they looked, unbroken walls of windows reflected back at them like blind white eyes in the flat light of this overcast day. The detectives entered the building through automatic doors of yet more glass. As the doors hissed closed behind them, all ambient sounds of the outside world were stilled. They found themselves standing in an expensive atrium that soared up the entire height of the building. A man approached with a purposeful, confident stride. He was of medium build, but muscular, his shoulders seeming to struggle against the constraints of the suit jacket he was wearing, despite its obvious expensive cut.
"Gentlemen, I am Abrar El-Taleb. It is my honor to be project manager of the Old Dairy Carbon Capture and Storage Scheme."
He had a hard face that seemed unaccustomed to greetings, but he had the grace to make his welcoming smile at least appear genuine, even if it never quite seemed to reach his eyes.
"You have had a long journey to come here, I understand, Inspector. The sergeant, I think, not so far."
It was clear small talk was as uncomfortable for Mr. El-Taleb as for other courtesies. He seemed awkward in his role, uneasy.
"Perhaps there are refreshments you would care to take?"
Boston, Jejeune decided. MIT or Yale. One of the Ivy League schools, anyway, where the edges were rounded off accents when their owners spoke in English, leaving only the stilted cadences like shadows of a former existence that had now been educated out of them. El-Taleb waited until the men had declined his offer before delivering his news.
"Prince Yusuf regrets he cannot meet with you personally, and unfortunately I also have other encumbrances today, as do the other directors. We have arranged with your DCS Shepard, however, that you may interview our senior researcher."
Jejeune looked around him, like a man searching for patience. Mike knew what he was thinking. It said something of the influence of those in control of Old Dairy Holdings that their formidable DCS would agree to somebody so far down the food chain being subbed in when Jejeune had expressly requested a meeting with a senior executive. Mike wondered if Shepard had pointed out that, in murder inquiries, people often took the trouble to rearrange their other encumbrances.
"This senior researcher, that wouldn't be Catherine Vile by any chance?"
asked Mike. The sergeant made a face that saved him saying what he thought about this arrangement. Jejeune, however, was quiet, taking in the information, looking for things, no doubt, that it might tell him about those who had made the decision. The absent prince, the present one, perhaps even Shepard herself.
"Miss Vile is knowledgeable in the subject of carbon capture and in the aims of this project."
El-Taleb seemed to be searching their eyes for a reaction to this information. He floated another cold smile their way, but this one found no place to settle with either detective. Mike let his eyes trail around the high, bright atrium. A constant stream of people hurried back and forth across the marble-floored space. White-coated lab assistants with clipboards, shirt-sleeved clerks with files. But there was a noticeable absence of one category of employee.
"I'd have thought, with all the protests going on up here, you would have had more of a visible security presence," said Mike.
El-Taleb smiled indulgently.
"We are quite confident in our security arrangements, Sergeant. Besides, the protesters pose no actual threat."
He raised a muscular hand slightly.
"A noisy distraction, nothing more." "Nevertheless, the protests don't show any sign of abating. Have you held any meetings with the protest leaders to discuss their concerns?"
El-Taleb leaned his head forward slightly, as if to catch the sergeant's words.
"Their concerns? That we leave, or that we stay?"
He used an upturned palm to show the impossibility of reconciling the 2 points of view.
Was it not Winston Churchill who said, "The greatest argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter"? I suspect with protesters, Less than 2 minutes would be enough. But, whatever their concerns,
he flashed a mirthless smile Mike's way,
I can assure you, no unauthorized person can enter the compound without being detected.
And there were no security breaches detected the night Philip Wayland died. The two men turned to the DCI. Whether it was a question or a statement, they all knew Jejeune would have already verified this. Al-Taleb did not bother to answer. It wasn't like the DCI to be so blunt, and Mike wondered if his attitude was a response to having his request for a high-level meeting so disdainfully ignored. But Jejeune seemed to realize his approach would be unlikely to bear fruit with a man like Al-Taleb, and he switched tack.
This project is a considerable undertaking, Mr. Al-Taleb,
said Jejeune, looking around the vast atrium.
You assumed the role of project director quite recently, I understand. More than 1 year, said Al-Taleb defensively.
His eyes flitted between the men, like someone wary of an attack.
Nevertheless, being project director must be a great responsibility.
Mike shifted uncomfortably. Abra al-Talab's ego probably got all the attention it needed from the man himself, and obsequiousness wasn't really Jejeune's forte anyway. Besides, in Mike's experience, charm offensives like these rarely produce the results they intended. In this case, no doubt, a sudden re-evaluation by Al-Taleb of his other encumbrances. Al-Taleb smiled modestly.
I have been here since the beginning. The project and I have grown up together, you might say. In many ways, I feel the role of director is more than an undertaking. This project has become like a partner over our time together. We have our differences, yes, but in the end, we always make our peace.
The director gave them what Mike realized was probably as close to a genuine smile as they were going to get.
Was your relationship with Mr. Wayland the same?
Asked Jejeune. The business of massaging the project director's ego over, they were back to business now, noted Mike. But he noticed there was more subtlety in his DCI's tone, more caution. Lesson learned, he thought.
Mr. Wayland contributed a great deal of valuable research to the project.
Al-Taleb paused, as if waiting to see whether this would be enough information.
It was not our decision that he should leave,
he tagged on finally.
But it was an amicable parting?
Jejeune supplying an answer to a question instead of just asking it, thought Mike. More surprises from the inspector today.
From our part, there was no animosity. But when someone no longer wishes to work for you, the matter is at an end.
He raised his palms to show how the world was. Al-Taleb leaned forward slightly to add sincerity to his next words.
I am saddened by his loss, as we all are at the Old Dairy Project. Now, if you will kindly wait here, I will go to get Miss Vile.
I'd like to meet in her office, said Jejeune. Al-Taleb seemed to hesitate slightly.
I shall see if this is possible.
They watched him disappear across the marble-tiled floor of the atrium. Mike walked toward the centre and craned his neck back, looking up. Here at the fulcrum of all the blocks, the open space soared above him all the way to roof. In the centre was an immense skylight that flooded the atrium with natural light.
Impressive, he said. Though I wouldn't fancy being the window cleaner for this place.
Or a passing bird, said Jejeune.
They don't see glass.
They see a reflection of trees or the sky, but otherwise, from a bird's perspective, glass is invisible. Collisions with glass buildings are considered the second leading cause of non-natural mortality among songbirds. He drew his eyes away from the glass to find Mike looking at him. I know somebody who studied it, he said simply.
Speaking of birds, said Mike, now that you're back, Constable Holland is hoping to have a word with you when you have a moment. Something about birds of prey. Falcons, would it be? They got some hair, and he's dating the girl who looks after them.
Jejeune snapped his head around, then away again, as if trying to free himself from Mike's stare. While Holland's interest in birds had come about suddenly enough to be surprising, surely it wasn't enough to warrant the look on the DCI's face.
I don't think it's a wind-up, said Mike uncertainly. He seems genuinely interested. They have Falcons here.
To Mike's practised ear, Jejeune's voice held the deceptive disinterest of a man trying too hard.
Not within the compound, but on the property, farther down near the coast. This prince, Yusef, has no interest, but the Crown Prince is a keen falconer, apparently. He likes to fly him whenever he comes over. Is everything all right, sir?
But before Jejeune could give an answer or avoid one, Al-Taleb returned, a smile of any kind now noticeably absent.
Miss Vile has agreed to see you in her office. Please come this way, gentlemen.
Chapter 15. The men followed Al-Taleb along a short corridor without speaking. Mike was used to his DCI silences, but in a way he wasn't quite able to define. This seemed different somehow. He seemed genuinely distracted, troubled even. They arrived at a door and Al-Taleb entered after knocking.
Miss Vile,
he announced formally.
The detectives from the North Norfolk Constabulary.
Catherine Vile stood up from behind a desk and came around to greet them. Come in. She turned to Al-Taleb. You won't be staying, I take it? The frisson of tension between them was impossible to miss, and Al-Taleb turned on his heel without speaking. As she watched him leave, Mike took the opportunity to take in Catherine Vile. Although she was almost as tall as the two men, she held herself upright, making no apology to the world for her height. She was very slim, skinny, Mike might have called it in his day, though there was probably a politically correct term for it these days. Her long red hair cascaded down to her slender shoulders in loose ringlets, framing a delicate face that drew its beauty as much from her bearing as her features. Like her one-time colleague, whose death they had come to discuss, Mike guessed Catherine Vile was probably somewhere midway between his own age and Jejeune's. It was a time of life that promised such wonderful rewards. Years of education and life experience to guide you, and plenty of energy and enthusiasm still to apply them. In Catherine Vile's case, at least, Mike thought sadly, if not any longer in Philip Wayland's. Vile closed the door on the sound of Al-Taleb's retreating footsteps and turned to face them. Her ice-blue eyes were at once startling and hostile. I'm not quite sure how they think I can help you, she said curtly. I already told Constable Salter everything I can remember about the night Philip died. She pointed out a window that looked onto the stand of trees beyond the fence. I saw him on the public footpath. He was walking into the woods. It must have been almost exactly 7 o'clock, because I finished my report right after and dropped it off at Taleb's office on my way out, noting the time on the front cover, 7 minutes past 7. She engaged the men frankly with her stare. Her directness was a quality Mike might have been able to admire if it wasn't tinged with this note of defensiveness. Did she think they were here to challenge her account? Perhaps they were, but not in the way she might have anticipated.
We do already have your witness statement on file, said Mike easily, though, of course, if anything else about that night has come to mind, we would be interested in hearing about it. Your statement is of particular importance, since as far as we can tell, you would have been the last person to see Mr. Wayland alive.
I'd say that's highly unlikely, Sergeant. Unless Philip's killer had his eyes shut when he attacked him? Catherine Vile didn't smile. And that's what you get for using clichés on clever people, thought Mike. He flashed a look at Jejeune, who was standing beside him. If the DCI was paying attention to the proceedings at all, he was doing a good job of disguising it. He was staring out of the window in the direction of the woodlot. Wherever Jejeune's mind was, it was certainly too far from here to be of any use.
"We're actually here to learn a bit more about Philip Whalen's work," said Mike, in a tone that suggested he had already recognised he was going to have to frame his questions carefully. "Can you explain what he was working on when he was here?"
Even if I was allowed to discuss it, which I'm not, I doubt I could cover it in the time we have, said Vile. The overview is that Philip was leading a project to explore viable industrial-scale technologies for storing the carbon produced during industrial processes,
as an alternative to having them released into the atmosphere. All this work you're doing here, then, it's all to do with climate change, said Mike.
The methodology for capturing greenhouse gases has been around for almost a century, said Vile. A chemical affinity exists between carbon dioxide and ammonia, for example, which can be exploited, but there are new processes too for improving the capture of CO2. You can burn it in pure oxygen instead of air, or turn it into a mixture of carbon monoxide and hydrogen. Mike looked at his DCI to see whether he was taking this all in. But Jejeune's eyes remained fixed firmly on the great outdoors. Mike had fallen into the trap before of thinking his DCI wasn't paying attention, only to have him home in and seize upon something that had been said. But Mike sensed this wouldn't be happening this time. Somewhere between the car park and this office, something had taken hold of the DCI's mind and would not let go. Something beyond that window. Mike let his gaze drift out to the same distant point as Jejeune's. It was a soft Norfolk day. The kind of day when the subdued light playing on the fields could be mesmerising. But even so, he could see nothing worthy of so much of the inspector's normally mercurial attention. Vile waited patiently for Mike to return his gaze to her.
"And this carbon capture, this was Philip Whalen's area of expertise too?"
"No, Sergeant, that would be mine. Philip was concerned with what happens to the carbon once we've captured it, the storage part." Mike looked across at his DCI again. This had gone far enough. Casual disengagement was one thing, but he had no intention of being the one who stood at the front of the interview room later to explain all this, being corrected every 5 words by Lauren Salter or Tony Holland or anybody else who had even a faintly better grip on this stuff than he did. Which, let's face it, would be just about anyone in the room. Vile's eyes moved uneasily between the two men until Jejeune seemed to finally notice the silence that had fallen over the interview. "The Old Dairy project is exploring methods of piping the carbon beneath the North Sea, I understand," said Jejeune, drawing his eyes from the window with a noticeable reluctance to fasten them on Vile. "I can't go into the details, obviously, but yes, I can confirm the plan involves receiving the carbon into one central holding facility and then piping it into undersea caverns that exist from when the oil was extracted from them. Even though the international community has deemed this an unacceptable practice." She inclined her head slightly, as if to acknowledge the inspector's familiarity with the subject. The movement set a ripple of light shimmering down her ringlets. "Wikipedia wisdom, Inspector?" she asked ironically. "The process is frowned upon at present, but until the various nations can get together and sort out the messy business of international maritime law, there's unlikely to be any binding restrictions against it. In the meantime, we are exploring ways to stabilize the carbon enough to store it this way. Believe me, it will happen. But surely Even if it does, the construction of the undersea pipeline necessary to transport the carbon out to those caverns would be catastrophic for the local marine environment, said Jejeune. Vile nodded. Philip was working on ways to mitigate the damage, but yes, he was extremely concerned about that aspect of the plan. We all were. Ah. Jejeune nodded thoughtfully. I'm wondering where Mr. El-Taleb fits in. If carbon capture is your area and storage was Mr. Whalen's. That's a fine question, Inspector. You're not the first to wonder what possible benefits a man with his background can bring to a project like this. Both Mike and Jejeune stared at her. He is not a CCS specialist? Aeronautics. He came here as Prince Yusef's personal helicopter engineer. A look of amused contempt flashed in her ice-blue eyes. Done well for himself, wouldn't you say? Any particular reason Prince Yusef would appoint someone with that background to run a project like this? Vile shrugged her narrow shoulders. You'd have to ask him. I'm sure he has his reasons. I wonder why it isn't Mr. El-Taleb speaking to us today. He seems extremely proud of the Old Derry project. People so intimately connected with something can rarely pass up the opportunity to tell others about it. Vile eyed Jejeune warily. He tries not to sully himself with the details of the day-to-day operations. She allowed a slight look of disdain to brush her features. He has other skills. It was felt best that I speak to you because I know most about Philip and the work he was doing here. You were working late, I understand. The night you report seeing Mr. Wayland enter the woods. Report, noted Mike with interest. A data set Taleb wanted, said Vile, her expression also showing interest in the DCI's line of questioning. Last-minute rush. Panic stations, as usual. Not much time for looking out of the window, then. The accusatory tone in Jejeune's flat delivery was impossible to miss. Mike managed to hide a look of surprise, but not without some effort. Jejeune was rarely anything but courteous in these interviews. The view from this office doesn't let you see the path approaching the woods. You would have a space of, 5 seconds? Between the time someone came into view and the time they disappeared into the woods. And at just that time, you looked up to see Philip Wayland. Jejeune left a long, unblinking stare on Vile, while Danny Mike looked on with something approaching disbelief. What the hell was he playing at? Catherine Vile was a bright, accomplished woman. Surely Jejeune could see she wasn't the type to stand being pushed around like this. Vile crossed her arms, holding them so high on her chest she almost seemed to be hugging herself. She would feel the cold, this one, thought Mike irrationally. She'd be the type with a blanket wrapped around her when she sat on the sofa watching TV. I can hardly help the fact that mine is the only statement that gives Prince Yusef an alibi for the time of the murder. Can I? I mean, it's your job to find corroboration, not mine. She looked at them both challengingly. Look, you don't know me, so I'll spell it out for you. If you think I would say something to protect any of this bloody lot, then you are very much mistaken. She turned away and walked to the window where she stood defiantly with her back to them. Did you like Philip Wayland, personally? Something in Jejeune's tone made Vile turn from the window. Yes, she said. I did. You identified his body. Why was that? Vile gave another slight shrug, her arms still folded high. They said Zandria Gray wasn't up to it. She said simply. I had met Mary and Jack, Philip's parents, a few times. They're nice people. They didn't need to see their son that way. Jejeune looked as if he might be ready to ask another question, but if he was, in the end he decided against it. "Thank you for your time, Miss Vile," he said. "We'll be in touch when we need to speak to you again." Not if, noted Mike. And he was fairly sure Catherine Vile had registered the word too. But by now Jejeune had retreated once more into his thoughts, and it was left to Danny to wrap up the proceedings.
"I'll make a point of reassuring Mr. Al-Talab that you broke no confidences,"
Mike told her, earning a condescending look as his reward. "That won't be necessary, Sergeant. He's well aware of everything that goes on here. Just in case you haven't already worked it out, Abra Al-Talab is seriously good at what he does." Just what that was, Mike couldn't have said. But although he had not known Catherine Vile long, she didn't strike him as the kind of person whose language would tend towards high drama all that often. If she was doubling her seriouslys, it was her way of telling them that they would need to watch Abra Al-Talab very closely. Possibly even very, very closely. Mike was resting the considerable bulk of his frame on the front wing of his Mini, waiting while Jejeune returned to the building to leave a business card, in case either Al-Talab or Prince Yusuf found the time among their encumbrances to slot in a meeting with the North Norfolk Constabulary. From the car speakers floated the sound of Marvin Gaye and Kim Weston, locked once again in the light-hearted back-and-forth duet he had terminated so abruptly earlier. It Takes Two. If it was investigating this crime they were referring to, he would have been hard-pressed to disagree. He would be the first to admit he had been making precious little progress on his own, but if this morning's interviews were anything to go by, for once, the presence of DCI Jejeune didn't seem to hold the promise of much improvement. The oversight with the card, normally unthinkable, was par for the course for today. It had been one of Jejeune's less impressive performances, to put it mildly. There had been a number of missteps. This business about fawning over Al-Talab or antagonising Vile before finally reeling her back in. The DCI's normally assured questioning to had seemed awkward, abrupt even. But perhaps the one thing that bothered Danny Mike the most about today's performance was something that Jejeune had not done. Right from the moment he had revealed the presence of Falcons on the property, he had been waiting for his DCI to invent some spurious reason to go and take a look at them. But he had not. In fact, Jejeune had made no reference to the Falcons at all. And in a long list of questions about the DCI's behaviour since the call from Scotland, for Mike, this was perhaps the most puzzling of all. Chapter 16. Lindy didn't look into the living room as she came through the front door of the cottage. First, she laid her car keys on the small hall table, shrugged off her jacket and shoes, and gave her long blonde hair a good ruffle with her fingers. And perhaps this was why she was so startled. The fact that she had already been in the house for a time doing these casual private things, and all the while a man had been watching her. The man now sitting easily in the comfortable armchair, Dom's armchair, beside the fireplace. He made no move to get up and offered her nothing but an awkward grin. "Oh, hello," said Lindy, recovering herself slightly and deciding on nonchalance until she could get some sense of how some other, more strident response might play with this intruder. "Hi, I'm a friend of Dominic's. He's just gone down to the store. He said he wouldn't be long." "I didn't know Dom had any friends," said Lindy, keeping it light, but feeling in her pocket for her mobile phone. Certainly no friends she had never met whom he might feel comfortable about leaving alone in their cottage, alone with her. Lindy kept herself between this stranger and the doorway behind her. He didn't seem threatening. In fact, he made no move towards her at all. She thought she had pretty good radar for predatory behaviour, but all the same, it was obvious from his unease that this was no normal friend of Dom's. The man seemed to pick up on her uncertainty.
I can leave if you want. Until he comes back, if it's, better.
There was something vaguely familiar about him, thought Lindy, as if she had seen him somewhere, like in an old photograph, perhaps. No, not that. Something more ethereal, more undefined. Whether this feeling would have been enough to stop her backing out of the house and going for help, she didn't get the chance to find out, because at that moment the sound of Dominic's Range Rover pulling up outside fell between them like a guilty secret, leaving them staring at each other awkwardly in silence. And then, suddenly, Domenic was standing in the hallway looking, perhaps, the most uneasy of them all.
You've met, he said finally. I guess we all need to have a chat.
The noise of the paring knife on the cutting board seemed overloud. Lindy had retreated to her cooking chores, her safe haven when she was trying to work out difficulties, when even a walk along the cliff-top path beside their home wouldn't be enough. When her troubles were so great, even North Norfolk's famed coastal winds couldn't carry them away. Domenic was standing behind her, hovering, close enough to lay a hand on her shoulder, but knowing it would be the wrong thing to do. It would be interpreted as intimacy, a request for forgiveness, and he knew he wasn't entitled to that. Yet. So, any news on the award? He tried to make the inquiry nonchalant, but in the taut atmosphere in the kitchen it seemed awkward, crass even. To be blatantly ignoring the immense gulf that lay between them made Dom's attempt at small talk sound exactly what it was: desperate. They were alone. Damien had gone to grab some North Norfolk air, as he had put it when he slipped out. So now it was just the two of them, Domenic and Lindy, and a graveyard of lies and deceit. Domenic looked out of the kitchen window at the unbroken blue vista of the North Sea, stretching out beyond his field of vision in all directions. Was he hoping for something from it? A way to handle this? All it offered him was its gently undulating presence, its assurance that, no matter what turmoil their relationship was facing, the sea would remain constant, as unmoved by human frailties as it always was. It had not been the words. There had not been many of those. It had been the look in her eyes, the one that told him she knew. That Damien was the real reason for his trip up to Scotland, perhaps the only reason. That he had known about it before he left, but had failed to trust her, actively decided not to trust her. It was a look that almost made him wince with pain. I didn't want to do this without telling you. Any of it. It's just that it's... She slammed the knife down on the counter and spun around. Oh, please, Dom! Please don't say it's complicated! The phrase had become Lindy's pet hate recently. So much so that she had even started to vent her frustration at the TV screen. No, it's not, you half-wit, she had told some hapless actor recently. Quadratic equations are complicated. Having an affair with your best mate's wife might be a lot of things, but there's nothing complicated about it. Jejeune paused now, chastened. His opening gambit, and he had been so far off the mark. He searched around for a new beginning. Lindy leaned back against the counter and folded her arms. You told him I'd agreed? Or at the very least that we'd talked about it? Domenic looked surprised. He was anticipating some kind of reaction from me. Delight, maybe hostility even, but something, certainly not surprise. He thought I knew he was coming, Dom, and I would have already prepared myself, but I didn't know, and he could see that. He could see you hadn't even talked to me about any of this. Do you have any idea how much that hurt me? That another man could see that you didn't even trust me that much? It wasn't that, said Dominic emphatically. It's this situation. There are circumstances. Your brother was in trouble with the law. I know that, Dominic. Your friend Traz told me when we were in St. Lucia. So you see, there was really no reason to keep anything from me. She turned away from him and picked up the knife again, ready to work away her anger. Jejeune sat down in a chair by the kitchen table and spent a long time looking at the flagstone floor. He said eventually, so quietly that Lindy turned around to look at him again. Not was in trouble with the law. He is, Lindy. Damien is a fugitive from justice. There's an international warrant out for his arrest. He felt adrift, unable to find a starting point for his explanation. He realized Lindy hadn't spoken and he looked up. She was staring at him, her face a mask of astonishment. But her voice, when it came, had lost its harshness. Her calmness was almost a force now, like a defense mounted to repress the panic welling inside her. She held up a hand. Whatever it is, Dom, whatever he's done, I don't want to know, okay? But he has to leave. He has got no right to put you in this situation. It's not fair. You'll have to deal with it. I don't mean you should turn him in, obviously, but he can't stay here. Jejeune stood and moved to the window again, but the vast, heaving sea held no answers for him, no arguments against Lindy's relentless, measured logic. She joined him at the window and stood beside him, gently stroking his shoulder with the palm of her hand. I'm sure he has already worked it out for himself. He knows what you do for a living. A quick word and he'll be on his way. A thought seemed to strike her. Or I can do it. Tell him, if it would be too difficult for you. It'll just be for a short time, said Dominic, as much to his own reflection in the window as to the woman standing beside him. Lindy shook her head, drawing a breath to suppress her frustration in favour of a more reasonable tone. You have to decide who you want to be in this, Dom. The policeman or the brother, because you can't be both, and if you faff about trying to decide, the authorities will make your mind up for you. Even failing to report his presence is a criminal offence. He can't be here, in this house, under the same roof as you. Not even for a night. A few days. That's all I'm saying. A week at most. Just enough time to let me get to the bottom of all this. All what? Damien came here for a reason, and I need to find out what that is. I think it may have something to do with Cast of Falcons, but I'm not sure. Cast of Falcons! Bloody hell, Dominic! This is serious! You can't risk everything we have over some birds! She looked around her with a kind of wild desperation, as if all this kitchen, this cottage, this life might be taken away from her at any moment. Harbouring a wanted criminal. It could mean prison. Do you have any idea at all what that could be like for an ex-policeman? The impact seemed to arrive only now. The truth of the risk they faced. Now, as she spoke it aloud for the first time, the effect of the ice-cold wave of realization on her was almost visible. I'm sorry, Dom, she said, shaking her head. He has to leave. There's a reason he came here, said Dominic. I need to find out what it is. Then ask him for God's sake and send him on his way. Dominic shook his head. That's not the way it works with us. It never has. We need to work up to things. It's like we both have to keep maneuvering around until we find a safe place and then we can talk. We don't have time for you two to be playing musical chairs, Dominic. He is out there now, sampling the delights of the North Norfolk countryside. Who knows who's taking notes? Jejeune shook his head. He's careful. He won't attract any attention to himself. I doubt anybody will even give him a second glance." Lindy pulled away from him slightly and gave him a wild-eyed look, astonishment mixed with exasperation. "What village have you been living in? You can't get your front room decorated in Saltmarsh without it being the subject of the day at the fish and chip shop. If nobody knows he's here now, I can guarantee they will by the end of tomorrow. This lot makes the BBC look like they're still relying on the Pony Express for their news. The area is built on tourism. New faces show up here every day. One more won't raise any eyebrows. It will if they see the two of you out on the town together. They won't. I'll make sure we're careful." He had won. He could see that the fight had gone from her eyes and been replaced by resignation. He had countered her arguments and he had won. She knew that whatever objections she raised, he would match them until she had none left to offer. They had argued like this before, quietly, insistently, relentlessly, on other important topics, the ones that really mattered. And this was when they reached their resolutions, when one of them saw how vitally important something was to the other and decided that this was what mattered, the sheer overwhelming significance of it. It meant that Lindy was on his side now. Whatever misgivings she might have, it was their shared decision. All that remained was the fine print. A week. She looked at him warily, distrustful almost, and Dominic recoiled from it. He knew he deserved such a look, had earned it even. That's all. And then he's gone. Even if he hasn't told you what he wants, and you haven't been clever enough to work it out, even then, he leaves. Jejeune nodded. A week, I promise. And he did, fully and unreservedly. The time had come to stop lying to Lindy, and it began now. Chapter 17. The pall of unease that had hung over the interview room since they had begun investigating Philip Wayland's murder was not lifted at all by the return of Chief Inspector Domenic Jejeune. Perhaps it might have been if he had taken a position at the front of the room and locked them in with that intense stare of his, imperiously declaring that they had a definite lead or two, that there was a chance that he could now guide them, literally and figuratively, out of the woods and towards the light of truth in this case. But he did not. Instead, the inspector retreated to his customary perch on a desk at the back of the room, making only minimal eye contact on his way. So it was left to Danny Mike to part the clouds, at least a little, by delivering the news that Philip Wayland's death was not quite as it had first appeared after all.
There is evidence of teeth marks on the neck tissue. According to the ME, the blow was enough to sever muscle, ligament and bone, to the extent that the head could later be detached by foraging animals. Foxes, he would suggest. He also confirmed the marks on the leather shoulder strap indicate the blade, whatever it was, skidded off it, meaning the initial blow probably wasn't aimed at the neck.
Mike looked around the room significantly to make sure nobody missed the message.
In other words, Mr. Wayland was not intentionally decapitated by his killer.
The information was greeted with such relief, Mike would not have been surprised to hear a slight smattering of applause. In the strange world the detectives inhabited, it was an important distinction. The murder was a violent, ruthless act, certainly, but somehow less macabre, less inhuman now. In a way that none of them would have been able to explain, it made an important difference to know that their quarry had suddenly been downgraded to a more human prey. There was other news awaiting them too. Lauren Salter was gearing herself up to deliver it, primping a set of note sheets into alignment on her knee. She had taken to adding a touch of drama to her reports recently, and her preparations now were a signal that something significant was on its way. You know you asked me to do a bit of digging into carbon capture and storage. Well, it's only relatively recently that governments and global organisations have begun paying any serious attention to it, but I think we could say they certainly are now.
Could we?
Asked Mike, playing along in order to get to the crux of her report as quickly as possible.
And why might we say that, Constable?
Because they've started doing what they always do with big global problems. They're throwing money at it. They've made a fund available, essentially a cash prize, I suppose you'd call it, for anyone who can come up with a viable method of capturing and storing carbon on an industrial scale. You're talking about the CCS commercialisation programme, said Jejeune from the back of the room. I understood that had been cancelled. Salter nodded. The first competition was, she confirmed, but it has been reinstated. This time around, they're providing something called competitive capital funding. Are we talking about a lot of money, Lauren? Holland wasn't the only person in the room warming to this new information. As motives for murder went, money was pretty much your default setting. Salter shrugged. It depends what you mean by a lot. She looked around the room, milking the moment. At the back, she could see that Jejeune already knew the figure. The others, though, were hanging on exactly where Lauren Salter wanted them. Even Danny Mike was leaning forward slightly, as if ready to catch the number when she supplied it. How about £1 billion? The announcement was greeted by a stunned silence. £1 billion was a lot of money to throw at any problem. How and why this prize money was connected to Wayland's death might take some sorting out, but few in the room doubted there would be a connection somewhere. Most eyes turned towards Jejeune. Perhaps the inspector, with his processor-like mind, had already made a link, but if so, his bland expression gave no hint. The first contest, Constable, he said. Do we know why it was cancelled? All the entrants eventually pulled out. Carbon capture and storage research is extremely costly, and with no guarantees of success, they found they simply couldn't carry on. You'd need almost unlimited resources to undertake a project like this. Enter Emirati princes buying up old dairies, said Holland. A thought seemed to strike him, and he gave a self-satisfied grin. Which, I suppose, makes them milkshakes. Although only officers who wanted to spend their careers giving bicycle safety tips to the children at Saltmarsh Primary School would dream of referring to them that way, said Colleen Shepherd from the doorway. No one was sure how long she had been there, but if she registered the atmosphere in the room at all, it came a distant second to her own agenda. She acknowledged Jejeune's presence with an uncertain smile. Welcome back, Dominic. And straight into the fray, I was glad to note. Catherine Vial was helpful, I take it? To us, or to Prince Youssef? Shepherd decided to ignore the sarcasm. Perhaps it was a way of acknowledging that Jejeune had a point. Although he hadn't checked in at the station before heading out to the old dairy, they both knew she could still have got word to him that he wouldn't be meeting anyone in authority if she had wanted to. I'm sorry, but your request to interview senior figures at the old dairy could be interpreted as a sign that you consider them suspects. Perhaps even the prince himself. Jejeune's silence could have meant anything, but Shepherd was taking no chances. You're not saying he is, I hope. In case you had forgotten, the word alibi means in another place, she said. In the air, hundreds of feet above Saltmarsh, seems to me to be pretty bloody definitively another place than a public footpath through a forest. Catherine Vial confirmed her previous statement, I take it, about seeing Wayland entering the woods around 7? You'd hardly expect her to do otherwise, given that she was the person the old dairy executive hand-selected to speak to us. It was felt she was best placed to answer your questions. I did take into account that she is the one who provided the prince with his alibi, and also the person who identified Wayland's body. I am not completely oblivious to these things, you know, Dominic. We did manage to get along here on our own, tie our own shoelaces and such, while you were off chasing around the Outer Hebrides. It was all light-hearted and pleasant, but the message was clear. Shepherd was not asking for forgiveness. She had come in here prepared to fight her corner when it came to protecting the Emirati family from Jejeune's investigations. Right, on to other things, she announced with customary briskness. As you know, the Crown Prince arrives tomorrow. There are expected to be plenty of protesters on hand, so I want a full complement of detectives up there. Wayland's killer might well be among these protesters, so I expect you all to put yourselves about a bit and see if anybody knows anything. A shimmer of unease rippled through the room. It was clear now that she hadn't yet been in the doorway when Salter delivered her bombshell. It's possible the protesters might not be our primary focus now, ma'am. The constable's comment was delivered casually, but not enough to disguise its importance. Shepherd looked at Jejeune and then at Mike.
Constable Salter has just brought us the news that in the field in which Philip Wayland was working, someone is offering a £1 billion prize for the first one to come up with a viable solution,
said the sergeant. Shepherd shifted uneasily. I'm not sure that constitutes a link to the Old Dairy project itself, necessarily, she said carefully. Mike felt a stab of embarrassment for his DCS. If she acknowledged the link, she could hardly refuse Jejeune permission to follow wherever it might lead. But she was fooling no one by pretending she could not see where all this was going. He looked across at Jejeune. It should be you doing this, he thought. But he could tell the DCI wasn't going to respond, and, not for the first time, the dirty work fell to Danny.
If Philip Wayland started making some headway on this problem, all of a sudden he would become a threat to all the competitors for the prize money, including those he used to work for.
Shepherd was silent for a long time. A full complement of detectives and plenty of uniforms up there too. See to it, will you, Sergeant? Prince Ibrahim is a visiting dignitary. His safety is paramount, and I won't have it compromised by some mob of layabouts. Not to mention the show of goodwill such a police presence would provide, thought Mike, which might come in handy if and when the North Norfolk Constabulary had to inconvenience Old Dairy Holdings with inquiries into the murder of a former employee. The short beat of silence that followed Shepherd's orders suggested the others had picked up on her transparent motive too, and as the meeting broke up, for the second time in a few moments, Mike felt slightly uncomfortable for his DCS. Shepherd stopped Jejeune on his way out, waiting as the clatter of noise from the still-clearing room subsided. I take it this Scottish business was resolved to everyone's satisfaction, she said conversationally. Her pause wasn't long enough for Jejeune to confirm or deny, though I see you couldn't quite manage to stay out of the spotlight even up there. Jejeune wasn't sure whether his look would have shown puzzlement or alarm. He felt both in equal measure. The press office has just informed me you've been mentioned in the dispatches again. Apparently the woman whose son you rescued writes a local blog. She thanked you in it. Jejeune shrugged uneasily. Right place, right time. Yes, said Shepherd. The funny thing was, she described you as having a beard. A nice man with a beard who talked to her son about ravens. Jejeune shifted, unable to keep his eyes on his DCS. A couple of days' growth, he said, waving a hand vaguely in front of his chin. She was busy looking after her son. She probably didn't get a good look. At the man who had just saved her son. Even to him it sounded implausible. Shepherd tilted her face up to him slightly, and her eyes seemed to be searching his. Another time, perhaps, she might have had more questions, pursued things a bit more. But for now, she had decided to move on. "I've just been hearing on the radio about this award Lindy has been nominated for. I hadn't realised it was quite so prestigious." Jejeune nodded vigorously, happy to be able to redirect the conversation. "I'm extremely proud of her, obviously." "And you've shown her this, I take it?" The pointed question took him by surprise, and he gave Shepherd a blank look in lieu of an answer. "You should arrange something. A small party. Make an event of it. Whether or not she wins the award, it would be nice for her to have something to remember the nomination by." Jejeune gave an indulgent smile. "I don't think she'd be that interested, to be honest." Shepherd shook her head slightly. "You know, there are times when I find your ability to read people's inner thoughts quite astonishing." She paused. "This is not one of them. It will matter to her, Dominic. Take it from me, regardless of how self-effacing she's pretending to be. Just because you're used to this sort of attention doesn't mean everyone else is. Recognition like this comes so rarely to most of us. It's something to revel in, if only for a short time. I'm not saying you should rent out the Saltmarsh Hunt Club, but a small gathering in that lovely little cottage of yours, a chance to celebrate this moment with a few of her close friends, it would mean a lot to her." Shepherd had taken to wearing her gold-rimmed glasses on the end of her nose recently, perhaps to make it easier to peer over them intimidatingly when she needed to. "Do you want me to make it an order?" She was eyeing him carefully. Was her earlier suspicion still lingering in her gaze? Dominic knew any further resistance might set her wondering, might send her mind rolling back over this business about the man with the beard. With a tilt of his head, he conceded defeat. After all, a couple of dozen people coming to his cottage, where his fugitive brother had taken up residence, what could possibly go wrong? Chapter 18. Jejeune didn't waste much time after the morning briefing. He wanted to get out to speak to Zandria Gray as soon as possible, and he asked Mike to accompany him so the sergeant could fill him in on the details of his previous visit along the way. Mike had told him everything, a slow, steady monologue that soundtracked their route as Jejeune guided the big Range Rover along the narrow lanes. The sergeant gave his account unguardedly, though he would undoubtedly have felt more at ease about it if he didn't have the impression that Jejeune was listening for the messages behind the words, the parts left unsaid, undetected, perhaps even by Danny himself. Jejeune wheeled into the car park at the university's research facility. If he made no comment about the building, it was clear from his expression that he was no more impressed with its outward appearance than Mike had been. They walked along the putty-coloured corridors until they arrived at Zandria Gray's office. She looked up from a desk untidily strewn with papers as the two men entered. The neat bob of her hairstyle still framed her face, but it did nothing to hide the pallor of her skin.
"I hope we're not disturbing you,"
said Mike.
"This is Chief Inspector Jejeune. He's running the investigation into Mr. Wayland's death."
Ostensibly, the introduction was for Gray's benefit, but given Jejeune's recent performance at the old dairy, Mike thought it wouldn't hurt to remind the DCI of his role either. Jejeune took a step forward. "I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Gray." "You can call me Zandria." She flashed a look at Mike. "It seems to help when there are difficult matters to discuss." "I understand it's hard for you to speak about things at the moment." Gray held up a weary hand as if to stop Jejeune. "I will try to answer any inquiries about Philip you may have, Inspector, no matter how troubling they might be." There was an emptiness about her, a desolation, as if in denying herself access to her emotions, she had been unable to fill the internal spaces with any other feelings. Almost in front of Mike's eyes, Zandria Gray's personality was becoming a wasteland.
I understand Mr. Wayland was an expert in the undersea storage of captured carbon,
began Jejeune gently.
Is that what he was working on here?
She nodded. Though possibly not in the way you mean. Philip was looking at ways to promote CO2 sequestration through the use of carbon-fixing algae. If you can create an algal bloom, you get large chains of diatoms, a type of phytoplankton. These use carbon to build shells for themselves, absorbing it from the atmosphere in huge amounts. Research shows that when these organisms die, they often sink as deep as 1,000 meters. At those depths, the carbon they take with them could be safely and harmlessly stored in seafloor sediments and deep water columns for centuries. Perhaps because of his discomfort in previously having to stand at the front of the incident room with no new leads to offer, Mike now tended to view all information through a lens which had him presenting it to the rest of the task force. He was trying to imagine a scenario where he explained to them that the solution to global climate change, as proposed by one of the top thinkers in the subject, was to have microscopic creatures build themselves tiny shells of carbon and sink to the bottom of the ocean with them. As dutiful as Danny was, this could be one time when he might simply step back and insist that Jejeune leave his perch at the back of the room and handle the briefing himself. Jejeune, though, didn't seem to share Mike's scepticism.
I assume he hadn't done any research on this while he was at the old dairy,
said Jejeune. Gray shook her head. Even if he did, any work he did there is considered proprietary. It would all have been protected under the confidentiality agreement he signed.
Based on Catherine Vile's guarded responses to my inquiries, I get the impression it is particularly restrictive.
The comment took Mike aback slightly. In the first place, as he remembered it, they were his inquiries. More to the point, he was surprised to learn Jejeune had even registered Catherine Vile's responses, so preoccupied had he seemed at the time. Gray stood up and crossed to a counter to pour herself a glass of water. She waved the carafe at the two men, but both declined. I doubt Catherine Vile would have shared much with you, whether she was bound by her agreement or not. They seem to particularly enjoy the covert side of things up there. Secrecy for its own sake, Philip used to call it. I'm sure it was one of the things that drove him to leave, finally. That, and the opportunity to pursue this entirely new branch of research here at the university. Jejeune had gone quiet. Possibly it was just one of his usual thoughtful pauses, but given the DCI's previous performance, Mike was taking no chances that this interview would sink into the desultory silences of the earlier one.
This new research, it doesn't involve piping the carbon out under the seas, then, he said, like they're planning to do up at the old dairy.
Like they are hoping to do, Sergeant Mike. You have no doubt been treated to Catherine Vile's breezy optimism on the subject, but I can tell you for a fact that unless they can find a way to stabilise the carbon first, the international community will never allow them to do it. Pumping captured carbon under the sea for long-term storage is fraught with dangers. Potential leaks, for example. And it will almost certainly make the oceans more acidic. There are a lot of people out there already looking to outlaw the practice completely. Secrecy for its own sake, said Jejeune, like a man returning from a dream. What did Mr. Wayland mean by that, I wonder? Well, that not only the research was restricted, but the raw data, too. Even the simple things like measurements of tidal dynamics, meteorological readings. Philip always knew Old Dairy Holdings would own the findings he produced. I just don't think he ever expected that he would be denied access to his own data. Jejeune set off on a small circuit of the office an action Mike found strangely comforting. DCI Jejeune was starting to do the things he normally did, thinking, probing, wandering about all over the place. Could it be a sign he might finally be starting to get somewhere with this case? It was about time. From the far side of the office, Jejeune turned and looked frankly at Gray. Did you get the sense he felt he had been deceived, tricked into signing the confidentiality agreement in some way? She shook her head. Philip understood how the world of corporate science worked, but he felt that the protections should only apply to the research, the answers they found in the raw data. He couldn't see how it could serve any higher purpose to keep a few tide charts and wind measurements out of the public domain. I always got the impression his insistence on keeping all these paper copies here was a reaction of some kind to what was going on up there. He wanted to show the world. If it had been up to him, the data at the old dairy would have been made available to the wider world as it is here at the university. For a moment, her eyes moistened, and she seemed in danger of letting her memories overwhelm her. Mike saw her frame stiffen slightly, as if she was almost physically trying to force her emotions under control once again. The effort seemed to weary her. She looked spent, exhausted. "I wonder," said Jejeune, "would it be possible to see this data?" Gray looked up and seemed to draw herself together, as if aware her private sorrow had drawn her away from the men's presence. She set down her glass and grabbed a set of keys and a remote control device from her desk drawer. The detectives followed her down a narrow concrete stairway and through a series of dimly lit corridors that seemed to switch back and forth upon themselves erratically. She stopped before a nondescript door and unlocked it. She fumbled for a switch somewhere on the wall, and a bank of fluorescent lights blinked lazily to life, bathing the entire room in a ghostly pale blue light. Across the far wall was a series of storage shelves stretching from floor to ceiling. The motorized stacks were pressed together at either end, with only a single opening between them. In the half-light, it looked like the entrance to a cave, ominous and forbidding. She offered the console to Jejeune. The motor and the emergency cut-off beams are activated by this remote device. The protocol is that only the person entering the stacks can hold it, and no one may enter them without it. Her voice was dispassionate, indifferent, more self-protection, thought Mike. He could not imagine the pain she must be feeling, the inconsolable sense of loss at being down here, so close to the nerve centre of her lost fiancé's work. Her willingness to offer more commentary startled him. Philip had the system set up as soon as he came. He spent a lot of time down here. He wanted to be sure he'd be the only one controlling the movement of the stacks. Jejeune took the console and began edging his way down the narrow space between the shelves. Gray seemed to drift off towards inner thoughts as she watched him.
Was Mr. Wayland close to a solution in this new line of inquiry?
Asked Mike, more to dispel the uncomfortable silence that had settled between them than out of any genuine interest. Gray stirred, seeming to free herself a little from the melancholy that had shrouded her since she first entered the room. Philip was certain it was possible, and once he had convinced himself of that, he was willing to sacrifice any amount of time, conduct any amount of research to find it. He would have found his viable industrial-scale process, Sergeant. I have no doubt of it. Her emotions moved like water, thought Mike, flowing from her sadness into these tiny eddies of energy when she spoke about Wayland's work. If anything was going to save Zandria Gray, it would be this, continuing her ex-fiancé's research. Jejeune emerged from the stacks with a number of manila folders. He crossed to a small desk and switched on a lamp, spreading the files out in front of him so that their titles and dates were visible. Tiny tabs of coloured paper protruded from the edges of many of the sheets in the folders. He selected 2 at random and scanned through their contents. He seemed oblivious to the presence of either Mike or Gray, both hovering uncertainly nearby. "These sticky tabs," said Jejeune, looking up from the desk. "Are they significant?" "DNA markers." Gray's face softened a little as the memory brought back a smile. "Utterly unprofessional, let alone unscientific. Still, they seem to work for Philip." "DNA markers? I'm afraid I don't understand." "His little joke," she said with another small smile. "It means data not available." He marked the areas where there were gaps in his research. Jejeune's expression suggested he did understand now, a lot more clearly. He stood up and closed the folders, gathering them up and handing them to Gray. "Thank you. This has been helpful."
Sounds like the old dairy project is going to run into a lot more resistance over their undersea storage pipeline than Catherine Vile would have us believe,
said Mike, as the 2 men made their way across the car park to Jejeune's Range Rover. Jejeune nodded. "Hardly what you want to hear if you've already focused all your efforts on it, as the old dairy owners have, is it?"
"On the other hand, there were a lot of those little tabs," said Mike. "It's hard to believe Wayland was as close to a solution as Andrea Gray seems to think it was, if each one represented an area where no research had been done."
"Oh, I don't believe that's what they said at all, Sergeant."
"You heard her.
Wayland was a researcher from the old school. The good ones used to pride themselves on precision in what they call non-data ink, too. I'm pretty sure if there was no data, Wayland's tabs would have read ND. Mike had gone quiet, and when Jejeune turned to face him, he saw that the sergeant's face had turned to thunder. He was angry with himself, furious, and Jejeune suspected he knew why. Under Mike's guidance, the investigation had made little progress, and while in reality that was no reflection on the sergeant's abilities, perception was rarely a faithful mirror of the truth. Now, the sergeant was realizing that, in refusing Gray's earlier offer to look at Wayland's research, he had missed something significant, something that may have led the investigation forward in some way. Jejeune respected his sergeant too much to offer him any platitudes about it not being important, but he didn't need him dwelling on it either.
"You raised a couple of good points, Sergeant," he said. "Glad to hear I got something right," said Mike tartly.
"It would be interesting to find out whether anyone at the old dairy shares Andrea Gray's point of view,
if they felt their project was in trouble, and at the same time believed Philip Wayland was as close to a breakthrough on an alternative solution. I can't imagine recent meetings of Old Dairy Board of Directors would have been a comfortable place to be." "You know what else strikes me?" asked Mike. "We have now spoken to people involved in 2 projects that are competing against each other for £1 billion, and no one has so much as mentioned the prize money. You don't imagine it slipped their minds, do you?" The sergeant seemed to be returning to the point where he wanted to start holding other people accountable for their actions, instead of just himself. Jejeune was pleased. The way events were unfolding, in this case and elsewhere, he had the feeling he was going to need the sergeant's support, possibly more than he had ever needed it before. They had reached Jejeune's Range Rover, but instead of getting in, the DCI stopped and looked at Mike over the top of the vehicle. "Troubling, Sergeant," he said. "That was Andrea Gray's word. We could ask her questions, no matter how troubling they might be. Just what was it that she was expecting us to ask about Philip Wayland that might be troubling, I wonder?" Jejeune opened the car door, but before he got in, he paused and looked back one final time at the washed-out facade of the research block. Whether it gave him any answers or not, the building held his gaze for a long moment before he finally slid behind the steering wheel and closed the door. Chapter 19.
The low breeze sent gentle ripples over the dark surface of the water, the sunlight glinting off them as they lapped against the shore. The heads of the reeds tilted and rocked with an easy movement as the wind passed through them. Apart from a few dabbling ducks, nothing disturbed the quiet scene in front of the hide. But the men sat alert, ready for any flicker of movement that would prompt them to raise the binoculars clutched in their hands. Damien and Dominic had decided to occupy opposite ends of the hide, so it was inevitable that anyone entering would sit between them and assume they were not together. Dominic had been prepared for the possibility that Quentin Senior might make an appearance that day, but certainly not that his closest birding acquaintance would be accompanied by another man the inspector knew very well. The inspector's surprise at seeing Eric was genuine enough to overshadow any unease he might have felt. "Eric?" exclaimed Dominic. "You're here? Birding?"
"Just taking it up," he announced. "Quentin is being kind enough to show me the ropes. Anything interesting?" he asked, bending to look through the narrow viewing slat. "I'm hoping for a little ringed plover today."
The others recognised in Eric's comment the novice's desire for new species to add to his list, but Senior shook his head.
"Ho ho! That way madness lies."
He smiled at Dominic.
"Forgive me, Inspector. I've been reading King Lear again, in light of your young lady's nomination. Ho ho! Wonderful stuff. Truly moving."
He turned back to chapel.
"But if not madness, Eric, then at least disappointment. You'll see one eventually, if you're patient enough and dedicated enough. But in these early stages, it might be better simply to let the birding world show you what it wants to." "I can't find you any little ring plovers, but there's a couple of male-ruddy turnstones in full breeding plumage on the far shore," offered Damien. "Always a nice bird to see."
Eric raised his bins eagerly and began tracking along the shoreline until he located the birds.
"Excellent,"
he murmured, not taking his eyes from the bins.
"Thanks."
Senior turned toward Damien, studiously peering out through a slat, his face turned away from the group.
"It's simply turnstone over here, Eric. The ruddy rather tips your hand,"
he said to Damien amicably.
"A Canadian accent, I would guess."
Damien did his best to lean farther into the shadows at the far end of the hide.
"I like to call myself a citizen of the world,"
he said easily. It was the sort of fatuous statement that would put most people off, and Dominic suspected that was the point. Senior, predictably, took it with his customary good nature. He nodded.
"You see, Eric, people travel thousands of miles for the privilege of birding this magnificent North Norfolk coast, and here we have it all on our doorstep year-round. We really don't appreciate how lucky we are sometimes."
Senior raised his bins and tracked a small duck as it weaved in and out of view behind a curtain of reeds.
"Gargany, female. Over there at the right."
The men all raised their binoculars and followed Senior's directions to find the nondescript bird upending for weeds.
"A good duck, Eric," said Senior, "especially for our North American friends. Forgive me, Inspector. I sometimes forget you're from that part of the world, too."
"I tend to consider myself a local now," said Jejeune, anxious to put any distance he could between himself and the North American at the other end of the hide. Though he was less than comfortable with the situation, he did not regret bringing Damien out to Cly. This was his home turf, some of the best birding habitat in the world, and it had seemed important somehow to share it with his brother. But he realised now that it had become dangerous for them to be here, and he was waiting only for a suitable pulse of time to pass before he could bid them all goodbye. Damien would pick up on the cue and make his own way from the hide a few moments later, linking up with Dominic at the car park, where he would have the Range Rover's engine running and the door unlocked. At the far end of the hide, Damien had gone very quiet and was staring through his bins with an intensity that Dominic recognised well. Dominic raised his own bins quickly and watched as a gull made a final arc before swooping in for a landing on a mudflat. Damien withdrew his gaze and stared across the other men toward his brother. But Dominic knew what would happen. The need to identify, to share, was too strong for an ex-bird tour leader.
That's a Franklin's gull that has just come in with those black-headed gulls,
said Damien in a low, measured voice. He seemed to realise that he was starting on a path with an uncertain destination, but, as Dominic had known, he was unable to stop himself. It was undoubtedly the casual nature of Damien's announcement that caused Senior to greet it with such low-key interest.
Really? A Franklin's? Are you sure? I have to say it would be a remarkable sighting if it was.
Senior raised his bins. Where are we looking, please?
Second group of gulls from the right. It's the fifth bird in on the far side of the mudflat, slightly smaller than the bird in front of it, slightly darker back.
Oh, I have it. Wind just ruffled its primaries, yes.
Senior sounded even less sure than before.
It's certainly darker, but has its head tucked under its wing and its legs aren't visible. Conclusive diagnostics are impossible from here.
He seemed to remember his manners and quickly corrected himself.
That is to say, they would be for me.
I saw it come in, said Damien.
It had that narrow white band between the wingtip and inner wing.
Dominic detected a touch of hesitation in his voice. He's realised, he thought. Too late, but he has realised. But Damien's tone carried the kind of assurance that caused Senior to lower his bins.
Not the white wedge of the black-headed.
He fixed Damien with a stare.
And, of course, you would have seen enough Franklins on your side of the pond, wouldn't you, to recognise one?
There was rising tension in Senior's voice. He was warming to the possibility of it. Eric was sitting silently at Senior's side, watching with undisguised fascination as the drama of the discovery continued to play out.
You really believe it is a Franklin's gull?
It was as if Senior couldn't quite give himself permission to believe it without one last confirmation. Damien flashed a quick glance at Dominic.
Yes.
Well, this is wonderful, said Senior. We must put the word out immediately. Eric, would you mind doing the honours? I'll let you know if it twitches so much as a feather.
Eric withdrew his phone and began keying in his message. Senior looked up at Damien for a brief moment.
You'll forgive me if I ask Eric to note it as a possible. I'd be leery of an unequivocal declaration until I'd seen a field mark or two of my own. Be my guest. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere, so hopefully you'll be able to get your looks at some point.
Dominic shifted uneasily. In less than half an hour, there were going to be upwards of 50 birders descending on this place, and Damien was going to be a thoroughly celebrated figure.
There, done,
declared Eric. He snatched up his bins and locked them onto the bird again.
What a wonderful introduction to your birding career, Eric. Cherish this one. Many birders wait years to see a Franklin's. They only pop up every 10 years or so, and they hardly ever stay around very long. Harry'll be beside himself, he said, shaking his head and chuckling softly. He looked at Eric, our resident gull expert. Every birding group has one. I'm sure you'll run into him soon enough, though if he misses this bird, he probably won't speak to you for weeks.
He smiled.
Well, this is a truly exciting... I can't thank you enough, Mr.
Damien, he said hesitantly. John Damien. OK, Eric, I suggest we settle in and watch this chap for a little while. There'll not be much doing until he stirs, but we might get a glimpse of the red legs or the eye if we're lucky. Ready for a bit of a session, Inspector?
Jejeune shook his head.
I have somewhere to be.
Senior looked genuinely disappointed.
Really? How sad. Well, how about you, Mr. Damien? You'll join us, I hope. Point out to Eric the bits he should be noting. I have other plans too, unfortunately, said Damien. He stood to leave. You will at least let us identify it as found by, I hope, asked Senior. The local birders will be extremely grateful. Oh, that's okay, really, said Damien, reading the warnings in Dominic's stare. I mean, you were in on it too.
With a birder less established or more vain, it might have worked. But Domenic could have told Damien that Senior's integrity would have none of it.
Not at all. I'd barely given the chap a second look, to tell you the truth. And once he's roosted, well, no one can call a Franklin's now, not till he eventually pops his head up. No, this find is all yours, my friend. Please, I must insist.
Damien looked helplessly at Domenic, but there was clearly no safe way to refuse, especially under the watchful stare of Eric, who looked as if he might have picked up something between the two men, even if he was not quite sure what it was.
OK, just John Damien, overseas visitor, something like that'd be great. Thanks,
said Damien, following Dominic's lead and escaping from the hide before Senior could unwittingly compromise them any further. Outside, Domenic was covering the ground at such a pace that Damien had to half-run to keep pace.
Come on, Dom, don't be mad,
he said in a reasonable tone.
It was a Franklin's, for God's sake. Over here. You couldn't deny them a chance at that. You'd have called it in if you'd seen it.
I did see it, said Domenic. Damien stopped on the path.
What? You want the credit? Let's go back. I'd be happy to give it to you, honestly.
No. We need to get you out of here, now. By the time they reached the car park at the visitor centre, the first of the cars were pulling in. Birders hurried to extract scopes and jackets from their cars, readying themselves for the walk into the reserve. 2 or 3 of them recognised Domenic and hurried over for information about the gull's location. None gave Damien more than a passing nod. Senior obviously had higher priorities than having Eric assign credit for the find at the moment. But he wouldn't wait long. It wasn't in his nature to be anything less than gallant, and Jejeune was fairly sure the second wave of arrivals would come pre-armed with the news that they owned this coup to one John Damien. But by then, the man who had made the discovery would be long gone, and so would the man who had so recklessly brought him here. Chapter 20. Lindy pulled into the car park of the old dairy under a grey, uncertain sky. The size of the crowd surprised her. She had been led to believe there would be only a few protesters on hand, but this gathering was substantial and growing. A steady flow of people were walking along the public footpath, joining the knot of individuals already there, milling and swirling around, collars turned up against a freshening breeze that tugged raggedly at the treetops. Lindy made her way over towards the large wire gates of the compound. "Morning, Danny," she said. "Nice day for it?" Mike looked surprised.
"Miss Hay? Lindy,"
he said awkwardly.
"The DCI didn't mention you would be here today?"
He didn't know. Lindy gave her long hair a toss, and the wind swirled it around her head. "Nor did I come to that. My publisher asked me to come down and cover the event. One of our reporters called in on a sickie. Probably beer-induced if I know him. He certainly knows how to attract a crowd, this prince." She nodded toward a throng flanking the approach road to the gates. Mike's eyes drifted over to where a half-hearted chant had broken out. A warm-up, perhaps, for the main event still to come.
Lindy saw Lauren Salter on the far side of the group and watched her carefully tracking Sergeant Mike wherever he went, as usual. And, as usual, Danny Mike remained completely oblivious. The course of unrequited love doth ever run untrue, thought Lindy. You on security these days? Asked Lindy. There was humour in her tone, but faint concern too. The Saltmarsh Police Department wouldn't waste a valuable resource like Sergeant Danny Mike on crowd control unless a crowd genuinely needed controlling. Mike understood and smiled reassuringly. This lot will make a bit of noise, but we're not anticipating anything beyond that. Lindy caught sight of Domenic, standing a good way inside the compound fence with a group of people who were lining the road leading up to the glass block offices. One person in particular took her eye, the one standing next to Domenic. I see it's fallen to poor Dom's lot to interview that stunner with long red hair, she said. Let me guess, she's single, an avid birder, and has a thing for Canadian detectives. Don't be too impressed with my psychic abilities, Danny. It's the kind of luck I get these days. Mike smiled. I don't think the inspector has paid much attention to Miss Vile's appearance, to tell you the truth. He paused and cast a sidelong glance at Lindy. He seems a bit, well, distracted lately, as a matter of fact. Nothing bothering him, is there? It was as close as Mike would come to prying, but Lindy knew him well enough by now to recognise the danger signs. Dom was off kilter, and Danny Mike wanted to know why. Nor was it an idle inquiry. The murder of Philip Wayland was an unsettling, brutal event, and no one would feel truly safe again until his killer had been brought to justice. That would take a Domenic Jejeune firing on all cylinders, and Danny Mike just wanted to make sure that version would be available if called upon. Lindy shook her head casually. No, I don't think so, Sergeant. Danny. Nothing at all. Possibly this trip up to Scotland was a bit taxing, all that driving, but really, other than that, nothing comes to mind. She turned away slightly, angry at herself. Perhaps it was okay to feel so guilty about deceiving such a kind, honest man as Danny Mike, but she could have probably done better than denying something 3 times in the same sentence. She knew it would be necessary to close down the subject before Mike could start to delve deeper. I'd better get going. You've met my boss, I understand, so you'll know he's every bit as demanding and intolerant as yours. She treated Danny to one of her best smiles and threw a tiny wave in for good measure before melting away to join the growing crowd. From inside the compound, Catherine Vile raised her hand in greeting to a small man on the other side of the wire fence. He was dressed in a ragged sweater and well-worn corduroys and seemed to be hovering slightly to the side of the main mass of protesters, as if unsure how closely he wanted to be associated with them. He smiled uncertainly and waved back. Jejeune watched the exchange with interest. There's been no harassment by the protesters of anyone working here? Jejeune asked. No personal threats aimed at any of the staff, past or present? He saw in her eyes that she understood. Vile shook her head a little, her long locks dancing with the movement. Most of the people who work here are locals too. We've all known each other for years. I've never felt threatened or intimidated by these protesters, and I doubt any of the other staff have either, past or present. She had accepted his presence beside her in the line without comment, and her tone betrayed no hint of hostility or defensiveness. What had happened between them was consigned to the past, she seemed to suggest, and she was a person of the present. Jejeune suspected Catherine Vile rarely spent much time on regrets or recriminations. She turned to look at him frankly. The thing is, most of us understand their point of view. We can even sympathise with it to some extent. The local people who work here love this coastline too, but the simple fact is, if we don't do something about carbon capture and storage very soon, there won't be any coastline left to worry about. The storm of 2013 was only a foretaste of what is to come. The latest predictions are that coastal flooding will cost the world economy $1 trillion by the year 2050. By then, there will be 150 million environmental refugees. That's not at some far-off point in humanity's future, Inspector. That's in our lifetimes, yours and mine. Jejeune was distracted momentarily by the sight of a woman who looked very much like Lindy milling around in the crowd on the far side of the fence. He strained to catch sight of her again, but the person, whoever she was, had been swallowed up by the mass of people and had disappeared from view. Jejeune let his eyes stay on the crowd for a moment. Mr. Al-Taleb mentioned a second set of protesters, ones who are keen to ensure the project does not leave. Vile gave a withering look of contempt. She nodded towards the man on the other side of the fence. People like Neil Doherty have voiced a concern that if the project proves too costly, Old Dairy Holdings may just pull up stakes and walk away. It has happened with a number of other carbon capture projects elsewhere. All these people are looking for is some sort of commitment from the board of directors, a trust fund perhaps, to ensure the employees aren't left high and dry if that happens. So, there's no chance these conflicting points of view could develop into a genuine rivalry, then? You mean civil unrest? Punch-ups in Saltmarsh Square? Vile gave a light, derisive laugh. I hardly think so, Inspector. This is an environmental issue we're talking about, after all. I think people save that sort of passion for football matches or the Boxing Day sales. On the other side of the fence, the person who might be Lindy drifted into view again for a second and then was gone. Jejeune turned back to Vile, taking in her strong, uncompromising profile and her pale, unblemished skin. Had they come far enough from their previous difficulties for him to get an honest answer to the most important question of all? Why did Philip Wayland leave the project, Miss Vile? She seemed to consider the question for a long time before answering. I suppose you might say it was a matter of respect. Philip never really seemed to have any, either for the project itself or for Yusuf. I think Philip just saw him as some muppet with a checkbook. The faint chatter of a blade chopping through the air arrived first, and everyone looked to the sky. To the west, the metallic glint of a small helicopter appeared, bucking slightly on the uncertain winds. It approached low, barely cresting the stand of tall pines on the far side of the property, before settling in a near-perfect touchdown onto a makeshift helipad in a field on the far side of the road. From either side of the wire fence, the assembled crowds watched as a tall, distinguished-looking individual, dressed in a suit of immaculate cut, ducked out from the helicopter, followed on the other side by another, slightly smaller man. For a pilot, he too seemed to be extraordinarily well-groomed. "Prince Yusuf," said Vile. "He makes it a point to meet his brother at the airport and fly him in personally. A helicopter pilot's license is about the only thing he owns that his brother doesn't. Even then, the Crown Prince gets to travel around in his own custom-built jet, while all poor Yusuf has is this dinky little thing to fly around in the local airspace." For a moment, the appearance of Crown Prince Ibrahim seemed to take the protesters off guard, as if perhaps they had been expecting someone in the long flowing robes of the desert. The hesitation meant the noise built slowly, uncertainly, and by the time it had reached its crescendo, the prince and his brother were already ensconced in the Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been parked at the side of the helicopter pad. "This is the part I love," said Vile sarcastically. "He funds a multi-million-dollar project to address carbon emissions and drives a couple of 100 metres from the helicopter to the compound in a car that probably gets about 1 kilometre to the litre." Jejeune acknowledged the comment with a faint smile, though it was becoming clear that the prince could hardly have walked the distance, not with the barrage of angry complaints the protesters were now hurling at the car. As it approached, the crowd began to surge forward, a roiling organic thing in danger of spilling out of control. A cordon of uniformed officers had been arranged in a semicircle, protecting the entrance to the compound. But as the protesters caught sight of the silhouetted figure behind the car's tinted windows, there was a concerted push, and one or two broke through the police line. As the car continued to inch ahead, reinforcements from both sides poured in, protesters piling in from the back of the crowd, only to be met by members of the prince's security staff who had sprinted from the compound at the first signs of danger and were now wading in with arms flailing. Scuffles broke out, wild punches and grabs and mis-aimed kicks. The noise had grown into an angry roar now, shouted insults drowned by cheers erupting at every small victory for the protesters. For a few dangerous seconds, the balance of power teetered between the two forces, until the combined efforts of the police and the prince's security detail could finally manhandle the crowd off the roadway and clear the way for the car to continue. As soon as the Rolls was safely inside the compound, the gates were rapidly closed. Through the wire fence, Jejeune saw Mike and behind him Constable Salter. Their expressions spoke volumes. They had got lucky. The police had seriously underestimated the mood among the protesters. Things could have become ugly if they'd been allowed to reach the prince. Abra el-Taleb emerged from the glass office building as the Phantom drew to a halt at the base of the steps leading to the front doors. He rounded to the far side of the car and opened the Crown Prince's door first, greeting him with a bow. Only when the formalities had been completed did he return to the near side to open the door for the patiently waiting Prince Yusuf. Jejeune noticed a strange flicker of something pass between the two men, a faint quiver that continued even as they flanked Ibrahim at the bottom of the steps to await the stream of well-wishers which now descended to welcome him. As the princes mounted the steps, Al-Taleb came across to Jejeune, his dark eyes full of anger.
This is the result of your public right-of-way, Inspector. Private property should be private.
He turned without waiting for a response and followed the princes up the steps and into the glass building. With the targets of the protest beyond the reach of any further impact, the crowd beyond the fence began to disperse, milling about in a disorderly swirl of uncertain intentions. Only a few protesters continued to clamour against the wire, hurling comments and waving placards in impotent fury. "It seems I was wrong," said Vile, looking at them thoughtfully. "There obviously are some people who feel quite passionately about this thing after all." She moved off, her straight-backed gait seeming to make her drift over the ground as she went. Domenic Jejeune didn't take his eyes off the departing figure of Catherine Vile for a long time. Chapter 21. They were sitting in the living room. Domenic had his back to the open window, sunlight streaming in over his shoulder and falling in pools on the polished hardwood floor. Facing him, Damien was lounging in an armchair. Lindy, for reasons only she knew, had chosen to lean against the mantelpiece over the fire, equidistant from each man. For once there was no music. Damien had been introducing Lindy to an incessant stream of old Canadian songs and artists since his arrival, and Lindy, ever the willing student of other people's tastes, was showing a keen interest. For Dominic's own part, most were selections he had secretly hoped he had said goodbye to once and for all when he came over here. All three had a can of beer in hand, the single survivor of the 4-pack sitting on a coffee table wearing a necklace of plastic rings. In place of the dreaded musical classics, the sound of birdsong drifted in through the open window. Somewhere just beyond the cliff top, a gull was announcing its flight over a glittering late-morning sea. Dominic and Lindy had just finished a double act filling Damien in on the previous day's events at the old dairy compound. He had listened impassively, clearly interested, but offering no comment. Dominic shook his head. It looked like DCS Shepard might have been getting ready to sanction an interview with Yusuf, but I can't see that happening now, especially while Ibrahim is in residence. I can't see why a prince would want to get himself involved in something like this, said Damien, though I suppose he does have a lot to feel aggrieved about. It can't be easy being the second son in a social hierarchy that so heavily favors the first. Well, on behalf of the past couple of thousand years of disenfranchised women, said Lindy, let me be the first to offer him no sympathy at all. Dominic shook his head. I can't see why either, but he's being evasive and his alibi is shaky. Plus, he has a lot of reasons to be worried. The project sounds like it's on the wrong track as far as carbon sequestration is concerned. It could cost millions in wasted R&D, money he's supposed to be responsible for while his brother's away. Dominic needed to know where the Crown Prince's Falcons fitted into all this too. Twice he had considered mentioning the birds to his brother, but each time he had found a reason not to. Until he knew what the old dairy connection was with Delat, if any, he intended to keep that side of things to himself. Damien noticed his brother's uncertainty, though he misinterpreted its cause. A stone unturned, he said, and little Domino was never very comfortable with those, was he? Still, Shepard's got good reason to tread lightly around this lot, said Lindy. I would suggest the Saltmarsh police force probably needs to be very careful about taking on a family with virtually unlimited financial resources. It's not everybody who can dedicate millions of pounds to the building of an architectural pun. Dominic looked puzzled. She looked at Damien and nodded toward his brother. You'll have to excuse him. He's a bit slow at times, she said. I call him the original snail mail. Transparency, Dom? It was the mantra, remember? All through the planning commission hearings. The authorities wanted assurance of transparency from the old dairy project. They all but asked for a plaque on the front gates agreeing to it. So, Prince Ibrahim built the most transparent building possible and then stuck it behind an impenetrable fence of security. You have to admire the man's sense of irony, if nothing else. If you like irony, said Dominic, consider the fact that the building was given a LEED certification for being eco-friendly. Damien shook his head sadly. What's so eco-friendly about the wholesale slaughter of passing songbirds? I can only imagine what sort of carnage a building like that would cause. Harvesting by architectural design, my university professor used to call it. He sipped on his beer thoughtfully. I'm starting to get depressed here, Dom. Any chance you could break out the birdie dance? That always used to cheer me up. A look of astonishment crossed Lindy's face. Dominic used to do that, she asked. Damien nodded. Quite the little mover, our Domino. YMCA, the moonwalk. He knew 'em all. Never a family gathering went by without little Dominic standing up to take his star turn. Oh, yes, confirmed Damien, nodding. There's more than one reason Dominic was the favourite child. Lindy's eyes were shining with delight. Really? Oh my God, how adorable. I'll bet your aunties all just wanted to rush up and pinch your little cheeks, she said. Say, said Damien, holding a hand to his chest in a gesture of absolute insincerity, I do hope I'm not embarrassing you with these revelations. Dominic gave his brother an indulgent smile. Not at all, he said pleasantly. But there is a bus leaving Saltmarsh Station at 7 p.m. tonight. I think you should be under it. Lindy laughed and clapped her hands like a primary school teacher. Now then, children. She started to move towards the kitchen. I'll get started on lunch while Damien sees if he can remember any more embarrassing stories about you. An unfamiliar call drifted in through the open window, distinct from the background burble of birdsong. The two men froze, listening intently to the sweet, melodious, repeated notes, strong and clear. Nightingale, announced Damien. Dominic shook his head. Unlikely around here. Probably a song thrush. They do sound similar at times. Damien inclined his head slightly, listening intently. That's a nightingale. And you know this from listening to all those nightingales in Newfoundland? Plenty of spare time on a boat trip through the North Atlantic, said Damien. I spent a lot of it refreshing myself on British bird calls. Are you sure it's not a skylark? Asked Lindy from the kitchen door. In unison, the brothers turned to look at her. Wasn't it a skylark that Juliet mistook for a nightingale when she woke up next to Romeo? I think we can put that down to dramatic license, said Damien decisively. Those two calls are so distinctive, I imagine even Dominic could tell them apart. The two men listened as the bird sang again. I'm telling you, that's a nightingale. He said, I'll bet you that last beer. Go check it out, I trust you. With a sigh of exasperation, Dominic rose from the chair and grabbed his bins. As they heard the door close, Damien smiled at Lindy. You can hand me that beer if you like. It's a nightingale. I saw it fly in just before it started singing. Lindy passed Damien the beer. He's not going to be a happy bunny when he gets back. Damien shrugged. I've done worse to him, he said. His face clouded slightly. Far worse. Lindy raised an eyebrow. Well, I saddled him with this career for one thing. I know he's a success and everything, but take it from me, he'd far rather be a birder. You can see it in his eyes whenever he's out there. You know, it's strange he's never mentioned it, said Lindy, with an irony so heavy Damien picked up on it immediately. He gave her a sad smile. Policing runs in our family, he said. Most of the men on our mother's side are in law enforcement one way or another. When I came of age, it was inevitable. The gaze would fall on me. He took a sip of beer. But that was never going to happen. I suppose I just never really cared enough about making the bad guys pay. Suzette, our sister, was a non-starter too. Far too headstrong and focused to be told what career she would be following. And so, by the time they got to Dom, the pressure was well and truly on. He never really stood a chance. Damien gave his head another sad shake. I guess you don't have to be a psychologist to work out why I spent so much of my life wishing I could have taken better care of him. For a moment, it seemed as if Damien might disappear into his regrets, but his mood lifted as his brother returned. Dominic saw the beer in his brother's hand and looked first at him and then at the window he was facing. Damien raised the can in salute. What can I say? Finely honed birding skills. Don't feel bad. I'm sure you'll win one of our bets one day. Outside, the nightingale unrolled its glorious, melodious song once more. You might want to take a look at it, said Dominic. We don't see many anymore. There's been a massive decline, something like 90% in the past 30 years. Time was there were places where a watch of nightingales was reliable. Now, the chances of seeing even a single bird are remote. Damien set down his beer and stood up. You're right, I suppose. We should go and take a look at it while we still can. Come on. He slapped his brother on the shoulder, and they went out into the garden together. Lindy watched them leave. Almost in spite of herself, she was starting to enjoy having Damien around. He had a healthy supply of his younger brother's natural charm, and his eagerness to show his appreciation for being allowed to stay was manifesting itself in delightfully overzealous puppy-dog offers of assistance, in everything from cooking meals to helping with household chores. But more than that, she sensed it was important for Dominic to have his brother here, in ways that went far beyond their good-natured teasing. For so long, Lindy had wished for a friend for Dominic, someone with whom he could be less guarded, could escape the brooding loneliness that was so much a part of his existence as a celebrated senior police officer in a foreign country. Now, with the arrival of his brother, it was as if a gap in Dominic's life had been filled somehow, as if there was a new wholeness about him. And because of that, whatever dangers Damien's continued presence created, Lindy was prepared to risk them. For now. Chapter 22. Jejeune had been on his way home from a successful trip to see a red-spotted bluethroat at Blakeney Point when the call had come in. Damien had not made the trip. Many of the birders who had arrived to see the Franklins, perhaps even Senior himself, would also be making the trek up to check the bluethroat off their year list. The bird was not sufficiently rare for Damien to take the risk. Though he had never seen one in the UK, he had long since stopped listing birds by country. Mike approached the Range Rover as the DCI pulled up at the Old Dairy Falconry.
One of the Falcons has been injured, but there's no question of any crime. Holland's girlfriend saw it happen. Only, with the previous incident up here, the break-in...
He let his explanation trail off. The two men shared an almost pathological distrust of coincidence, and as long as the nearby murder remained unsolved, anything to do with the Old Dairy compound would cause a blip on the Saltmarsh Police Department's radar. Jejeune got out of the car and followed Mike in the direction of a large patch of wheat stubble near the boundary hedge, where Holland and Darla Doherty were standing shoulder to shoulder, looking at something on the ground. It took a moment to discern what they were staring at, a hunched grey shape nestled deep in the stand of wheat stalks. As they approached, Darla began inching in slowly, turning her head at various angles to get a better look. She leaned forward and cautiously spread the tangle of stalks, pulling back and shaking her head. "It's not good. The stalk went right through the bird's upper wing as it landed." She looked at Tony. "I don't think I can get it free without some help." Holland began folding back the cuffs of his shirt sleeves. He took off his watch and stuffed it into a pocket of his tight-fitting jeans.
"Just tell me what I need to do."
"I'm going to have to use both hands to break the stalk before I can lift the bird out. I need you to hold these other stalks apart like this so I can get in. But you need to be really careful, Tony."
"I can see what she means," said Mike. "That beak looks vicious."
"I don't think it's the beak she's most concerned about," said Jejeune. "If the bird strikes, it will be with its talons. They're like meat hooks. They can go right into the bone." Holland stretched over the bird cautiously, trying to spread the tangle of stalks. The raptor flashed a lightning strike with its foot, and Holland whipped his arm back sharply.
"Bloody hell!"
he said, rattled. Darla gave him a look, as if to reassure him that there was nothing personal in it. The bird was simply performing a role honed through the millennia to strike, to tear flesh, to cause injury. "Okay," she said. "This is not going to work. Wait here, and don't go anywhere near the bird." She looked at him seriously. "I mean it, Tony. No heroics. It could end up badly for both of you." She ran over to the nearby hangar, and Mike's eyes tracked her as she passed. Speaking to Holland, her voice had the measured calm of a professional concerned but in control. But watching her now, Mike could see worry etched deeply in her face. He looked across at Jejeune to see if the DCI noticed it too. Jejeune was clearly following every beat of the proceedings with keen attention, but there was something unusual about his interest. Mike couldn't help the feeling that there was a kind of uneasiness, a disengagement that he had never seen before in his DCI when he was around birds. Darla reappeared from the hangar and returned at a jog, her face still a mask of concern. And something else, too. Mike watched it melt into cool competence again as she handed Holland a coarse grey blanket. Whatever was on Darla Doherty's mind, Danny was fairly sure it wasn't solely to do with rescuing this bird, and it was clear she didn't want Holland to pick up on it either. "As I part the stalks, throw this blanket right over the bird. Try to cover it completely, but be sure to get the head. It should calm him down, and I'll be able to wrap the legs." She looked into Holland's face, momentary concern returning to cloud her features. "You're sure you're okay to do this? You can say if you're not."
"Good to go," said Holland.
He gave Darla a smile that was meant to be reassuring, but, to Mike's eye at least, didn't quite make it. Darla spread the tangle of stalks as far as they would go, giving Mike his clearest view yet of the hunkering grey bird. He found its eyes almost hypnotising, liquid pools as deep and black as oil. There was no panic in them, no fear, only menace. It was a killer, he thought, every inch of the way. It disturbed him slightly that he could recognise the type even across species. "Now," said Darla urgently. "Now, Tony, now!" Holland launched the blanket and the bird thrashed around wildly as it hit its body. The Falcon squirmed and frantically tried to flap its wings, even the impaled one. The blanket had not quite covered the bird's head, and it attempted repeated strikes with its powerful bill, struggling to free itself so it could get better purchase for that one final telling blow. Timing her moves perfectly between strikes, Darla flipped the blanket over the bird's head. The struggling stopped instantly. Reaching in with her other hand, she folded the blanket tightly around the bird's body and held it firm. It had taken a heartbeat for Holland to recover from the bird's flurry of panicked energy, but now he reached in and snapped the stalk from the ground. Darla slowly lifted the falcon out, carefully pressing the bird's legs against its body, even though the shield of a heavy blanket now protected her arms from the talons. Holland helped Darla to her feet, the bird still gently cradled in her arms. From his vantage point, Mike could see the wheat stalk protruding like an arrow from the top of the blanket.
"Will it be okay?" asked Holland.
"We need to get it to a vet right away. After the stalk is removed, they can get him to a rehab facility. If it can build up flight muscle again." She shrugged. Mike didn't know much about bird anatomy or a falcon's powers of recovery, but it seemed optimistic to him, to say the least, to expect that this bird would ever fly again. And perhaps it was the same thought he could see now in Darla Doherty's unguarded expression. But there was something else there too, that same look he had seen before, only now he was properly able to identify it. Fear. At the far side of the field, where it met the adjoining property, a figure was leaning over a wooden fence, gesturing to be noticed. It was the man who had waved to Catherine Vile in the calm before the storm of yesterday's protests. At first, it seemed to Jejeune that it might have been the girl Darla whose attention he was trying to attract. Holland looked at Darla, but she made a point of deliberately ignoring the man. "As soon as I've got this bird in a box, would you mind giving me a lift to the vet's, Tony?" she asked. As they walked away, the man continued to signal. Jejeune began to make his way over. As he approached, he assessed the man waiting for him. Neil Doherty had passed on his dark brown eyes to his daughter and his slight build. But she must have come to him late in life, because he was old now, with feathery grey hair and a lined brown face that was gnarled with age. There was an openness to it, a peace that made Jejeune think he would be content to have reached this age living the life he had, even if there was a shimmer of pain behind the eyes. The estrangement from a child must cut deeper the older one became, thought Jejeune. Doherty turned his watery eyes on the inspector as he arrived.
"It was bound to happen,"
said Doherty.
"She was flying those birds too hard."
"You know about training falcons?" asked Jejeune. Doherty inclined his head.
"I did my share as a younger man, before I saw the error of my ways."
He didn't smile. His lined face creased a little with disgust.
"She was out here flying them day and night," said Doherty, "on a crayons 50 yards long at least. You can't fly these birds on a long leash like that time and time again. They can injure themselves if they get caught up in it. Training should be gradual, not all at once. You need to have patience."
He shook his head sadly.
My darling knows that. She's been around hunting birds long enough.
Why is she in such a hurry, do you think? Asked Jejeune.
That's them up there,
he said, gesturing to the old dairy compound with his chin.
The prince or that El Taleb, Russian see, get them out hacking on their own. Same with his nonsense of having to wear a mankler instead of a gauntlet.
He rubbed his left arm where the fabric cuff used in the Middle East would be worn.
I suppose they want the birds to be used to it when the prince flies them himself, he said. But it's wrong. She needs a leather gauntlet. She has to have control of those birds during these early stages. My darling knows better than to treat them lightly like this, he said almost to himself. Such beautiful creatures. They deserve better.
Is that why you had threatened to release them? Asked Jejeune.
Ah, just talk,
said the old man, waving away the topic with a bony brown hand.
Keeping them penned in like that, barely able to stretch their wings, is not right. They should be allowed to fly free.
Jejeune said nothing. He looked out over the landscape beyond Doherty's shoulder. It was a gentle day, calm, and on the hillside beyond the fence, Jejeune could see birds, crows, lapwings, gulls, roosting, feeding, flapping lazily. He could barely imagine the consequences for local wildlife if so many lethal hunters were released at the same time. The delicate balance of ecosystems could suffer catastrophically from even the best of intentions if actions weren't thought through. Neil Doherty picked casually at a flake of wood on the top of the fence.
That business up at the gates the other day,
he said without looking up.
It wasn't meant to be like that. We emphasised that it was to be peaceful. No violence, we said. But you can't always control who shows up to these things.
It might have been an apology, or simply a statement of fact.
Well, nevertheless, if you organise the protests, surely you must feel some responsibility for what goes on at them.
Doherty shook his head, his grey hair floating around him like a halo.
There were some bad elements, nasty. They don't understand what our concerns are, not at all. They have an agenda of their own. You do well to be careful if you come up against them again, Inspector Jejeune. Them and the Al-Haladins. You get caught in the middle, it could be unpleasant.
Doherty pushed himself back from the fence and walked away without another word. Jejeune watched him go, back up the hill toward his house. Whether the man's comment had been a threat or a warning, the inspector wouldn't have liked to say. Chapter 23. The figure was silhouetted against the bright sky as Jejeune crested the ridge at the top of the old dairy property. But the tall, lithe form would have been recognisable enough even without the cascade of ringlets flowing down around the shoulders. Jejeune drew the beast to a halt and lowered the passenger window. "Fancy a chat, Inspector?" asked Catherine Vile. She cast a look over her shoulder at the glass office block. "Not in there. It's all a bit fractious at the moment." She gestured to the car park with a styrofoam cup she was holding. "Park up, and we'll have a stroll around the old cowsheds." Jejeune pulled into the yew-fringed car park and got out. Vile began strolling across the pink gravel to the far corner, where Jejeune could see a second gate cut into the hedge. He fell into step beside her. "A bit of excitement down the hill?"
A bird was injured. One of Prince Ibrahim's Falcons.
They send major crimes detectives out for that these days. Vile took a sip from the cup and made a face. "The prince has got even more clout than I imagined." "Is it often fractious in there?" asked Jejeune. Though their relationship had warmed considerably since their first meeting, he still suspected that if Catherine Vile was seeking him out for a chat, it wouldn't be about birds. "It is when the Crown Prince is in town. He's not a man to suffer fools gladly, and I'm afraid he feels his younger brother fits into that category all too often. Sometimes, Jejeune had learned, the worst thing you could do was ask a question when someone wanted to talk to you. He remained silent, the crunch of their feet on the gravel and the distant trilling of a swallow the only sounds. They reached the corner of the car park, and Vial swiped a card into a reader opening the gate. Jejeune looked surprised. The cowsheds are behind the compound's perimeter fence? Not just any old cowsheds, though, are they? Asked Vial, mock imperiously. They house Ibrahim's stable of thoroughbreds now. They walked toward the cowsheds, passing Yusuf's helicopter perched on a concrete pad. Even close up, the lightweight model looked like little more than a toy. They entered an expansive cobbled courtyard surrounded on three sides by low red brick buildings. The battered, scarred walls and wooden doors of the shuttered pens showed the wear of many hard decades. The roof tiles had all been replaced, but an attempt had been made to replicate the original scalloped shapes. Though he could not see inside any of the pens, Jejeune knew the external appearance of old cowsheds held on to more than enough of their original identity to satisfy their English heritage designation. I imagine there are some interesting bloodlines behind those doors, he said. You'd be surprised, said Vial archly. Is there any specific reason Prince Yusuf incurred his brother's wrath today? There was no point in trying to make the question sound casual. The two of them were alone in the centre of a cobbled courtyard, a safe distance from the offices. They had ended up here by accident. It's couched in a lot of other things, but the central issue is that Ibrahim holds Yusuf responsible for the lack of progress since Philip left. Of course, it should be Taleb carrying the can. He was responsible for bringing Philip on board in the first place. He should pay the price, but for some reason, Yusuf seems intent on making himself the lightning rod for Ibrahim's anger. Vial took a sip from her cup, tossing her head back slightly to let the breeze play on her pale face. Jejeune watched a swallow as it arced up under the eaves of the shed to a neatly constructed nest, where a brood of noisy nestlings awaited it. Miss Grey referred to a long-standing relationship between Wayland and El Taleb, I understand. Vial nodded. Taleb knew Philip from his stint as a visiting professor at MIT years ago. When the researcher position became available, Taleb vouched for him. I think that's why Philip's defection, for want of a better word, must have been particularly galling for Taleb, especially after he had given his personal guarantees when the doubts arose over Philip's character. Jejeune had been watching the swallow again, swooping through the air with its rapier-like passes as it sought more insects for its hungry brood. He turned his eyes to Vial, and she moved her narrow shoulders easily. He was known to refer to morality as a personal indulgence. There was some talk that earlier in his career, Philip might have borrowed sources that weren't strictly his to take. But whether there was anything to it or not, Taleb's endorsement won out in the end, which is why I say it must have seemed like such a personal betrayal when Philip left to go to the university. I dare say Taleb felt his own honour had been tarnished in some way. Vial fell silent, but if she was waiting for a response from Jejeune, she was disappointed. The swallow delivered its cargo to its clamouring offspring and swooped out from under the eaves again to continue its aerial ballet in search of more food. But perhaps it was the meticulously restored roofs that Vial thought Jejeune was looking at. We're all such hostages to our heritage, aren't we? Though I dare say amongst all the ill-feeling there was a sense of relief too. I think Taleb was always secretly intimidated by Philip. Superior intellect, more charm, altogether better suited to a role as project director, you might say, than Taleb himself. You and Mr. Al-Taleb don't see eye to eye yourselves. He seems uneasy around you, She shrugged. Perhaps he doesn't like redheads. I can't for a moment imagine it's my charming personality that puts him off. She smiled easily. Of course, it could be the fact that I have a couple of decades' worth of experience in this area, while his background is mostly as a helicopter jockey for the rich and not so famous. Jejeune's silence seemed to afford Vile's answer more importance than it should have merited. Are you familiar with the area of research Mr. Whalen was working on at the university? He asked eventually. Carbon sequestration through diatom bloom enhancement. Are you asking if I knew what it was, or if I have any expertise in it? Jejeune's questions rarely allowed room for such ambiguity. He could try to convince himself that it didn't really matter, but he acknowledged that he usually managed to do better than this. It sounds as if it could have a major impact on carbon sequestration practices. If it could be made viable, said Vile dismissively, which it can't. But if it could, well, for one thing, it would permanently consign ideas about storing carbon under the sea in abandoned oil caverns to the scrap heap of scientific thought. The technology the Old Dairy Project has spent so much time and money concentrating on. That'd be the one, confirmed Vile ironically. But you don't believe the idea is viable? Vile gave a cold laugh. It's a dream, Inspector. Diatoms use atmospheric carbon. That's a world away from having them sequester captured carbon, let alone the logistics of how you would go about delivering it to them in the first place. My considered scientific opinion is that there is not a chance in hell anyone could ever make it work. She paused for a moment, and Jejeune saw her eyes flicker towards the offices. Look, I worked side by side with Philip. He was an extraordinary man, the kind of researcher who was convinced if he could only work hard enough for long enough, he could find his answers. But in this case, he would have been wrong. Can you think of any particular reason Mr. Wayland would take his new project to the university over any of the other facilities competing for the Capital Funding Prize? Spoken like a true unromantic, Inspector. For love, of course. Zandria Grey must have convinced him that love would conquer all. All, in this case, meaning a severely restricted budget and vastly fewer resources. Love has such a way of blinding a person to the truth, doesn't it? Always assuming, of course, that Philip was told the truth in the first place. Somehow, Catherine Vile never seemed quite able to suppress the mocking tone in her voice. But then Jejeune suspected she didn't try overly hard most of the time either. She took a final sip of her drink and looked around before issuing a deep sigh and depositing the cup in a nearby bin, shaking her head slightly. Styrofoam cups, no recycling bins. We here at the Old Dairy Project do intend to save the planet, she said wryly. It's just that we want to make sure everyone else's house is in order before we start on our own. She gave him a lopsided smile. Well, I suppose I'd better be getting back. We don't want Taleb docking my pay, do we? He can be quite vindictive when he wants to be. Jejeune watched her go. I'm sure he can, thought Jejeune. But he doubted Taleb would be any match for Catherine Vile when it came to guile. Chapter 24. From across the room, Jejeune watched the people milling around his living room, engaging and disengaging from conversations with an ease that he had never quite mastered himself. This was usually Lindy's domain. The chat, the laughter, the casual intimacy of hands on forearms, but not tonight. However much she was putting into the evening, and it was plenty, Jejeune knew that inside she was no more carefree than he was. She had hit Dominic with the news as soon as he had come through the front door, arms laden with bags of ice and a few other last-minute supplies she had asked him to pick up. He's still here. In his alarm, Dominic had almost reacted aloud, until Lindy's eyes flickered their warning of the 4 people sitting near the fireplace in the living room. "They arrived early," she whispered as she followed Dominic into the kitchen, ostensibly to help him unload his burden. "Damien was right by the door ready to leave when the bell went. 10 seconds earlier, and he would have flattened them on the path." She shook her head as she caught his expression. "It's not their fault, Dom. You know yourself you can never tell how long that trip up from London's going to take. It's just one of those things." "Couldn't you have put them somewhere else? Distracted them until he got out?" Jejeune's hushed voice was tight with tension. Lindy looked around the open-plan cottage, taking Dominic's gaze with her. "Where, exactly? Stick them in one of the bedrooms while I smuggle him down the hallway? I'm supposed to be hosting a dinner party, not a West End farce." Through the serving hatch, she saw one of her guests looking at her and flickered a smile back. "Be out in a minute," she called. "He's in the guest room," she said, lowering her voice again. "I've locked it. Key's here." She patted the shelf above their heads. "Renovations is the story. Room's a mess, a bit unsafe even. Guest coats go on our bed for tonight. Come on," she said, gathering up a tray of hastily arranged hors d'oeuvre. "Let's pretend we're ready to host a party." But Dominic wasn't doing much hosting. As the cottage had begun to fill up with guests, he had found himself gravitating more and more determinedly to a spot near the entrance to the hallway, where innocent wanderings toward the rooms beyond might be intercepted. True to her word, Lindy was doing her best to engage herself in the company of friends gathered to celebrate her nomination. And if she couldn't quite pull off the carefree buoyancy she usually managed at these events, even a Lindy with 1 foot on the brake was more than enough to entertain the masses. Dominic looked at her now, as she made her circuit among the guests, greeting each with the sort of delight that would linger like a glow long after she had moved on. She had chosen her wardrobe with care. A simple thigh-length blue dress that followed her trim contours perfectly, highlighted with quietly elegant silver jewellery. The outfit, like the hair, which fell to her shoulders in a golden blonde waterfall, and the restrained, carefully applied makeup, was designed to let Lindy shine through it, like a light behind a silken screen. "This is me," it said, "on my very own night." Despite the underlying tension, it was all Dominic could do not to sigh with longing for her. He watched her as she immersed herself in an animated, high-energy conversation with 2 of her colleagues from work. They were of a type: lithe, attractive young women with an air of easy professional confidence, such as a position on the staff of Eric's prestigious magazine might confer. Jejeune suspected Eric had chosen carefully from the ranks when issuing the invitations for tonight's gathering. He would have wanted those who were genuinely pleased for Lindy's success, those least envious or threatened by it. Jejeune watched as Quentin Senior approached the 3 women. "Delightful gathering, Miss Hay." Lindy smiled her thanks down from her slightly elevated position. Her willingness to endure high heels would have told all who knew her how much the evening meant to her, even if her other preparations hadn't. She introduced Senior to the 2 women from the magazine. Jen was fashion, and Kate Lynn was the money. "Makes me sound like I work in accounting," said Kate Lynn with a smile. "I do the business and economy stories," she said, offering her hand. Despite all outward appearances of normality, Mr. Senior is actually a birder, said Lindy. In fact, he's the one corrupting Eric. "I supply the birds, and Eric supplies the pub lunches," said Senior, whose luxuriant white beard and impish smile seemed to have beguiled the women already. "Blimey," said Kate Lynn. "Eric must have taken a fair old shine to you. We're lucky if we can get him to put his hand in his pocket for a box of Eccles cakes for the staff meetings, aren't we, girls?" "I take it neither of you are birders," said Senior. Not unless Vivian Westwood is planning on coming out with a line of camouflage gear, right, Jen? Asked Lindy. And I'm afraid you'd have even less chance with Kate Lynn. Well, a recent study did find the birding industry is worth $36 billion annually to the US economy. That's billion with a B, said Senior, giving the money a mischievous ivory-toothed grin. As opening lines go, Mr. Senior, you certainly know how to get a girl's attention. Would you mind if we had a little chat? Caitlin placed a gentle hand on Senior's arm and guided him away. Lindy watched them go. Promise me you'll never get into birding, Jen, she said with a wistful smile. Tell me you at least will stay with me here in the real world. With a start, Jejeune realised Colleen Shepherd had joined him. She was standing shoulder to shoulder with him now, staring out over the assembled partygoers. You could get a bit more involved, Dominic, she said good-naturedly. After all, it's not you they're fawning all over for once. I would have thought you could have enjoyed this a bit, despite your well-known aversion to these things. He smiled at his DCS, grateful that, for once, his ill-ease could be misinterpreted. This was a good idea, thank you. And despite the threat he felt throbbing like a physical force from the locked room behind him, he meant it. Lindy's boss, Eric, ambled over to chat. Shepherd initially seemed pleased to see him approach, but it quickly became clear that he had come to talk about his new hobby with Jejeune. After 2 or 3 references to things she could only assume were birds, Shepherd made a valiant attempt to become engaged. So you're enjoying it then? She asked. Eric nodded enthusiastically.
Tremendously. Though every time I think I'm making progress, I run into someone who reminds me just how much I still have to learn. That chap in the hide the other day, for example, he said, turning to Jejeune, found us a wonderful bird. Terrific skills, even Quentin said as much. Canadian, wasn't he? American, I think, said Jejeune. I can't quite remember. Can't remember, Dominic? Shepherd turned to Eric. Must have been some rarity to fog the notoriously accurate recall of Domenic Jejeune. Franklin's gull, said Eric, with the novice's earnestness. A great find for these parts. I've been very privileged to see one, so I'm told. Lindy was saying even the local Shakespeare Society has complimented her on her article, Eric, said Jejeune, looking at Shepherd as if to suggest he was easing the conversation away from birding for her sake. Eric nodded. Indeed. She seems to have found support for her positions in a number of camps. Have you read the piece yourself, Dominic? I'm hoping to, he said. Soon. Isn't there some controversy about whether Shakespeare even wrote King Lear? Asked Shepherd. Edward de Vere, you mean? Yes, said Eric dubiously. I looked into that once. I'm fairly sure he didn't write it. I understand there are a lot of people who believe otherwise, said the DCS. She fixed him with a stare that suggested interest rather than challenge. What makes you so sure? Well, mainly because he was already dead. Shepherd offered a delighted laugh. Well, I'd say that certainly introduces what we in our profession like to call an element of doubt. Jejeune smiled. He had seen Colleen Shepherd at enough functions where enjoying herself came a distant second to trying to protect her career, or his. It was nice to see her in a genuinely carefree mood for once. De Vere died in 1604, continued Eric, and it seems King Lear was first performed in 1607. Forgive me, Mr. Chappell, but it could have been written beforehand, surely. My experience, she indicated Jejeune, our experience, compels me to point out that timelines can be manipulated in all sorts of ways. True, conceded Eric, as reasonably as before, but if King Lear was written earlier, it wasn't by De Vere. It includes references to an eclipse that happened in 1605, and that, as I believe you people would say, seems to be the clinching argument.
That's lawyers, actually. But it would undoubtedly be enough for me to inform the Crown Prosecutor that Mr. de Vere was no longer a suspect in this case. In truth, Mike felt a pang of pity for his DCI. He had barely moved from the spot all evening, looking by turns uneasy and watchful, cradling a glass of red wine that must now be as warm as blood. Although policing could have a nasty effect on your social life, especially at the DCI's elevated level, surely he could still have formed a few closer friendships in these parts. From what Mike could gather, Jejeune seemed to rely exclusively on his girlfriend's acquaintances for his social interactions, resulting in nights like this, where she was comfortable with everybody and he was just that half step removed. It came as something of a shock to Danny to realise he was probably the closest thing to a friend the DCI had in these parts. Even to him, their relationship seemed more akin to an iceberg bouncing off a granite wall every once in a while than to anything approaching genuine camaraderie. And yet, even Lindy seemed a touch guarded tonight. Mike had seen her in full flight at parties before, a whirlwind of unfettered joy and high spirits. Tonight, she seemed apprehensive, reserved, as if the good time she was determined to have might all of a sudden be taken away. Perhaps she was uneasy being the centre of attention, but from what Mike knew of her, he would have thought she'd take this all in stride, have some fun with it. She smiled uncertainly at Jejeune as she approached him. Mike saw in it some sort of veiled communication, but whatever it was interrupted by Shepherd. "Lindy, Eric's been promising to tell us a King Lear story, but he was determined to wait until you could hear it too." Eric was at ease in his role of storyteller and took to his task immediately.
It concerns the time Garrick abandoned a performance of King Lear in Act 5, right at the climax of the play.
But David Garrick is considered possibly the greatest Shakespearean actor of all time. Why on earth would he do that?
Apparently, some exceedingly wealthy patron had brought his dog to the performance, a huge mastiff, and purchased a seat for it next his own in the front row, said Eric. The dog sat through the entire performance with its paws on the front rail, watching everything with the intensity of a drama critic.
"I can see how that might be a bit off-putting," said Lindy. "But surely Garrick had coped with worse. Those 18th century theatres must have had all sorts of distractions." "So what? He saw this dog and simply called off the performance?"
"Not at all."
Eric eyed his audience, drawing them in with his skillfully measured pause. Even Mike edged closer.
Garrick manfully battled on, ignoring the beady-eyed stare as much as he could. But remember, those theatres used to get awfully warm, and by midway through the 5th act, the patron was so overheated he had to remove his wig. Having nowhere else to put it, he set it squarely on the dog's head. Garrick caught one glimpse of the bewigged pooch, and he was done for. Rushed off stage and collapsed in a fit of giggles. Couldn't go back on for love nor money.
Danny Mike offered a rare, genuine smile.
"I'm not much of a Shakespeare fan," he said, "but I would have paid a lot to see that performance. This King Lear, isn't that the one where the bodies all pile up at the end?"
Eric nodded.
About 10, he confirmed. "I don't think you could class it as one of the comedies."
Mike shook his head.
"Can't say stories about people getting murdered would be my idea of entertainment. Still, it takes all sorts, I suppose."
But before anyone could concur or otherwise, a loud crash at the far end of the hallway stunned the party into an ominous silence. Chapter 25. "What the hell was that?" asked Colleen Shepherd. "Probably just one of Dom's feeders," said Lindy over-casually. "Always getting blown over, aren't they, Dom? So, Eric, you were saying?" But it came from down the hall, surely, said Shepherd, ignoring Lindy's efforts to kickstart the party again. Outside, confirmed Dominic. This place is a bit of an echo chamber at times. He looked at Lindy for confirmation. Well, it probably wouldn't hurt to check it out anyway, said Shepherd dubiously. Budget numbers are tied to crime statistics, you know, Dominic. If we can get an attempted burglary collar, I might be able to buy you a new stapler. It was pitched perfectly. Insistent enough to show Shepherd was taking it seriously, but with a tone that wouldn't even send a shimmer through the party atmosphere. I'll go and have a look around, said Danny Mike, setting his drink down on a side table. Jejeune seemed to hesitate a moment before offering to accompany him. Mike declined the offer, but it became clear that it wasn't up for discussion, and with a quick glance back at Lindy, Jejeune joined him at the door. Go, we'll be fine, said Lindy, waving. Eric's an ex-colonial. He knows enough to shoot all us womenfolk if any rampaging hordes burst in and threaten our virtue. Taking its cue from Lindy, the party picked up steam again as the men left, to the point that no one would have even noticed the worried looks she involuntarily flickered toward the hallway whenever she let her guard down. Outside, an unnatural stillness seemed to hang in the darkness. From the surrounding fields came the hiss of silence. Apart from the muted sounds of the party in the house behind them, everything was quiet. Not a breath of wind disturbed the still night air. It was all well and good, Lindy banging on about Dom's bird feeders getting blown over, but this night was as tranquil as any that Mike could remember out here on the coast. Whatever it was that had knocked something over out here, it wasn't the wind. The sergeant moved stealthily along the side of the cottage, pressed into the narrow shadow cast by the lights of the party inside. Jejeune followed closely behind, moving with the same silence, even if it seemed to Mike not at all the same caution. At the corner of the building, Mike crouched lower and paused, rocking slightly, steadying himself for an entry that was quiet, fast and low. He motioned with a hand for Jejeune to stay back, but by the time he had completed his spin around onto the rear porch of the house, his DCI was already on his way round. Nothing. Mike looked out over the porch railing. The sea was out there, he knew, just beyond the cliff edge. But there was no moon tonight, and the dull black sky seemed to hunker low, so he couldn't see any horizon line or even any light reflected from the dark water. From far below came the faint sound of the sea lapping against the shore. Still, not even the lightest of breezes disturbed the night air. Mike eased himself back from the railing and looked around the porch. Whatever had fractured the silence out here had gone now, leaving just a ringing emptiness. He slowly let out a breath. I don't see that feeder that fell over, he said. These all look okay to me. Something else, then. One of Lindy's plant pots, perhaps. A passing animal, said Jejeune from behind him. It's hard to tell in the dark. I'll have a look around in the morning. Unless you want to switch the porch light on now, suggested Mike. In the darkness, he couldn't see his DCI's face, but he could hear a voice untroubled by the same tension he had felt. Mike turned to face the cottage, all greyness and shadows, and froze for a moment. Jejeune was behind him, and Mike couldn't tell which direction he was facing, but he had the impression the DCI had half turned away from the sea and had been looking back at the house too, in the same direction he was. Above him, the two square glass eyes of the rear windows, somehow darker than the rest of the house, stared out blindly over the sea. The far one was the kitchen, he knew. This one... He stared at it and waited. Waited. From the front of the house, faint strains of music drifted toward them, and now and again a voice was raised in laughter. Time we went back in, I suppose, said Jejeune. But he seemed to be waiting too, just that extra heartbeat, until Mike could drag himself away from staring at the window to join him. The two men made their way along the side of the house to the front door and the party. Neither found anything worth saying on the way back. "False alarm," said Jejeune as they came back into the room, seeking out Lindy's face in particular to offer his reassuring smile.
"Glad to hear it,"
said Eric heartily.
"Still, it never hurts to check."
To Mike's eye, Lindy's efforts to enter the party spirit had gone into overdrive while they were away. She was a whirlwind now, circulating, connecting, and pouring her bubbly personality into every corner of the cosy living room. As the people began to break off from the crowd in small knots again, Shepherd drifted over. "Everything all right out there?" "No, but yes."
"There was nobody prowling around," said Mike simply. "It looks like the DCI is going to have to wait for that new stapler after all."
Shepherd eyed him uncertainly. "Then I suggest you pick up your drink and get back into the party spirit. One senior detective looking ill at ease in social situations is quite enough, thank you very much. We don't want people thinking it's a departmental directive, do we?" She offered him a smile and went to rejoin a small group where Eric's booming laugh suggested he was still holding court. Danny would do what he could. But looking at them now, both Jejeune and Lindy seemed to carry a kind of guarded relief that told him he may not have been wrong. In the darkened window of that room from the porch, that guest bedroom, Mike fancied he had seen, just for the briefest of moments, a faint flash of light. He had waited, but it hadn't reappeared, and in the darkness and shadows at the back of the house, there was no way to be certain. Besides, Mike was all but sure Inspector Jejeune had been looking directly at the window at the time too. And if one of the most observant men Mike had ever known chose not to comment on anything he might have seen, then Danny Mike wouldn't either. Not tonight, anyway. Chapter 26. Lindy and Dominic stood together in the doorway of the cottage, silhouetted against the lights of the living room. They watched as the last of the cars departed, the tail lights disappearing down the lane until they were finally swallowed up by the night. She turned to him and linked her hands behind his neck, stretching up to give him a kiss. "We can't do this again. I feel like I've been through a tumble dryer." She looked at him seriously. "I mean it, Dom. No more visitors while he's still here. I don't think my nerves could take it." She seemed to be expecting opposition from Jejeune, though he couldn't imagine why. Surely she knew he had been every bit as much on edge throughout the evening. Lindy closed the door with her foot and started to move toward the kitchen. "Well, I suppose we'd better let the cat out of the bag," she said. "You go on to bed," said Dominic. "You must be exhausted. I'll tell Damien you'll see him in the morning." Lindy didn't argue and padded away down the hall to their bedroom. Dominic took the guest room key from the kitchen shelf and went along the hallway. When he opened the door, Damien was sitting on the bed propped up against the headboard with his knees drawn up to his chest. They were supporting a book, which he was reading by penlight. "What did Mom tell you about that?" said Dominic, flicking on the light. "You'll ruin your eyesight." Damien set aside the book. King Lear. He noticed his brother's look.
"It was on the desk," he said. "It's been a while, so I thought I'd give it another go."
He pulled a face and got off the bed. He headed for a whiskey bottle on a nearby table, holding it by the neck and waving it at his brother. Dominic nodded, and Damien grabbed a second glass from a shelf and blew the dust from it before pouring 2 healthy shots. Dominic picked up the book and set it on the top of an untidy pile teetering on the desk.
"I was going to ask you about that," said Damien. "Are you building a tower?"
"Lindy stacks them up like this to encourage me to reshelve them, even though half the time I haven't finished with them." She thinks if she piles them up on the desk like this, eventually I'll get tired of the mess and cave in.
It's obvious you haven't told her about your bedroom when you were a kid, said Damien. Don't worry, I'll put them away in the morning for you. Don't do that, whatever you do, said Dominic in mock alarm. I think she's only a couple of books away from her own breaking point. Any day now she's going to come in here and do it herself because she can't stand it any longer.
Damien handed his brother a glass and sat back down on the bed.
I never did get these head games that partners play, he said. Maybe that's why I've never been in a long-term relationship myself.
Could be, agreed Dominic.
Then again, it could just be because you're ugly and not very bright.
He gave his brother a wan smile and settled in the room's only armchair.
Good party?
Asked Damien. Tiring. I had to take a walk outside at one point, too. He looked at his brother through the amber liquid in his glass.
Yeah, I reached for the bottle and knocked the table over in the dark. Saved the English single malt, though, he said with a grin. I haven't had this before. It's pretty good.
And there, in a nutshell, was his relationship with Damien, thought Dominic. No inquiry as to whether his actions had caused a problem for his younger brother, because it simply didn't matter to Damien. Something had happened, Dominic had cleared it up, and Damien was ready to move on. Ever it was, and ever more will it be, thought Dominic wearily.
That guy Eric sounded like he was enjoying himself. That's some laugh he has on him.
Dominic nodded his agreement.
Can you imagine what it must be like to be him, just now, getting into birding for the first time? To see all those new birds, to get that feeling, that rush, he said. Well, that's the thing, Dom. For me, that's how it is, still. Every time I see something special, a painted bunting, a scissor-tailed flycatcher, I get that same buzz I felt the first time I saw one.
Dominic knew it was true. He had seen it in his brother with the Franklin's gull at Cley. Even watching the Ravens barrel roll at Dunnet Head, his wide-eyed enthusiasm had been every bit as much in evidence as the boy he was sharing it with. Damien's face softened with sadness.
You probably think it's the big things I miss. Being able to travel wherever I want. Walk down the street without looking over my shoulder. But really, it's nights like tonight I miss the most. Having friends over. Being able to tell them the truth about who you are and what you do.
The truth. Dominic had spent most of the evening avoiding precisely that, but he let the comment pass. He knew what Damien meant. They sat for a few moments sipping their drinks, thinking their thoughts. Damien drained his glass and rose from the bed.
Another?
Dominic nodded.
How did you manage to get the bottle anyway? Lindy brought it in for me when she locked the door.
He poured the drinks and brought one over to Dominic, standing over him. He smiled.
I think I'm in love with your girlfriend, Domino.
Dominic smiled back.
She's easy to love. High maintenance, though, I'm betting. An entire department.
He looked at his brother.
I'm guessing she's been making subtle inquiries about our childhood?
Damien nodded.
Subtle, like an open-pit mining operation, you mean? It's okay. She's just trying to build up a picture for herself. I read her article, said Damien. She's a smart lady. I can see how she might have some problems with an arrangement where the older male child had claim to everything, though.
He looked up at Dom.
Can you imagine if it still worked like that? All this would be mine.
Glass in hand, he spread his arms to embrace the vast expanse of his 3-metre square bedroom.
Lindy, too, I suppose, said Dominic. I'm not sure she'd take kindly to being classified as chattel, and I certainly wouldn't want to be the one to break it to her.
Damien suddenly became serious and looked at his brother with an earnestness Dominic hadn't seen for a long time.
I love what you have here. Your career, this cottage, Lindy. Live it well, Dominic, for both of us.
Dominic wondered if it was the whiskey causing Damien's sudden lurches between moods. He sensed that it was close. The time when his older brother would be able to tell him the reason he had come, sort out Dominic with the siren call of that bird guide. Close, but here yet? He saw the dark square of the window over Damien's shoulder. Outside, it was as still and quiet as before. In the house, too, nothing moved. The ticking of a distant clock drifted down the hallway, but otherwise there was silence.
You have to tell her, Dominic, said Damien quietly. She needs to know about the person she has staying in her house. Don't, Damien. You can't let it go any longer. It'll be what? It'll be fine? It'll be taken care of? Or it'll be the end of your relationship with her if she finds out what her boyfriend's brother has done. Stop, Damien, okay? I'll deal with it. Just be sure you do, little brother. I've messed up enough people's lives already. I don't want any more sorrow on my conscience.
A wave of melancholy seemed to sweep over him.
Why did you come here, Damien?
Damien looked up from the bed and smiled, greeting the question like an old friend he had been waiting to arrive.
Simple, Domino, he said. You're the only person I know who might be able to keep me alive.
He gave his brother a lazy smile.
Just words, Dom. I'm fine. Really. It's late. Get some sleep. We'll talk later.
Dominic had stepped into the hallway before he paused and looked back. But Damien was already engrossed in King Lear again. He didn't look up. Chapter 27. Colleen Shepherd was waiting in the car park of the police station, leaning against one of the patrol cars when Dominic wheeled the Range Rover in. He looked at her curiously and then noticed her white cross trainers. Fancy a walk, Dominic? Do you good after all those full Scottish breakfasts? I'll bet it's been a while since you had a nice stroll in the sunshine. Except strolls didn't usually involve elaborate stopwatches like the one Shepherd was now withdrawing from her pocket as she made her way to the starting line of the car park entrance. She held an arm aloft and dropped it like a falling axe, setting off along the street at a brisk pace. Jejeune caught up to her, and they walked side by side in silence for a few moments, shuffling into a comfortable rhythm. The weak sunshine bathed the streets in a gentle light, giving a soothing, almost ballet-like quality to the comings and goings of the people. Jejeune envied them their anodyne tasks, their daily chores, while his own life seemed to be constantly lurching from one potential catastrophe to another. He felt so weighed down by all he had already faced, all he still had to face. The last thing he needed today was a speed walk through the streets of Saltmarsh. He redoubled his efforts to keep up with Shepherd, who showed no sign of slackening her pace. "No new leads among the protesters, I understand," she said as he came alongside, "though I'm not quite sure I'm ready to write them off just yet. Whalen's new plan would allow for carbon storage without the need for offshore pipes or massive underground storage caverns," said Jejeune. "OK, it involves pumping large amounts of iron into the sea to induce the algal growth in the first place, but I would have thought the protesters would have found that a far more acceptable solution than destroying the coastline." Shepherd nodded to herself. "If they understood the difference, it's still carbon capture and storage, and it's still a hot-button topic out here. It may be another approach, but truly, when have you ever heard of a mob doing nuance, Dominic? As lead researcher at the old dairy, Wayland was the poster child for all they are protesting about. Old hatreds don't always die with a change in the facts." Shepherd condescended to look each way before stepping off the curb to cross the cobbled high street, though, in truth, Jejeune doubted it would have made very much difference whether there was any traffic coming or not. Such was the DCS's determination to maintain her steady pace. While he wasn't exactly struggling to keep up with her, he found himself hoping this would be over soon. "So, if not the protesters, where do we go with this?" She seemed to have mastered the art of locking on sideways eye contact while maintaining her pace. "When Catherine Vile spoke to me, she did everything she could to put Abra el-Talab on our radar," said Jejeune. "She couldn't have laid out his potential motives any more clearly with a process chart." "Does she have any particular reason for not liking the man?" "He has a job she would like for herself." He steeled himself for the response he knew would be coming. Shepherd cast him a withering sidelong glance, barely managing to keep up her pace as she did so, but her reaction was far more sanguine than he had been anticipating. Perhaps this exercise regimen was having an effect on the DCS's temperament too. "And what? You think she's willing to provide Prince Yusuf with a false alibi on the premise that once we railroad the hapless Mr. El-Taleb into 20 years at Her Majesty's pleasure, she'll get a promotion? Really, Dominic, even for you that's a bit weak." Jejeune made an extra effort to stay alongside the DCS. His point needed to be made on an equal footing, not from a step behind. "Vile's testimony is the only thing that stops us from saying Wayland was already dead by, say, 6:30, long before the prince ever took off in his helicopter." "But do we have a why in all this, Dominic? Why would Prince Yusuf want Philip Wayland dead in the first place? I'm not even prepared to accept El-Taleb as a suspect just yet, but there's a hell of a lot stronger case to be made for him than for Prince Yusuf. Let me tell you where I see you heading with all this, shall I? Taking El-Taleb out of the equation and substituting the prince instead, it goes something like this. Wayland abandons the project, and this reflects very badly on the man who was supposed to be running things at the old dairy, particularly in the eyes of his brother. Prince Yusuf, therefore, decides to dispatch Wayland almost a year after the fact to avenge his personal humiliation." Without breaking stride, Shepherd called upon one of her special expressions to convey her contempt with an eloquence no words could match. "Revenge for dishonour. It's all a bit archaic, isn't it? Not to mention it is leading us down some very dubious us and them cultural paths. Prince Yusuf is a modern, sophisticated man, Oxbridge educated. The idea is more than offensive, Dominic. It's downright insulting." Jejeune didn't say anything. He had all but made the left-hand turn back to the station when he realised to his dismay that Shepherd was continuing on, instead heading down toward the waterfront. Returning to the station via this route was going to involve considerably more strolling than he had bargained for. The walk along the quayside was one Jejeune had often enjoyed with Lindy, but they usually did it at less than a quarter of this pace. The clanking of lanyard rings and the gentle flapping of canvas in the breeze mingled with the calls of wheeling herring gulls, filling the air with the music of the seaside. Small encampments of commerce were emerging on the quay. Cafes setting up for lunch, stores putting out their wares. A pair of early browsers stopped suddenly in front of them, forcing them to walk around. The tourist season was beginning to build, and although Saltmarsh didn't see nearly the numbers of other places up and down the coast, in another month this waterfront area would be too densely packed to allow the DCS to maintain a steady pace along here, regardless of how much determination she showed. The thought gave Jejeune a glimmer of guilty satisfaction. The boatman's arms appeared on the horizon. "They should be open by now," said Jejeune casually. "Perhaps we would be better discussing this over a drink." "Why not? We can have a pie while we're at it." Shepherd shot him a look of exasperation. "The idea is a sustained period of exercise, Dominic, though this regimen would undoubtedly be a lot more popular if you could add a couple of glasses of Chardonnay in at the halfway point." She shook her head. We'll be on the home stretch soon, but if you feel you can't keep up, you can have a rest and I'll wait for you at the station. The gauntlet thrown down, they crossed another street without breaking stride and turned a corner. Jejeune welcomed the cool shadows that lay behind the walls of a row of former maritime warehouses, long ago converted into small stalls and waterfront apartments. A greengrocer was bent over a chalkboard listing today's specials: samphire, chard, onions, all at prices so low it was hard to see how anybody could make a profit from their sale. Shepherd let her look linger for a long time on the signboard as they passed. The Al-Haladins move in a world mere mortals like you and I can't even imagine, Dominic. Look at these birds, for example, these Falcons. I understand they're worth tens of thousands of pounds each, and the Crown Prince has, 14 of them, standing by waiting, in case he might just find the time to fly them during the couple of visits a year he makes to the UK? Now, does all their money put them above the law? Of course not, but it certainly puts them above the day-to-day workings of police divisions out in the wilds of North Norfolk, especially when we have no evidence, none whatsoever, that they have been involved in anything illegal. She managed another full-pace sidelong glance. Unless there's something you're not telling me. Something that brings us closer to a genuine motive for Prince Yusuf to kill Philip Whalen? Was there? Did Philip Whalen's new research, as incomplete as it was, pose enough of a threat to the Old Dairy project to warrant killing him? £1 billion in prize money was at stake. Even Emirati royalty sat up and took notice of sums like that. But Jejeune had nothing yet. Nothing he could present to DCS Shepherd. He knew he was only going to get one chance when the time came, one grudging agreement to arrange an interview with the Prince. He needed to have everything in place before he made his final appeal, and he was a long way from that yet. A very long way indeed. They returned to the station in silence. Shepherd skipped up to the top step of the entrance and paused to look down on Jejeune, who was leaning against the iron railing, trying to draw as much breath into his lungs as possible without appearing to breathe heavily. Prince Yusuf is off limits, Dominic. I'm not going to pretend I'm hiding behind some higher directive here. This is coming from me. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that avoiding any diplomatic incident here has to be a #1 priority. Jejeune looked up at her. He felt it might be slightly churlish to point out that, in a murder inquiry, the #1 priority was usually solving the case. But as he watched her disappear through the door, he wondered if DCS Shepherd had, in fact, meant exactly what she'd said. Chapter 28. There was no doubt in Mike's mind that the DCI had been set on going out to the Old Dairy again this morning, despite Shepherd's objections. Jejeune felt there was something there. Mike could sense it in his DCI's attitude, a restlessness that usually signalled he was closing in on something. But the news awaiting Jejeune on his arrival at the station had changed all that. Prince Yusuf had agreed to a meeting. Jejeune and Mike were to go to the Palm Court Hotel tomorrow at noon, where they could speak to him over lunch. As welcome as this response to his earlier request was, it left Jejeune searching for a new direction to channel his nervous energy while they waited for their audience. He had settled on the university. The fact that there was no genuine reason Mike could see for them to be heading out there seemed to make the prospect of visiting a soul-destroying building where only the inconsolable sadness of Zandria Grey awaited them even less appealing. In response, Mike had chosen the Temptations to raise his spirits. I Can't Get Next to You was upbeat enough to brighten anybody's mood, and with his preoccupied DCI staring obliviously out the Mini's window at the high hedgerows blurring past, Danny even treated himself to a little extra volume. "Tell me, Sergeant," said Jejeune without taking his eyes from the fields. "You've been inside that Falcon facility at the Old Dairy. How would you describe it? Mike considered the question for a moment.
Not what I expected, to be honest. It was quite a bit larger and brighter. The cages went from floor to ceiling.
Jejeune seemed to think about Mike's answer for a moment.
So the Falcons had a lot of room. You wouldn't say they were cooped up.
Mike shook his head.
Your report said Darla thought it was her father who had broken in, but I don't think he has ever been in there. He doesn't seem to know the conditions the birds are kept in. Like a lot of uninformed objectors, he just assumes the worst.
A momentary cloud passed in front of the sun, sending a dappled shadow over the land.
She is scared of something, that girl, said Mike. The break-in and the accident with that bird, they've got her shaken up. You don't think it's connected? This business at the Falcon facility and Wayland's murder?
It's hard to see how, said Jejeune.
Unless Andrea Gray mentioned any interest Wayland might have had in Falcons.
He looked across at Mike.
I don't remember it coming up in conversation, said Mike dryly. Perhaps you can ask her yourself when we get there.
Perhaps, said Jejeune.
Oh, and Sergeant, if you are going to play that old music all the time, I wonder if we could dial down just a little on the volume?
When the detectives entered the room, Andrea Gray looked up from behind a desk piled high with papers, though, to Jejeune's eye, the workload was not much diminished from the last time they were here. Perhaps she was using the activity as a shield, a place of refuge from her sorrow. She was not achieving anything, likely not even trying to, but the simple act of being here in this office, with its panacea of familiar tasks and duties, was like a blanket that she could gather about her as a barrier against the awful reality of the world outside. Jejeune wondered if he could ever draw such solace from his own work. In truth, he had never had much need to find out, though he sometimes tired of hearing what a charmed life he led, blessed as his brother and others kept reminding him. He knew, too, there was an element of truth to the claims. Only once had the world wounded him beyond healing, dealt him an unbearable sadness. And where did he go when those memories gathered and threatened to engulf him? Where did he seek his escape from the desolation that crept in, so frequently in those early days, and now perhaps not so often, but still at times with devastating intensity? To wild open spaces, to wind-ragged heathlands where he might see a kestrel balancing on the updrafts, or to blustery coastlines where gulls rode on shore breezes and issued their keening cries. To woods alive with birdsong, or wetlands with their stillness and their stealth. To places where he would find birds to snatch away his gathering despair and pour their light into the spaces that remained, filling him with hope again, reminding him of the pleasures that life could hold. But never work. He never turned to the business of murder and motives for his solace. His police career, Domenic Jejeune knew, would never offer him that. "News?" asked Gray, half hopefully. But there was a guardedness to her optimism, as if even news of progress might bring more pain. Jejeune shook his head regretfully. "More questions, I'm afraid," he said, "about Mr. Wayland's work. The idea of using phytoplankton to sequester captured carbon. It's attractive to climate control experts on a number of levels, I imagine." Gray nodded. "Cost, for one. And it's far less environmentally invasive. Most important to Philip, though, was that once established, it would be an easy technology to export to other parts of the world, where the need to control carbon emissions is going to be even greater than in the West." Gray's face was drawn and ashen, like someone who hadn't been out in the daylight in a long time. Jejeune had seen the same pallor in prisoners, but then he thought this woman too was being held captive by something. I'm sure if you have spent any time with Catherine Vile, you will realise she is utterly convinced none of this can ever work, said Gray frankly. Here, Philip found a team of believers, people who had faith in him, a group who shared his belief and his optimism that he could achieve what he set out to. Jejeune was still standing by the window, but now he crossed to the far side of the office, trailing a hand over a row of journals arranged on a low bureau. Not a complete walkabout, but enough to show he was looking for a way to approach a difficult topic. Jejeune looked across at the sergeant, but Mike's expression suggested he had already brought his share of pain to Zandria Gray. He would leave it to his DCI to bring her any more. It's been alleged that Mr. Wayland felt personal morality shouldn't necessarily get in the way of looking for answers. Gray's face darkened with anger. What a truly ugly thing to imply, she said with dangerous control. I would have expected more, even from Catherine Vile. I know Philip had a high regard for Catherine, and until now I have always tried to see the best in her, even if, frankly, I did always feel she was largely riding on Philip's coattails. The work she's pursuing up there, it's all based on studies that Philip set in motion before he left, you know that? But did Mr. Wayland ever suggest anything like that to you? That the ends may have justified the means, if it served the interests of his wider research? Jejeune's face showed no expression. It hadn't been his most subtle approach, but he didn't have the time, or perhaps even the will, to couch things in softer terms these days, not even to a woman who had so recently lost the man she loved. Gray paused for a long moment, as if deciding something, and took a deep breath before answering. Philip believed that with the fates of millions of people quite literally at stake, it was wrong to hold a competition that encouraged corporate secrecy when really a global problem is going to require global cooperation. Hoarding valuable research data so your competitors can't get them is not what we were brought up to believe scientific research was all about. Jejeune thought for a moment, taking in the information. I wonder, the material Mr. Wayland marked with his tabs? Gray managed a brave smile. His DNA markers. Yes. Were there any plans here at the university to do the research he needed to get that data? Gray shifted her body slightly, and Jejeune recognized the unspoken language of evasion. He continued to stare at her, waiting patiently for a response. The startup costs for a new data-gathering project are often where the major expenses lie, she said finally. These projects would all be major undertakings, any one of them alone, quite possibly beyond the resources of the department. She paused for a moment. You know, I've often wondered what it must be like for the people who work at the old dairy. It must be strange to work for an organisation for which money is literally no barrier. What would it be like to operate in a climate like that, I wonder? Absolute freedom from all sorts of restraints that the rest of us have to deal with. Would it still be possible to make moral decisions under those conditions, responsible decisions which put the planet first? Or would you have a different perspective? Jejeune suspected Gray wasn't looking for an answer from him, which was okay, because at that moment he wasn't sure he had one. If I needed to review the material in the vaults, said Jejeune, his tone softer now than at any time during the interview. You'd take it away for a few days. I presume that wouldn't be a problem? It wouldn't interrupt any of the work you're doing at the moment. She nodded faintly. I'll clear it with the Oversight Committee. Just let me know when. Jejeune smiled his thanks. And with that, the two detectives left Zandria Gray to the quiet world of her grief. I might as well tell you, sir, said Mike, as they made their way along the bland corridor toward the car park. This business with the tabs, I'm not sure that makes much sense to me. ND, DNA, whether there was no research done or it had been done but the results weren't available, doesn't it amount to pretty much the same thing? Jejeune paused for a moment. No, Sergeant, I don't believe it does. But perhaps the bigger question is how Wayland could be so sure that the research had already been done, and even more interestingly, how he could know the data it produced would be relevant to his own studies. Mike allowed himself a smile of understanding, finally. Because he was there when they were doing it, you mean? The data he needed comes from the research he was involved in at the old dairy before he left. It was Jejeune's turn to smile. I think Wayland specifically used that DNA designation for data he knew already existed at the old dairy. And much of it, possibly all of it, would have been extremely relevant to his current studies. Recent, and from exactly the same stretch of coastline he was studying now. It would have met his needs perfectly, I would imagine. But all that data is under lock and key, protected by who knows how many layers of cyber-security. Given Al-Talab's hostility towards him for leaving the project high and dry when he walked away, Wayland must have known he was never going to release any of that data to him. Jejeune stopped. In the washed-out fluorescent light of the corridor, Jejeune's skin took on the same pallid colour as Zandria Gray's. But there was a lot more brightness in his eyes. Yes, Sergeant, he said. I'm fairly sure he did. Chapter 29. The Palm Court was the kind of place most people in Saltmarsh had been to once or twice. It was a favoured destination for wedding receptions and corporate functions, and over its century and a half of existence, its elegant dining room had witnessed all manner of marriage proposals, birthday celebrations, and heartfelt apologies. But that was in the public section. Towards the back was the Palm Court's private wing, and the great unwashed of Saltmarsh didn't get to venture down here on their once-in-a-decade visits. The word exclusive on the Palm Court's brochure was used in the literal sense. The wing had its own private entrance, and it was from the interlocking brick forecourt that Jejeune now surveyed the formidable structure. A semicircular portico shielded the extravagant double doors, and above it a grey block of ivy-clad granite soared up 4 stories. The facade was flanked by twin turrets, punctured with small, discreet windows. A colony of house sparrows had taken up residence in the ivy, and Jejeune was watching their constant movements and interactions with interest when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned to find Mike, looking neat and well-presented. Clearly, the opportunity to no longer be excluded from the Palm Court's private wing was a powerful draw even for the sergeant. Ever been in the presence of royalty before? Asked Jejeune. Mike shook his head. The only prince I know is that Nigerian one on the internet who's having trouble claiming his fortune. I don't think this one had any such problems, said Jejeune. He tugged at the collar of the pale blue shirt he was wearing and loosened the knot of the equally new tie that Lindy had insisted would be a perfect match. You obviously can't go to meet a prince wearing that rubbish you usually knock around in, she had told him. He'll think you've come to do the flower beds. Damien had watched with unabashed delight from an armchair, offering comments that could best be described as unflattering, as Lindy unpacked a bag from the local tailor's onto the living room couch and paraded Dom through a series of shirt and tie combinations before settling on this one. Uncomfortable at the memory, or perhaps the shirt collar itself, Jejeune gave it one final tug and stepped to the door. The carpet felt like a cushion of air beneath the detective's feet as they made their way into the grand hall. The room shared the trait of all truly great things down through the ages. It didn't try too hard to impress. Instead of overwhelming visitors, the Grand Hall let them come to its elegance, to discover it, to marvel in each small detail as it unfurled. The perfectly formed finial on the end of a curtain rod, the delicate, immaculate, swirled plaster patterns on the ceiling. Sensation built on sensation in a subtle procession until both men, in their own way, came to the gradual realization that they had been utterly seduced by the room's splendour.
"I could get used to this," said Mike, "if I get that raise the DCS is always talking about."
Either the hotel staff or the Prince's own advance team had been hard at work preparing the room for his arrival. The walls had been draped in rich fabrics, brocades of exotic patterns bearing an elaborate medallion at the centre, and along one side of the room was a long table covered in a dazzling white cloth. On it was an array of gleaming silver platters. Jejeune could see and smell the assortment of exotic Middle Eastern delicacies. At the far end of the room, light flooded in through a majestic picture window that soared 3 stories and provided a view of the hotel's immaculately tended gardens beyond. In front of the window was a table of perhaps the same length as the buffet. It was adorned with numerous silver centerpieces and lavish arrangements of fresh flowers, no doubt from the gardens outside. There was only a single place setting, and at it sat Prince Yusuf. When he noticed that the detectives had arrived, he rose to come around the table to meet them. From nearby, 2 men in suits watched carefully, but made no move to approach. The prince was taller than Jejeune had expected, which meant, he realised, that his brother, the Crown Prince, must be very tall indeed. Yusuf wore an expensively tailored pearl grey suit with a lilac handkerchief of the same material as his tie protruding from the breast pocket of his jacket. In his lapel was a tiny red carnation. At first sight, he might have been mistaken for a theatre manager or a sales clerk in a high-end jewellery store. But there was a lean intensity to his features and an assured self-confidence about his movements that suggested the concerns of others would never be this man's first priority. A strong waft of cologne reached the detectives like an advance party for the man himself.
"It is fortunate that I find myself in Saltmarsh today,"
he said, making no move to offer a handshake.
"You have been asking to speak with me. Now this may happen."
He swept an elegant hand toward the buffet table.
"But first you may eat, if you wish."
Yusuf's courtesy had a brittle quality to it, as if it was a lesson learned somewhere but not quite remembered. He called over one of the suited men and leaned in to murmur something into his ear. There was no consideration for his guests, no apology for interrupting their conversation. Neither Jejeune nor Mike felt inclined to break off the meeting to visit the buffet table, so they remained resolutely standing before the prince, waiting for him to finish his covert conversation. Jejeune regarded Yusuf carefully. His skin shone with a glow the detective had not seen before, as if it had been polished, almost burnished to this smooth, perfect shine. If there was a treatment someone could use to produce this effect, Lindy would likely know what it was. Jejeune didn't particularly want to undergo the procedure himself, but he would be interested to find out just what could cause such impressive results.
"I trust the Crown Prince and yourself can appreciate the situation with the protesters at the compound was not something we could have anticipated," said Jejeune when Yusuf finally turned his attention back to the 2 detectives. The prince's dark eyes seemed to glitter with a cruel amusement as he dismissed the idea with a brief brush of his hand. It was clear that the incident was not the reason Jejeune's request for a meeting had finally been granted. Nevertheless, Jejeune couldn't shake the impression that there was some reason he had been summoned here today.
Another wave of cologne drifted toward the two detectives as the prince swept his gaze over the detectives once more.
You have asked repeatedly to speak with me. You have questions you wish to ask.
There was no warmth to the man, thought Jejeune. In fact, there was very little of a man, of a person at all, in Prince Yusuf. This was a product, he thought, a manufactured artifact. Second Prince, redundant, a nothingness. He had rarely seen such vacancy in a person, but it was not benign. Such a disconnection from humanness could be dangerous. It would disconnect you, too, from the normal constraints, polite behaviour, empathy, impulse control. The man in the suit returned and leaned in to whisper something to the prince. He nodded, and as Jejeune watched, he realised what it was that had been bothering him about this scenario. From his understanding of the infrastructure at the old dairy, he would have put this role of personal confidant down as El-Taleb's. "I don't see Mr. El-Taleb here today," he said casually.
"He has remained at the compound."
Jejeune nodded in understanding.
"His role as project manager must be very demanding."
The prince nodded economically.
"The project makes many demands of us all. Mr. Al-Taleb is but one functionary among many. It is unwise for an employer to give too much responsibility to any one employee."
Yusuf touched his immaculately manicured moustache briefly, but whether it was some sort of confiding gesture or an unrelated reflex, Jejeune couldn't tell.
"Would notifying the authorities of the Crown Prince's visit be among Mr. El-Taleb's duties, I wonder? We usually receive notification well in advance, you see, but this time we only received word at the last minute." "The visit was arranged at short notice," said Yusuf flatly. "Sometimes it is so. The Crown Prince's schedule is not always easy to predict, but it is not the duties of Abr al-Taleb that you have come here to discuss today."
The prince's delivery made the comment a statement rather than a question. "I was wondering what you thought of Philip Whalen's departure to work on a new project at the university," said Jejeune. Behind him, Mike suppressed a nod of approval. Plenty there to tempt an unguarded answer. The departure, the project, the university. Yusuf settled on the middle point. "I cannot speak of this project. I know nothing of it. I was not given the chance to consider it." "But you would agree the loss of Philip Whalen was a major blow?" Again, the DCI had provided an invitation for the prince to interpret the question as he wished, personally, in terms of the project, or as a wider philosophy about the death of a human being. Once again, Yusuf's choice might tell Jejeune far more than his answer. The DCI seemed to be returning to top form, thought Danny. And about time, too. "Philip Wayland was an intelligent man," said Yusuf. "But perhaps not as intelligent as he believed." "Still, at least now, with the Crown Prince here, you'll be able to address some of the challenges caused by his departure," said Jejeune brightly. Yusuf let his stare linger on Jejeune for a moment. "It is my responsibility to deal with the challenges the project offers," he said coldly. "The Crown Prince visits to receive updates only." "I see," said Jejeune. And watching from the sidelines, Danny Mike had the distinct impression that DCI Jejeune did, or at least he was beginning to. Mike got the feeling it might be a good time to lead the conversation off in another direction. "Helicopter pilots, I know, tell me the crosswinds can be a bit tricky in these parts, but I was there when you flew in. You didn't seem to have any trouble." The prince tilted his head slightly in appreciation of Mike's comment. "Flying is my great passion,
and this landscape from the air."
He touched the fingertips of one hand together, but seemed to check himself from getting drawn too deeply into his subject.
"But I have many duties I must attend to, and I'm sure you too have many other people you need to interview."
As dismissals went, it was not the most abrupt the detectives had ever received, but it carried a finality that few others had before. Thinking about it later, Mike realised the panic hadn't erupted suddenly, as it might after an explosion or gunfire. It was a slow, building crescendo of small moments. Phones simultaneously withdrawn at silent signals. Puzzled looks, followed by understanding, then alarm. Movements across the room, slow, hesitant at first, and then urgent, to and from, between people, quiet murmurings, insistent gestures, and then a man, perhaps the same one who had approached the prince earlier, speaking urgently in his native tongue, showing the prince something on his smartphone. And the realisation immediately from the prince and then radiating outward, as if everyone in the room, except for the two police officers, got the message at the same time.